1. Ryan. The world went dark. Light from the truck's headlights sliced through the endless blackness of the dense woods. A foreboding itch of dread festered in Ryan's gut as they cruised the back roads of North Carolina into Virginia. It had been over 2 days since the power crashed and cell phones stopped working. An attack from an unknown entity, which hadn't been confirmed as far as they knew, sought to bring down the country's power grid and other vital infrastructure through physical sabotages and cyber attacks. Despite how much he tried to figure out what was happening, all he had were speculations and rumors to dwell on. So far, they hadn't encountered any more police or other vehicles. His head was on a swivel, hunting for any flecks of light within the dark void surrounding them. It seemed as though the authorities were more concerned with sticking to the main highways than the dirt roads and trails. Sienna slouched in the passenger seat. Her shoes rested on the dusty dash. She coughed and removed the strands of her hair being thrashed about by the vortex of wind rushing into the cab from her face.
How far do you think we've gone?
Not sure. We've been driving now for several hours, Ryan answered with a shrug and yawn. It's taking a bit longer to make any headway with these back roads than it would with the highways.
You're not lost, are you?
Sienna asked, as she pulled some of her hair back over each ear.
Considering everything looks the same at night, it would be easy to get turned around out here. I know I'm lost.
He had driven many of the trails and isolated roads snaking through the Blue Ridge Mountains over the years, making him mostly familiar with the area. We're good. Don't worry. I got this handled. Her brow raised, face partially illuminated by the glow from the gauges and radio.
Doesn't sound too convincing, Parker.
You're going to have to trust me. We're going to be fine. Besides, the odds of us running into one of the main highways are great. Ryan yawned and ran his palm over his face.
Are you sure you're okay to keep driving?
Sienna asked over the gust of wind rushing inside the cab.
You keep yawning and your eyelids are looking heavy. We don't need you falling asleep at the wheel in these woods and crashing into a tree.
As much as he tried to keep from yawning, Ryan was unable to do so. His untreated brain tumor exhausted his body. Plus, they had a strenuous day without getting much rest or taking in any substantial amounts of food and drink. Between the national disaster and trying to get out of Woodswell, their lives had taken a complete change in a short period. I've driven tired before. This isn't anything new to me. We've got a lot of road to cover to reach your brother in Rhode Island. Since we don't know if all of I-95 is going to be under watch from the authorities, we're going to have to make sacrifices to regain some of the time wasted on these various routes. If it means me not sleeping, then I'll do it. Sienna placed her arm on the top of the backrest. She studied his face, while Ryan's Dutch shepherd stood and licked her forearm.
I know this is slowing our timetable by a wide margin, but if you're not rested enough, it's going to affect your ability to think straight. Reaction time will be slower, and thought processes will grind to a crawl.
What are you saying? He glanced at the dense woods surrounding them. We're not going to find a Motel 6 out here, or much of anything else.
We don't need a motel. We've got the truck,
Sienna replied.
We can sleep in here. It's not unheard of. I know for a fact you can rough it, Parker. Not but a day ago you were out camping in a tent. This isn't much different.
The truck stopped on the narrow dirt road. It idled rough as the dust settled around them. His fingers tapped the steering wheel as he peered out of the windshield. If you're fine with us taking a few to rest some, we can. I'm just trying to save as much time as possible. I know how important it is for you to get to your brother.
I know you are. It's appreciated. More than you realize.
Sienna removed her arm from the seat.
I pushed too hard myself when heading to get him and almost died when my Jeep ran off the road and crashed. I got lucky. Part of me wants to keep moving forward regardless of the situation. But it's not going to do Max or us any favors if we wreck or something else happens."
He nodded. "Okay, I agree. If you're fine with us stopping and resting for a while, then I am too. I'd be lying if I didn't say some sleep would be helpful."
"I am. We'd both benefit from it. Clearer heads will prevail."
Sienna pointed at the road ahead.
"Guess we should find a small clearing or whatever we can park in."
"Yeah." They got back on the move and drove a bit longer until finding a plot of open land nestled within a cluster of trees. The truck veered from the dirt road to the uneven ground as they entered the opening. Ryan made a 3-point turn and faced the pickup at the mouth of the passage. He put the truck in park, killed the headlights, and switched off the engine. Dutch leaped onto the back of the seat. The canine whined in his ear and licked his handler's sweaty cheek. His tail wagged feverishly. He switched over to Sienna and attacked her with his tongue.
"He's a bit too excited,"
Sienna said, as she leaned away from the dog's smelly breath. "It's been a while since he's gone to the bathroom," Ryan replied. "Can't say I blame him. I need to go myself. I've had to go for the last hour."
"I let him out before he decides to go in the truck."
"Same here, but he knows better. Old Dutch has been trained well."
"Never say never. He'll only be able to hold it for so long."
The dog clawed at the back driver's side door. His whines built. "I got you, bud." Ryan left the keys in the ignition and opened the driver's door. After letting Dutch out of the back, he dug into the rucksack stowed in the floorboard and removed a flashlight.
"Don't get lost out there, mountain man."
Sienna slouched in the seat and kicked her legs out the passenger window. He thumbed the switch on the barrel. Light flickered, then blasted from the lens. He trained it at her, casting the beam at the side of her head. "Won't happen. If we did, wouldn't you come find us?"
"Maybe. Don't know. I'm not as big a wilderness buff as you are, Parker, as evidenced by the lack of survival skills you saw when you saved me from that bear."
"You saved yourself, from what I recall."
"I slipped and fell."
"In either case, you got away." Dutch rustled the bushes and plants on the outer periphery of their encampment. "We'll be back in a few." She gave him a thumbs up. After tracking down Dutch within the thick landscape east of the truck, Ryan did his business. The pair ventured back to the pickup and got inside the cab.
"That didn't take long,"
Sienna said, with her arms now folded across her chest. "Peeing doesn't, at least not for guys." He shut the back driver's side door, then climbed onto the front seat. Ryan switched the flashlight off and tossed it to the top of the dash, along with the pistol he had stored in the pickup. His back sunk into the seat, and his head pressed into the headrest.
"How bad do you think it is out there?"
Sienna asked, without looking at him. "Bad enough for the military to be mobilized and towns to be forced into lockdown." Ryan shifted his bulk to find a more comfortable position, but doing so proved to be a far greater chore. Hard to say the extent of the attack, since no news reports are coming through the radio. Plan for the worst and hope for the best. About all we can do right now.
"Yeah, it's scary to think of,"
Sienna sighed.
"Horrible timing, if you ask me."
"It is, but there's nothing we can do about it. If we stick together and watch one another's back, we'll pull through."
"You sound so sure."
She turned and looked at him through the darkness.
"I'm not doubting you. I'm just worried, is all. I hate not being there for Max. Part of me feels like I failed him. Might sound weird considering what's happened, but I can't help it."
"It doesn't sound weird. Not at all." Ryan met her gaze. "You dropped everything to go to him. I doubt your brother feels like you've abandoned him. Deep down, he knows you'll be there. It will take some time, but we'll get to him soon enough."
"I hope so."
Ryan reached across the seat and placed his hand on her arm. "For now, rest. Don't let the negative thoughts in. It's not going to help you any. Believe me, self-doubt is a killer and a massive energy suck. I'm fighting it as well. Have been for years. Now, we need to remain focused on our goal. She smiled and patted the top of his hand. Thanks. Now, shut up and let me sleep. Remember, this was your idea. He smirked and pulled his arm back. You keep running your mouth, you might not wake up, Parker. He chuckled. Guess I'll have to take my chances then. Guess you will. May the odds be in your favor. Soon the conversation died, and before Ryan knew it, he was fast asleep.
Chapter 2. Max. Flashes of white lightning flickered outside. Rain pelted the building without end. Thunder cracked. Water dripped from the ceiling onto Max's face. The structure had been compromised by the onslaught of the storm. He wiped the wetness away from his cheek as he sat on the floor with his back against the wall. "It's still going strong out there," said Clay, one of the boys who helped Max into the building. "This is some bad weather. I haven't seen it rain this much in forever." "I've seen worse," Tony shouted over the deep rumble of thunder. "At least this isn't a hurricane or a tornado. We'd be screwed if it was." "How are you feeling?" Brittany towered over Max. The candles they had lit illuminated a fraction of the ruined building they took shelter in. "A bit better, but my head still hurts." Max probed the injured spot on the left side of his skull with the tip of his index finger. He grimaced and reeled from the contact. "You took a hard hit out there. Not sure what struck you, but it knocked you off your feet. I'd be shocked if it didn't hurt." Brittany stooped and inspected the side of his head. "Looks like the bleeding has slowed some, though. I think you'll live." "Not sure if I said thank you yet, but thanks." "You're welcome." She smiled at him, then glanced at the floor as if embarrassed. "I was hoping we were only going to be in here for a short bit, but it doesn't look like the storm is going to let up," Clay said as he and Tony turned from the glass door and walked over to them. Both boys were around Max's age. They were tall and stocky, built like tanks. They didn't have protruding muscles, but the extra weight they carried filled out their shirts with little room to spare. "We're fine to stay in here as long as we need to. There isn't anybody outside, and I doubt someone's going to drop in on us," Brittany replied. "I'd rather be dry than soaked." "You're the boss." Clay sat down on the exposed concrete near Max. "We know better than to go against you, Your Highness." Tony sat down next to a tattered blue backpack. "You two are idiots." She rolled her eyes and sat back on her butt. "Don't be mad because I'm the brains of the group and the oldest. You two are the muscle. It's a perfect system and has worked well for us so far." "Yes, Your Highness." Clay struggled not to laugh, as did Tony. The two boys snickered and slapped each other on the arm at getting a rise out of her. "Don't listen to these morons. They enjoy showing their stupidity instead of intelligence." They cackled louder at the insult. Max sat up a bit straighter against the wall and shifted toward her with a groan. He wanted to escape the dripping water falling on him. Part of his wet clothes had dried some, while sections were still damp. "So, Max," Clay said after calming down, "why were you outside in the rain? Not sure if you noticed, but there's a nasty storm going on." "It's a long story." "Oh, you have nothing better to do? Mind sharing?" Tony slapped at Clay's arm. "Dude, maybe he doesn't want to share. It's not our business." "Yeah, Clay, don't be so nosy." Brittany glowered at him as thunder shook the building. Okay, calm down, everyone." He held his hands up in protest. "I just wanted to get to know him. We're not going anywhere right now, so I thought some conversation would be better than sitting here in silence. Jeez, excuse me." The question didn't bother Max as much as it seemed to perturb the other two. "It's fine. I don't mind." "Up to you. No pressure," Brittany replied. "We're not trying to pry into your life." "Oh, maybe a little pressure, I want to know." Clay smirked and shrugged as she glowered at him. "Damn, I'm kidding. You need to lighten up and relax, girl. You're too tense. We talked about this." We also talked about me beating the snot out of you. She'd totally destroy you, dude, Tony chuckled as Clay huffed and folded his arms across his chest. My money would be on her, no contest. Clay said nothing but made a face at his friend. Sorry about these two, they tend to speak without thinking, especially grumpy face there. It's fine, no problem. Max didn't mind the banter. It helped distract him from his tormented world which had been flipped upside down. Not like it can make my day any worse. My mom died today, and I had a big blowout with my dad. All three of them went silent. Blank stares painted their faces. The lack of response made Max nervous, causing him to start rambling. Well, actually, my biological mom and dad were killed when I was little, so it was my adoptive mom that died today, and I fought with my adoptive dad, but I've always called them Mom and Dad. Anyway, we got into a screaming match while leaving the hospital, and, well, I couldn't take his crap anymore, so I got out of the truck and bolted when he stopped. I had to say it's been a horrible day is an understatement. The teens shifted on their feet, unsure of what to say. Saying the words out loud didn't destroy Max as much as he thought it would. Perhaps it was because the news was still fresh, and he hadn't had time to process everything. Death followed him around, and now he had lost another person in his life. Damn, man. I'm sorry. That sucks. Clay dipped his chin and looked away. No jokes, no jabs. Yeah, Max. Sorry about your mom, Tony said. Tears formed in his eyes. He fought hard to keep from crying in front of his peers. Thanks. His forearm ran across his eyes to wipe the sadness away. He sniffled and cleared his throat. I take it you're not in any hurry to get home then, huh? Brittany asked. No, not sure what I'm going to do now. Max managed to master his emotions for the moment and not break down in a blubbering mess of tears. My sister was supposed to be coming here. She should have arrived by now. I'm not sure where she's at. I don't know if she wasn't able to come or if something might have happened to her. I'm worried and can't do a single thing about it. It's a mess out there right now, but I bet she's fine, Clay said. Try not to worry about it. Easier said than done, Max thought. Several consecutive lightning strikes rattled the young teens. Each loud pop made them jump and gasp. Tony and Clay got up from the floor and made for the front of the building. They peered through the openings between the askew planks of wood covering the windows, while Max and Brittany stayed put and talked. So, what's the deal with you three? Max finished wiping away any fallen tears from his cheeks. As in? Why are you in here and not home with your families? If you don't want to say, it's cool. I was curious, is all. He figured they were runaways, given their ragged, dirty clothes and the fact that they carried around backpacks. No other reason made sense. She waved her hand at him. I don't mind telling. It's not some sort of secret or whatever. I guess you could say we're in a similar situation as you with your dad and mom. Bad home lives, terrible parents, and a crap system. I don't follow. Max was confused. He understood the words, but didn't know how they correlated to each of them. Brittany pointed at the two boys. Clay lived with his grandmother until she passed away 2 years ago. He had no other family to take him in. Instead of being put into the system and shuffled around from foster home to foster home, he ran away. He's been on his own ever since. Tony was taken in by his uncle. Parents are dead or out of the picture. Don't know which one, as he never said. Anyway, the uncle's wife was, we'll say, inappropriate with him. He didn't like it, for obvious reasons, and left. Did he not tell his uncle? Max asked. What did the police do? She shrugged. Again, not sure. He never said. Kept it vague and has not spoken a word of it since. We don't need to know. If and when Tony wants to talk about it, we'll listen. I'm not looking to pry into anyone's life. A common thread wove among the three of them. Each had a similar family problem. It made Max wonder if he was meant to come across the ragtag group at the time he had.
And, what about you?
What about me? Brittany replied.
What's your story?
Not as bad as theirs and yours. She twisted at the hip, grabbed her tattered red backpack, and placed it in her lap. After unzipping the top, she pulled 2 candy bars out and gave one to Max. He took the Snickers bar as she tossed the backpack to the floor beside her. Max could tell she was uncomfortable talking about her past by her stiff body language. He understood. Before opening the wrapper, he said, "If you don't want to say, it's cool." With half of the chocolate bar exposed, she took a bite and shook her head.
No, it's fine, I don't mind. It'd be kind of a dick move for me not to share when you did. You only met a few hours ago, so you didn't have to. As you said, it's up to you. No pressure.
They chewed on their candy bars as she spoke.
I lived with my mom and her boyfriend, up until about a year ago. My dad's out of the picture, as in prison for dealing drugs and being an all-around pile of trash. My mom isn't any better. Seems like they're both fighting for the worst parent of all time. They're neck and neck, but my mom did her best to edge my dad out. She swallowed the chunk of chocolate and took another big bite. Clay and Tony came back over and sat down. They stared at her, then looked at Max. After her mouth was clear, she continued. Anyway, my mom decided it was more important to pamper her sleazy man than to take care of her kid. I got pushed to the side and forgotten about during her drug benders and partying. So I gathered what I could manage and left. Never looked back. It'd be hard to say if my mom even cares if I'm gone. Maybe she does. And to be honest, I don't care. As far as I'm concerned, both of my parents are dead. The only family I've got now are these 2 knuckleheads right here.
Clay smiled. I'm her favorite by a mile.
Yeah, my favorite pain in the neck.
She wadded up the empty wrapper and threw it at Clay. He batted the wrapper away with his palm. But you love me. Without us in your life, you'd be miserable.
I suppose.
Brittany smirked and brought her knees to her chest.
So yeah, that's our sob stories.
She glanced at Clay and Tony.
By the way, I told Max about your past. Sorry, not sorry.
Tony hiked his shoulders and laid down, using his beige backpack as a pillow.
Doesn't matter to me. It's fine.
Brittany likes to think she's the one in charge because she's the oldest by a few months, and we let her think she is, Clay said to Max. We enjoy throwing her a bone here and there, a real confidence booster.
If it wasn't for me, you two would be lost.
You're probably right. Clay winked at her, laid down as well, and positioned his black backpack under his head. I'm gonna get some sleep since we're stuck in here and have nothing else we can do until the storm passes.
Thank God. Some quiet for a change.
Brittany shot back while smiling. Whatever. Clay intertwined his fingers and put his hands on his chest. Soon, Max and Brittany were the only ones awake. He glanced at the entrance of the building and peered out the glass door. A heavy veil of darkness loomed large, with sporadic flashes of lightning illuminating the downpour of rain.
The storm should stop by morning or in the middle of the night. You're free to stay in here with us until it does. We won't bite.
Max had no place else to go, even if the weather was fine. For now, he was satisfied to stay with them. It beat being pummeled by rain and facing his tyrant father.
I think I'll hang out for a while longer. Your call.
Brittany lay on the concrete with her back to him. She stuffed the backpack under her head and exhaled. For now, all Max could do was try and get some rest. The only problem was his mind was racing. He was on edge. He feared it was going to be a long, restless night.
Chapter 3. Sienna. Sun crested the horizon. Light sliced through the canopy of trees, erasing the endless dark of night to start the day. Sienna and Dutch were up before the sun. Ryan remained fast asleep behind the wheel. She tried to wake him, but he continued sleeping. He was more exhausted than he let on. They got out of the truck and left him in the cab. Dutch stretched his hind legs and gave his coat a shake. Sienna stretched her back from sleeping in such an odd position all night, which had her muscles knotted. Birds cawed from the trees above. A bit of rustling sounded from the nearby bushes. Dutch set his sights on the disturbance. The canine lowered and stalked toward the wall of vegetation. His body was stiff as a board, and his ears were standing erect as he crept closer to the rustling critter. She said nothing to the dog and yawned. Her fingers massaged her neck as she rotated her head in a circular pattern. Part of Sienna felt guilty for sleeping as long as she had. She planned to rest for only a short period, then be back on the road, but her battered body refused to wake and go. The effects of her car wreck felt more pronounced now than before. Joints ached, and muscles were sorer than before. She was stiff and had a brain fog. Some more pain meds were in her near future to keep her going. Ryan stirred in the cab and called out to her in Dutch. He opened the driver's side door, got out, and lumbered down the length of the bed to the tailgate where she was standing.
"Christ, is it morning already?"
His voice was thick with sleep. He blinked several times and rubbed his eyes.
"I figured we were going to rest for a few hours, then get back on the road, not sleep until morning."
"Yeah, me too," Sienna replied. "I overslept too, and tried to wake you up, but you weren't having it. You grumbled and kept sleeping. I figured you needed the rest."
"I was tired, but didn't think I was that bad. Sorry for taking longer than we wanted."
Ryan slapped his face and shook his head.
"You could have moved me to the passenger seat and continued driving so we didn't lose time."
Dutch milled about the foliage in front of them, then came trotting over to Ryan while wagging his tail. The canine jumped on him and licked at his face. He rubbed the dog's head and under his snout. "It crossed my mind, but I don't know where we are," Sienna answered as she leaned against the tailgate. "Knowing my luck, I would have gotten us lost, so I figured it was best to wait until my sweet prince got his beauty sleep and decided to get up."
"Funny,"
Ryan sneered.
"I prefer your lordship, but sweet prince will work as well."
She rolled her eyes. "You'll be hard-pressed to get me to call you lordship, Parker."
"I know. It was worth a shot."
He stopped petting Dutch and tapped his fingers to the tailgate, then jabbed his thumb at the cab.
"If you're done wasting time, can we get in the truck and leave? The day is wasting away."
"Bold of you to assume I won't throat punch you." He raised his hands and backed away while smirking.
"I have zero doubts you would."
A booming crack shut them up. Their bodies stiffened. Sienna twisted in a circular pattern and swept the woods for the source of the disturbance. "Was that gunfire?"
"Sounded like it."
Ryan appeared more awake now as he scanned the trees for movement. His eyes were wide.
"Can't tell how close or far away it was. In either case, I don't think it's anything to worry about."
Hearing gunfire never sat well with Sienna, but especially not when the country was under attack from a foreign adversary. "I suppose, with how volatile things seem to be now, I'd rather not deal with any gun-carrying lunatics in the woods. We've got enough problems to handle already." Ryan retreated to the edge of the bed and moved around to the driver's side.
"Me either, but in any case, let's load up and get going."
They got back into the truck. Ryan revved the engine and drove through the narrow passage to the dirt road. He made a right and gunned it, sending the pickup barreling down the weaving, snaking path. Sienna scoured the woods and the road behind them for any dangers. She couldn't help but think the gunshot was closer than what Ryan said. It could have been nothing at all in the end. No additional gunshots were fired. It eased Sienna's nerves some, but she was still on edge. Her guard was up, and she remained steadfast for any lurking threats. The truck bounded around a sharp turn and passed a fork in the road which split off to the north. Ryan maintained their current heading until disaster struck. He slammed the brakes, all 4 tires locked. Sienna braced her palms against the dash. The pickup skidded over the loose rock and dirt until coming to a stop at the edge of a rickety bridge. Dust engulfed the truck and cleared out. Ryan shifted into park and sat back against the seat as the truck idled. He rubbed his chin and studied the aged bridge. "No way we are going to be able to cross here." She pointed at the rust-coated steel beams and the missing wood planks. "What wood is left looks rotted out. I wouldn't trust walking across it."
Me either.
He gripped the top of the steering wheel and adjusted on the seat.
I had no idea it was in this bad of shape. Last time I came through here on a trip, it had some bad wear, but nothing like this. It must have been far worse than I remembered.
"It doesn't matter." Sienna turned on the seat and peered out of the back window. "There's a road back the way we came. It's our only option right now to keep moving forward."
Agreed.
Ryan looked left, then right.
There's no other place for us to cross, so we'll have to backtrack to the fork in the road.
"Let's do it." With his hand clutching the shifter, he put the truck into reverse and backed up. He made a 3-point turn on the narrow road. The back end of the truck plowed over weeds and bushes. Ryan drove forward and gained speed. They made the same sharp curve and continued to the branching road. He cut the wheel and merged on the dirt path littered with gaping potholes. The tires plunged into the depressions. It was like navigating a minefield. He skirted around most of the large holes, while the smaller pits were far more manageable and put less stress on the truck. "Not the bumpiest ride I've ever been on," Sienna said, as her body rocked from side to side.
Me either.
Ryan steered them out of the rough ride to level ground. After another 10 minutes cruising the woods, the dirt road dumped them onto pavement. He stopped at the edge and glanced in both directions. Sienna did the same. They hunted for any police presence out on patrol. Not a single vehicle was seen in the distance. The roads were clear for now. They pulled out and headed north again. Being off the dirt roads, they'd be able to make up some much-needed time, so long as they didn't encounter any roadblocks or other trouble. She fiddled with the radio and adjusted the dial. Static hissed from the speakers. No stations were broadcasting. All were offline, as expected. After switching the radio off, she sat back and huffed. What Sienna wanted more than anything else was to be able to call her brother Max, to let him know she hadn't forgotten about him and was on her way. For now, there was nothing more she could do. Ryan sat forward and squinted out of the windshield. She glanced at him, then tried to see what caught his attention. "What is it?"
There's something up ahead on the road. A car, from the looks of it.
As they drove, she spotted a red vehicle askew on the road. Its front end was in the tall grass, with its rear blocking a portion of the highway. The truck slowed. They examined the vehicle but couldn't locate any people around the car. Its back bumper had damage. The center portion was caved in, and the passenger side door was open. Brake lights glowed red, meaning someone had to be behind the wheel, or so Sienna thought. They may have been in an accident. The bumper is damaged. Ryan stopped the truck short of the van.
Not sure I would call it an accident, since the bumper is wrecked. To me, it looks like someone rammed the car and ran it off the road. Did you see the swerving tire marks back there?
I didn't, but now I see. Sienna poked her head out of the lowered passenger window and tried to see into the open door of the van. I can't see if there's anyone inside from this angle.
The question is, do we get out and check to see if whoever is in there needs help, or do we go around and keep going?
Ryan glanced at her as she looked his way.
What do you think?
She noticed a sticker on the bottom right portion of the back window of a stick figure family. Sienna thought that meant there could be kids on board. Driving off and not checking the van didn't sit well with her. There might be some kids on board. You see the sticker on the back window? She pointed at the back of the van.
I see it.
I say we do a quick sweep of the van.
And what if whoever's inside is hurt?
Ryan asked.
I'm not sure how far away the next town is, and we can't call for help.
It was a valid question, one she didn't have an answer for. Too many unknowns made it hard to decide.
We'll figure something out. For now, we check and see what we're dealing with, then go from there.
All right, let's do this.
Chapter 4. Ryan. After shutting the truck off, they got out. Dutch leaped over the seat, but was stopped by Ryan blocking the driver's door. "No, bud. You stay in here and wait." The canine sat on his haunches and didn't put up a fight. Ryan shut the door, then moved to the front of the truck where Sienna was waiting. He kept the pistol tucked in his waistband in case he needed it.
"I'll take the passenger side if you want to take the driver's side,"
Sienna said. "Sure." They split at the back of the van. Ryan peered through the dusty back window but couldn't see through the dark-tinted glass. He moved around the left taillight and stalked down the length of the vehicle to the open driver's door. Holes populated the van's body in several spots. The back tire was flat. Ryan licked his lips and swallowed the forming lump in his throat as he continued forward, realizing what had happened. The van had been shot at.
"Oh, hell, Christ!"
He craned his neck and inched closer until he could see the cause of her outburst. A man was slumped forward on the driver's seat, with the side of his head on the steering wheel facing him. A single hole punched the middle of his skull, and with a secondary shot to his neck. Blood painted his pale skin and a part of his hair a crimson red. Portions of his flesh glistened wet, while other patches appeared to be dry. "Jesus Christ."
"Yeah, it's bad,"
Sienna replied. A woman slouched in the front passenger seat. Her head dangled forward. The seatbelt running across her body held her in place. She had an equal amount of blood painting her head and torso. The dash and windshield had copious amounts of brain and bone on its surface. It was evident the couple wasn't in an accident. Ryan grimaced at the grisly scene. His nose scrunched and he looked away. He didn't feel sick, but the sight made him mournful for the slain couple.
"No way this was an accident. They were murdered, shot and killed right here."
Sienna cleared her throat and appeared from outside the van's opened passenger door. "It doesn't look like it happened too long ago." Ryan got closer to the dead body, staring at him with wide eyes. "The blood is wet in some spots." Sienna opened the sliding side door as Ryan tried to see past the headrest to the back seat. "No kids back there, thank God. There is an empty car seat, though." He moved down into the thick weeds and around the engine to the passenger side, where she searched the interior of the van. There were toys on the floorboard and children's books on the seat. She asked,
"You don't think someone would have taken their kids?"
"Don't know why they would," Ryan answered with a shrug. "Then again, you're assuming there were kids in the van. It may have been just the couple. Hard to say. Either way, we don't know what happened here except they were murdered."
"Who would do such a thing? The couple up front looks normal enough. Not the degenerate sort you would think to be involved in any sort of nonsense. It's all so confusing."
Sienna picked up one of the children's books, Dr. Seuss's Green Eggs and Ham, and stared at the cover. It made little sense to Ryan as well. Neither the man nor woman gave him the impression of being bad people. However, it was impossible to tell if that was true from what they saw inside the van. She tossed the book to the seat with the others and sighed. The world is a messed up place. Not sure what else can be said about it. Ryan touched her arm, then walked to the rear of the van. As much as he didn't want to rummage through the dead couple's belongings, he decided to search the rear compartment to see if they had anything of use. His main objective was scouting out a gas can. Sooner rather than later, they were going to have to get some fuel if they had any hope of making it to Rhode Island.
"What are you doing?"
Sienna asked, while wiping tears from her eyes. Ryan felt under the lip for the latch release to the rear door, seeing what they have in the trunk.
"So we're robbing them? Is that what we're doing now?"
He found the latch release and pulled. The door clicked, then opened. She stepped back as he pushed it skyward. "All I'm after is a gas can and anything else we can use to maybe siphon fuel. Those two things are going to be crucial for our trip. Without fuel, we'll be walking. I don't think either of us wants to walk, right?" She glanced at the truck and Dutch, who poked his head out of the front passenger window, then back to him.
"No, it just feels wrong is all. I don't know."
"Trust me, I'm not happy about it, but we're doing what we have to."
"I suppose."
Ryan found no gas can or siphon kit among the luggage and other personal effects. There was another box of toys stowed in the bottom left corner. Well, it was worth a shot. I hoped they had something we could use. Guess we'll have to figure something else out. Ryan stepped clear from under the raised rear door and shut it. "For now, we keep driving, but be on the lookout for anything useful." Sienna nodded at the van.
"And what do we do about this?"
"About what?"
"The dead couple in the van."
He had no idea of what could be done. Phones were down, so they couldn't call the police. It would also put them in a bind if the authorities did show up, since they had no idea if there was a lockdown in place like what Woodswell had. "There's not much we can do for them. They're dead," Ryan said. "I don't mean to be blunt about it, but it is what it is. If they were still alive, we could maybe do something. But whatever we do now isn't going to change the outcome." Indecision painted Sienna's face. He could see the battle going on within her to try and do something for the murdered couple. It wasn't right what happened, but it wasn't their problem to solve. Dutch barked from the cab of the truck. It snapped her out of the trance she had fallen into while staring at the van. Ryan peered at the canine who had his front paws on the bottom part of the passenger window, then back to Sienna. "We should get going. There isn't anything else we can do."
"Yeah."
She turned and headed for the truck without looking back. He trailed her to the pickup and moved around the engine block to the driver's side. Ryan gave the van one final look before climbing into the cab, hoping whoever had killed the couple had long left the area.
Chapter 5. Max. The storm ebbed in the early morning hours. Sunlight broke through the wall of clouds and illuminated the town throttled by intense winds and punishing rain. It had been several hours since everyone had been awake, and they milled about the abandoned space. Max had gotten little sleep during the night. While the others appeared more refreshed and alert, he lumbered about like a zombie who had risen from the grave. His eyes felt heavy, brain full of fog. His feet shuffled and he moved in ponderous, slow motion.
"Didn't sleep well, huh?"
Brittany kneeled next to her backpack and rummaged through its contents with Max standing over her.
"Not really. Between the storm, my mind going a mile a minute, and, well, trying to sleep on concrete, I had no chance of being able to rest."
Max yawned for the 100th time, then shook his head.
"But I'll be fine. Funny enough, this isn't the worst night of sleep I've ever had. At least you're not grumpy about it."
She pulled out a pack of gum and removed a stick.
"Want one? Since I can't brush my teeth, I chew gum instead. Not a perfect replacement, but it's better than nothing. I hate morning breath. It kills me." "Sure. Thanks."
She gave him a stick of mint gum. He removed the silver packaging, threw it to the concrete, and folded the gum into his mouth. "How did you three sleep so well last night?" Max asked. "It seemed like none of you were bothered by the storm or sleeping on the hard ground." "Storms have never bothered me. I could sleep through just about anything." Brittany zipped her backpack closed and stood. "And sleeping on the concrete is nothing big. You get used to it after a while. We've had plenty of practice. Plus, when you don't have a choice, you make do with what you've got." "I'll take your word for it." Max glanced around the ruined building for the two boys who were nowhere to be seen. "Where did they go?" "They went into the back to do one last sweep for anything we could use." Brittany slipped the straps of the pack over each of her shoulders and tightened them down. "Gotcha. With the storm gone, are you heading home now? I think it'll be safe." Max hadn't decided yet if he wanted to go back to Ben. He still had a massive hatred for his father. The slightest thought of him made his blood boil. "Not sure I'm ready to. There isn't anything left for me. My mom was my anchor. She kept me grounded. Since she's gone, I've got nothing to keep me there. You'll find no judgment from me. It's hard to stay in a home where you're not welcomed or loved. Been there, and I won't go back. Not ever again." "For sure. If I don't go home, I'll have to figure out what I'm going to do next." Max heard footsteps at the back of the building and peered over her shoulder, then continued. "I've got a buddy of mine who's invited me to come stay with him. He's one of my best friends. Not sure I want to put my problems on him and his parents, though. It's all confusing and hard right now." Clay and Tony emerged from the murky doorway and headed for them. "If you want, you're welcome to hang with us until you decide what you're going to do from here." Brittany smiled at him. "No pressure or anything, just offering up an alternative is all. Come with us or go. As before, it's your call. You could do a lot worse than us." "A no-go on any supplies, but we figured there wasn't going to be much of anything in here," Clay said as he and Tony walked toward them. "What are you two guys jabbering on about?" "How bad you smell," Brittany shot back without hesitation. "Your stink arrived before you did. When's the last time you put on some deodorant?" "Man, Kitty's got the claws out this morning, doesn't she?" Clay jabbed his elbow into Tony, who raised his arms and shook his head. "Don't drag me into your mess." "Wimp." Clay rolled his eyes at his cohort. "It's been days since I put some on. I ran out. So now I'm all natural until we can score some more." "Great. A punishment for us all." Clay sneered at the jab. "Funny. You're not smelling so hot either." She smirked at him. "I thought so." Brittany then said, "But to answer your original question, we were talking about what Max is going to do today. I told him he was welcome to hang with us if he didn't want to go home." "Right on," Tony added. "Only if he doesn't mind being seen with us gutter trash." "Hey, I take offense to that." Clay slapped him on the arm. "You know, some of the cutest animals are trash dwellers. Raccoons are adorable, but also love to dumpster dive." "Well, they can get away with it because they're so cute," Brittany replied. "You're a different story." "Whatever. Don't hate me because I'm beautiful. Being jealous isn't a becoming look for you." All Max could do was watch the banter among the motley crew. Even though they roasted each other with savage burns, it was evident they were close. Sometimes family wasn't only made up of blood, but also the ties of friendship. "So, what all are you doing today?" Max asked to change the subject. "Scouting the town for supplies, and, if we're lucky, a car we can use," Brittany answered. "Since the power crashed and everything's gone to crap fast, we're finding it easier to search the grocery and department stores. Police are scattered in most towns. So far, it seems to be the same here. Occasionally, we'll run into some thugs who don't appreciate us pilfering their turf, but we manage to slip away from them." "We're like a cat with 9 lives, Tony replied. "I think we're on our 5th life right now." "6th! You forgot about those creeps in Vicksburg who chased us after Brittany hijacked their ride," Clay chuckled. "The look on their stupid faces was priceless. One of the best things I've seen in a long while. If anything, girl, you're a master of manipulation." She bowed before them. "Thank you. We all have our role to play." Tony stared at the entrance and said, "We should get going. Do we want to leave through the front or go out back to the alley?" They each studied the glass door. Clay walked around them and headed for the door with Tony following behind.
"I think I'll hang with you three for a while if everyone is cool with it,"
Max said.
"Awesome, yeah, they don't care. You fit right in with us. Even if they did object, I'd overrule them."
Brittany winked at Max. He couldn't help but smile at her. "I think we should leave out the back to be on the safe side," Clay said. "I don't see any police or anyone else outside at the moment, but I don't have a clear view of the street in both directions. Not sure it would matter if they saw us coming out of the building, but I'd rather not take the chance."
"Agreed. The back it is, then."
She turned and faced the dark gloom of the rundown building.
"We'll hit the alley and make our way to some of the stores close by. Not sure what all's around here. Once we're done hitting those businesses, we'll move on."
Both Clay and Tony walked back to them. "Your call, boss lady. We love to serve Her Highness." Clay was relentless with the snide comments. It amused Max how they seemed like siblings who picked at each other.
"Man, you're begging for a black eye,"
Brittany replied as they entered the mouth of the darkened hallway.
"When you get it, don't complain. You brought it on yourself."
Clay chuckled. "Promises, promises." They navigated the remainder of the murky, ruinous building to the rear exit, which dumped them outside into the alley. Brittany surveyed the area first, then they funneled out through the doorway one at a time. Although Max wasn't a thief, the pull of fitting in with the unruly teens was too much to ignore. They had accepted him into their fold without question. When he needed help and was at his lowest, they were there to lend him a hand. It might have been self-inflicted peer pressure to be fully accepted and to go along with them. He walked next to Brittany.
"If you want, I can take you to the grocery and drugstores in town. Not sure if you know where they're all at since you're not from around here, but I do."
"Great. It would be a huge help, thanks," Brittany replied. "Normally we walk around until we come across something useful."
"You're welcome."
Max couldn't help but go out of his way for her. Before he realized it, he was hooked on the mysterious girl. It was a weird feeling to have at a time when he was crushed by grief. Either way, he was fine with the distraction and welcomed it with open arms.
Chapter 6. Sienna. Sienna was in a state of shock. The faces of the murdered couple were seared into her mind. Regardless of how hard she tried to wipe the horrid scene from her thoughts, they refused to leave.
"You okay?"
Ryan asked over the rush of air gusting into the truck. She blinked twice and stared at him with a bewildered expression.
"Huh?
What?"
"I've been talking to you for the past 3 minutes. You haven't said a word back. Just making sure you're doing okay."
"I'm fine. I was off in La La Land, I guess." Sienna gave him a fake smile. "What were you saying?" He studied her face a moment.
"We're about 10 miles out from one of the local towns, Foxfield. We'll need to stop and see about getting fuel."
"Okay." Her tone was flat.
"Still thinking of the van?"
"Hard not to. I wasn't expecting to see dead bodies. It's not something you can unsee, not unless you're a psychopath." Sienna rubbed her palms along her thighs to relieve some of the anxiousness dwelling inside her. "How are you coping with it so well? You're acting like it doesn't bother you at all." Ryan adjusted his one-handed grip on the steering wheel.
"It rattled me too. I've never seen anything like it before."
He shrugged.
"It might be shock, and it hasn't settled in yet. I don't know."
"When I lost my parents, it killed me. But they weren't brutally murdered like the couple in the van. An accident is different than being gunned down." She noticed her foot tapping against the floorboard, another nervous tick she did without thought. "Anyway, I'll be fine. This will pass. I'm a mess right now, so don't mind me." He reached over and grabbed her hand.
"If you ever want to vent or talk about your parents, I'm here to listen. No judgment, whatever you need, okay?"
"Sure." Thanks. Sienna forced another smile, then glanced at the road ahead. Her muscles seized and her eyes widened. She pushed into the back of the seat. Watch out! The sheriff's SUV blocked the highway. 2 orange and white barricades blocked the road, with one having been flipped over. Ryan slammed the brakes hard. The truck's tires locked and skidded across the asphalt until it came to a sideways stop. His heart drummed against his chest. He panted, then peered at Sienna, who had an equally distressed expression painting her face.
I didn't see the roadblock or the sheriff's car. It's like they came out of nowhere.
Me either. Guess I wasn't paying attention. Sienna gulped and stared out of the windshield. Dutch whined from the back seat. Ryan twisted himself to check on his 4-legged companion, curled with his head on his front paws.
You okay, bud?
He glanced at his handler and raised his head. After the dog received some pats, Ryan faced forward. I'm not liking this, Sienna said with a hint of trepidation.
Me either.
There's a roadblock, but I'm not seeing any police. You'd think one would be here. Plus, one of those barriers is tipped over like someone ran over it. Part of Sienna wanted nothing to do with the authorities, while the other half wondered where the sheriff was and why he hadn't confronted them yet. The sheriff's SUV was parked at an angle where they couldn't get a visual of the driver's side. What are you thinking? Sienna asked. I'm getting similar vibes here, like the van and the dead couple. It was hard to deny the similarities between the two. Something was going on, and neither of them understood what it was.
I'm thinking we keep heading for Foxfield, since it doesn't seem like there's anyone in the SUV,
Ryan answered.
We could slip by and keep going.
A sour look came over Sienna. We should at least check and see if there's someone in there first. If so, I think they'll be more concerned with a double murder than with us.
Perhaps.
Ryan tapped his finger against the steering wheel.
We'll drive around and get a better look at the cab. If we don't see anything else, we keep going. I'd rather not mess with a cop car and have another unit drop in on us. Agreed?
Yeah, fine. He steered the pickup toward the right edge of the road, where the barrier had been knocked down. Both Ryan and Sienna examined the SUV as they crept past the vehicle. It had similar holes in its body as the red van. What in the world was going on? As they drove by the engine compartment, a body lying face down on the pavement came into view. It was the sheriff, or one of the deputies. She didn't know which, but it didn't matter. The slim man wasn't moving. From her vantage point, she couldn't tell if he was alive or dead. Do you see any blood?
There's some around his head.
Ryan stared out of the lowered driver's side window, then peered at Sienna.
Maybe I should check on him. He could be hurt and need help.
Yeah, he's not moved a muscle. Either he's out cold or...
Don't think it,
Ryan shot back. With her hand raised and finger aimed at the SUV, she said, It's clear something shady went down. He's lying on the ground for some reason. Do you think this is connected to the dead couple?
Maybe, but we shouldn't jump to conclusions.
Ryan put the truck into park.
You wait here and I'll check on him. I won't be but a moment.
Fine by me. He left the truck running and opened the door. Dutch popped his head above the back seat, but he didn't make a move to go after his handler. Sienna watched as Ryan stalked the officer on the ground. He moved around the SUV and kneeled, dipping out of view. She craned her neck to try and see what he was doing. Less than a minute passed before he shot upward and hurried back to the truck. His face was pale. He climbed into the cab and slammed the door shut. Well?
He's dead, shot in the head like the couple.
The life drained from Sienna. Freaking great. I knew something wasn't right here.
Whoever killed him took his sidearm as well.
What if the killers went to Foxfield? She asked. We'll be heading into a possible mess if they had.
We don't know which direction they went in. He or they could have left out of town instead of going in,
Ryan replied as he put the truck into gear. None of it settled well with Sienna. She was already on edge. I say we turn around and find an alternate route around the town.
I'd agree, but our fuel situation isn't going to let us.
He pecked the plastic covering the gauges.
We're low, remember? We don't have the luxury of making any more detours, not unless you want to walk.
She said nothing and stared at him.
Our only bet is to go forward and hope we can find some gas somewhere,
Ryan said after several seconds of silence.
It's not ideal, but we've got no other choice.
No, it wasn't ideal. Sienna hated every part of it, but she had no suggestions to offer up. Well, I guess going forward is our only option. Ryan piloted the truck around the downed barrier and gained speed. Sienna glanced at the passenger's side view mirror at the sheriff's SUV, afraid of what they may encounter next.
Chapter 7. Ryan. Foxfield was less than a mile away and closing fast. Ryan remained calm and didn't want to alert Sienna to the worry he had about the dead bodies. She was already on edge and reluctant to go forward, so he had to convince her everything was going to be fine. We keep a sharp eye out for any trouble. Watch every street and building. He spoke in a measured tone, free of any panic.
Yeah, I'm on it.
She chewed at the tips of her fingernails, then said,
You know, it might be a good thing if we run into any other members of the sheriff's department. I'd feel better seeing a cop right now than anyone else.
Me too, Ryan replied. But let's focus on the gas first, then we can worry about the other.
For sure.
As they followed the winding road, the town of Foxfield appeared. From afar, it looked to be a quaint community. No high-rise buildings, no traffic. All seemed quiet and subdued at first glance. But soon, they'd know more. Much like Woodswell, the power was out. The traffic lights were off. The stores they passed were closed. Parking lots had no cars in them. Foxfield felt like a ghost town. Sienna roved the desolate buildings on the right, while Ryan scoured the businesses on the left as they drove through the tiny town. He took it slow and easy, watching for any danger while on the lookout for a gas station or anything else of use. In the back of his mind, the grisly murders they stumbled upon made him wonder where the killer, or killers, had gone. So far, nothing hinted at them being in Foxfield. For their sake, he hoped they weren't in town and had moved on.
Okay, so our shopping list consists of fuel, gas cans, and a siphon kit,
Sienna said.
Am I missing anything else?
I'd say some drinks and food too, if we can score it easy enough, Ryan replied, as he kept a watch on the adjoining streets branching off the main strip they traveled.
Yeah, however, I think we need to try and limit the number of stops we're making. It'll decrease our chances of running into trouble with any locals out causing problems.
For sure. That's why we need to target a single business that will have the majority of everything we need. Well, minus the gas. Ryan stopped at one of the intersections.
Like what kind of business?
Sienna asked, as she raked the desolate streets and buildings.
The only thing coming to mind is one of those gas station convenience stores. They'll have snack food and drinks, and could have some gas cans, and this siphon kit thing you're referring to.
Ryan said nothing and bobbed his head.
What is it, Parker? You're being weird. It's making me uneasy. Care to share what's on your mind?
He glanced at her. Other than the dead deputy we found back up the road, I haven't spotted any other police vehicles. It's weird. If the town is supposed to be locked down like the roadblock we passed suggested, then why are there no patrols out here?
I don't know. They could be scattered.
Sienna looked around a moment, then said,
Foxfield isn't a big town. At least not to me it isn't. Their sheriff's department could be super small, Maybe a handful of deputies and the sheriff. Well, -1 now. She paused a beat and continued. If you're trying to stress me out even more than what I already am, you're doing a magnificent job. Thanks.
It's not on purpose, I assure you, Ryan replied as he scratched at the growing stubble on his chin. I'm thinking out loud, is all. You're probably right. Foxfield isn't huge. It's smaller than Woodswell by a wide margin. The town having a tiny police force is well within reason. Don't mind me.
Sure. Can we get going now?
Yeah. He removed his hand from his chin, glanced at the gas gauge, and hit the gas. They continued up the street another 2 blocks until she waved her arm at him.
Hold on.
The truck stopped. What is it? She pointed down the street.
A gas station. I can see the pylon sign. Might as well give it the once-over and see what we can scavenge. Our luck might change.
Maybe. He turned and drove down the 2-lane road wedged between the brick buildings. Dutch panted behind him. The dog's hot breath blasted the back of Ryan's neck. Odds were the canine was thirsty and hungry, the same as them. As they cruised up the street and got closer to the station, they noticed a box truck parked at the pumps. 2 men stood at the front of the engine block conversing. Their backs were turned to them as they faced the large white rig.
Looks like we've got company there,
Sienna said.
What's up with the box truck? Weird thing to be driving around in, if you ask me.
Not sure. Ryan slowed and pulled into a small parking lot. Part of the office building ahead of them blocked their truck from view, but allowed him to see the 2 men. We'll hang back a moment and see what they're up to.
Do you think the gas pumps are working?
He squinted and tried to see if they were pumping gas, but from where they were, he didn't have a clear visual. It's doubtful. I'm not seeing anything indicating the station has power.
Then what are they doing parked there? It doesn't make sense.
No, it doesn't. We'll hang here for a few and see what they do next, Ryan answered. The canine put his paws on the top of the seat. His tongue licked at the back of his handler's neck. Ryan scratched under the dog's snout while the pup enjoyed the attention.
Hold on. You don't think those 2 guys are the ones who killed the deputy and the couple, do you?
What makes you think they had anything to do with it? Ryan shifted his gaze to Sienna.
I guess nothing,
she replied.
I'm being paranoid, I suppose. It could be nothing. Maybe they stopped to see if the station was open for business.
Part of Ryan had a similar notion about the 2 individuals having something to do with the killings. They had 0 proof to point to their involvement, but he preferred to be cautious than careless. Even if they weren't involved, they had no idea if the 2 men were alone and what they were capable of. I don't think you're paranoid with what we've come across, Ryan said. For now, I think we should stay right here until they leave. Once the area is clear, we can move in and see what's going on. I'd like to avoid any potential trouble.
Same here, but we'll see how long it will last,
Sienna shot back.
Odds are, we aren't the only ones out and about. With no police around, this could turn ugly fast. As the days pass and the power remains off and people get desperate, these towns are going to be a much different place.
He couldn't deny her logic. Before everything crashed and burned from the apparent attack on America, civil unrest had already grown. Now, with police forces being pulled in multiple directions and strained, it was safe to assume the worst had yet to come. Whatever happens, we'll handle it, he replied. For now, we keep alert and stay focused on our goal, okay? She nodded.
Yeah, just stating what I'm seeing.
I'm with you. Regardless of what everyone else does, we stick to the plan. Get only what we need and keep going. If we do, then it will work out fine.
Chapter 8. Max. As they walked through town, the devastation left by the storm was apparent. Gusting winds and torrential rains ravaged buildings. Trash and debris dotted the roads. Parts of the streets experienced flooding, with water still standing in spots.
Man, we picked the wrong time in town to come through, Clay said as they traveled down the sidewalk. Whose job was it to check the weather before we came this way?
I do believe it was yours, Tony shot back with an elbow to the gut. Brittany handles transportation, and I handle food and supplies.
Oh, looks like I dropped the ball then. Want to switch?
Not a chance.
The two boys ribbed each other. The devastation didn't faze them too much. Sirens blared in the distance. They didn't sound close, but the police were active. Max was still on alert, given the authorities had sent Max home to Bend days prior.
So you've got your driver's license?
Max asked as they walked ahead of the two boys.
That's cool. I wish I was old enough to have mine now. If I did, I'd have options. I don't, she replied, but I know how to drive. My mom's boyfriend taught me and had me run to the store for him all the time. We lived out in the country, plenty of space for me to mess around. She didn't care. I picked it up fast and got good at it.
The loud din of a siren whined from the street ahead. Both boys and Brittany ran for cover behind a van parked at the curb. Max followed their lead. All four stayed low and out of view. Tony poked his head around the corner of the vehicle and watched as the sirens came and went.
2 police cruisers, going fast and heading away from us.
They stepped out from behind the van onto the walkway.
It might seem strange how we're acting, but since the power crashed, the police have been weird, Brittany said to Max. In one of the other towns we were in, a cop ordered us to go home. We made up some fake story as to why we couldn't. He bought it, but it's weird what's happening everywhere. The same thing's been going on here as well, Max replied. It's all crazy.
How much further do we have to go? Clay asked. I'm starving and need some food in my belly or I'm going to get super grumpy.
How is that different than any other day? Tony shot back. You're always a pain.
I never said anything about being a pain. I said grumpy. Tony hiked his shoulders.
It's the same thing if you ask me.
Sure it is.
There's a food mart 2 blocks over, if I remember right, Max said. I doubt it's going to be open, for obvious reasons.
It doesn't need to be open for us to do some shopping, Maximilian. Clay pointed his finger at the sky. We've learned how to get around such inconveniences. Max understood what he meant.
We only take what we need, nothing more, Brittany whispered to Max. What little bit of money we did have ran out a while back. Since then, we have to be creative, even if it means stealing. We're not proud of it, regardless of how Clay acts. If we don't, then we're not eating or drinking. You don't have to explain anything to me. I get it. Sucks you have to in the first place. I wish it was different, but for now, we're doing what's necessary to get by.
The two boys stopped at the edge of the building they walked next to. Tony asked,
Which way are we heading? Left or right?
Max walked ahead of them and studied the area to be sure he didn't give false directions.
Right. We'll go up another block and take a left. It isn't too far.
Clay groused. You know, this would be much faster and easier if we still had your mom's boyfriend's car. I'm tired of all this walking. It got me spoiled being chauffeured around.
None of us do, but I can't fix a broken engine and bad tires, dingus.
Brittany's voice grew stern by the complaining.
We knew his car was a piece of junk. It served us a lot longer than we expected it would. Be grateful it didn't crap out sooner than it did.
Oh, I am grateful, but it doesn't mean I won't stop whining until we find another set of wheels, which is your department, if I may remind you, Clay replied as they marched down the sidewalk.
I'm working on it. Stop riding my butt and maybe it'll go faster.
She sighed and rolled her eyes, then glanced at Max, who stayed silent through the exchange.
Sorry you have to hear his nonsense. Sometimes I wish he wasn't as talkative as he is. Or loud. Or annoying. It's okay. No worries, Max shrugged. At least you know what's on his mind. No mystery with him. Clay never holds back. The words flow even when you don't want him talking.
Brittany smirked as they navigated the city streets ravaged by the storm. The standing water receded in sections, offering dry land instead of clomping through ankle-deep water. The group cut down an alley where they wouldn't be as exposed to police out patrolling and assessing the damage.
They exited the passageway and continued to the grocery store. Any cars they came across were studied by Brittany. She tested the door handles to see if they were unlocked, and she peered through the windows at the steering wheels. Max studied her every movement, enthralled by watching her work. He had never met anyone as complex and interesting in all his years. Even though the weight of loss pressed down on his shoulders, the ragtag group of misfits distracted him from his pain. "Are none of the cars we looked at to your liking?" Clay asked as they abandoned another sedan parked at the curb. "I didn't think we were being picky." "It's not about being picky." Brittany adjusted the straps of her backpack as she and Max trailed the two boys. "I'm trying to see if any of them have keys already. I don't know how to hotwire a car. My mom's deadbeat boyfriend didn't show me how." "So you steal cars with keys in them?" Max asked, conflicted by the admission. He knew they were doing shady stuff. For the most part, it didn't bother him, but a sliver of his conscience made him feel guilty for going along with it. "We like to say borrow instead of steal," Clay said from over his shoulder. "It sounds better." "But borrowing means you intend to return it," Max shot back. "I'm guessing you're not." Clay stopped on the sidewalk and turned around. His eyebrows slanted and he squinted at Max. He raised his arm and stabbed his finger while charging toward him. "Listen, dude, we don't need or want your judgment. Save it for someone else. I know you've had it rough recently, and I'm sorry you have, but don't you dare look down on us." Brittany planted her body in front of Max, shielding him from Clay's anger. "What the hell is your problem?" "I'm tired of hearing his judgmental responses and questions," Clay answered as his anger built. "I know you've heard it as well. I ignored most of it, but it's getting old fast." He peered over her shoulder at Max, who leveled his gaze with him. "And let's not forget he could have left and gone home, but instead he decided to hang with us." "Back off now." Brittany's voice notched up a degree as she held her ground. "You're reading far more into this than there is. He's asking questions. So what? I don't care if he does." She looked at Tony, who had been quiet during the exchange, and asked, "Do you care?" He gave an indifferent shrug. "It's whatever." "See?" She jabbed her finger into Clay's shoulder. "You're the one with the issue here. I'm not sure what your problem is all of a sudden, but you need to fix it. Fast." Seeing she wasn't going to back down, Clay huffed and relaxed his tense stance. "Fine, I'll stop." He backed away from her, turned around, and walked away. Tony shook his head and got on the move. "If I need to go, I will," Max said from over her shoulder. "You three have your own thing going, and I feel like I'm messing it up." She ran her fingers through her hair and faced him. "You don't need to go if you don't want to. Clay's a weird, complicated person. One minute he's fine, and the next he's angry about something. It'll pass. He's been fine for a while, but I guess his buttons got pushed. Who knows? Again, he's all over the place." Bit of an understatement, Max thought. "Seems like it." As they walked after the two boys, Max continued, "Just so you know, I'm not judging any of you. I'm more curious than anything. My questions or responses aren't meant to make it sound like I'm any better or worse. They're just questions. I know you don't mean anything by it." Brittany clutched the straps of her backpack as they neared the parking lot of the grocery store. "If I'm being honest, I don't like having to steal. It's a means to an end. Even if we did have money, it wouldn't do any good. Nothing's open and everything's been locked down tight." If he had acted on his impulse to run away from home, Max would have been in the same position as they were. He was but a hair away from doing it before Amanda passed, but now he had nothing else holding him back. "It's fine, really. You don't owe me any explanations. I'm not some straight-laced Boy Scout who hasn't gotten into trouble before. I've been caught stealing, and I've caused other problems in school." She nudged his arm with hers and smiled. "So, he isn't as innocent as he acts." "I'm not." The two boys surveyed the empty parking lot of the Sack and Go food mart from the sidewalk. Both Max and Brittany caught up to them and stowed their playful banter. With no police patrolling the area, they had an open window to move in and get a closer look at the store. Well, there are no people and cops around, so I'm sold on going in if everyone else is okay with it, Clay said. I'm fine with it if you are. Tony turned at the hip and peered at Brittany. What do you think? She sidestepped Clay and craned her neck to study the powerless store. It's a start. We can check the front entrance first to see if we can get in. If not, we'll try to get in through the back. Agreed? Each of the boys nodded. She looked at Max. Whatever you want to do, I've got no say in the matter, he replied. Okay, since we're all in agreement, let's head in.
Chapter 9. Sienna. Once the white box truck pulled out of the station and vanished down the street, they moved. Ryan drove out of their hiding spot and merged onto the road. He kept their speed slow and steady as they approached the station. It took them long enough to leave, Sienna said, annoyed. Were they just standing there talking?
From what I could tell, yes, Ryan answered. They went inside the station several times, but came right back out with nothing in their hands. Not sure what they were doing, but it all seemed weird to me.
Why have a box truck? The gas mileage on those things would be horrible.
I agree, but they must have a reason.
He pulled into the parking lot of the gas station and drove past the pumps. She squinted and tried to see if the screens on the pumps were operating. Even though Sienna knew the odds were slim, she looked anyway. Maybe we'll get lucky and find something of use inside. Those pumps are dead.
It's no big shock.
Ryan drove past the entrance and hooked around the corner of the building.
I figure we park the truck down here and keep it out of sight in case anyone else or the authorities drive by.
Works for me. Once the pickup came to a stop, they got out. Dutch was all too excited to be free and to stretch his legs. His nose sniffed at the cracked pavement and weeds sprouting up from the thin fissures. He found the perfect spot on the building to hike his leg and relieve himself. We know the front is unlocked, so I say we go in through there and see what we can find, Sienna said as she leaned on the hood and as Ryan made his way around the engine to her. Do you think they'll have gas cans and this siphon kit?
Maybe as long as they haven't been taken. We'll look anyway. Won't hurt. We may get lucky.
He snapped his fingers at Dutch, who continued investigating the unfamiliar surroundings. The canine raised his head and trotted to his handler. Ryan took point with Dutch next to him and Sienna trailing the pair. He removed the pistol from his waistband and held it down at his side as they neared the corner of the building. They paused a beat, did a check of the road running in front of the property, and moved onward to the walkway. Sienna peered through the windows at the murky interior. It felt weird seeing businesses closed on a day when they would normally be open and bustling with people going about their daily lives. The door creaked open with a soft squeal, like something out of a horror movie. It made Sienna's throat move. She swallowed the lump and tried to master her nerves as they entered the stuffy confines of the station. A wall of heat hit them. The foul stench creased her nose as they funneled through the glass door. Man, what died in here? She swatted the air in front of her nose.
It smells like rotted food to me,
Ryan answered.
They have fresh food in the coolers, and probably in other places as well. Hard to say, though. I could be wrong. Might be a dead rat or some similar critter.
Might be why those two guys were in and out. Not sure anyone would be interested in hanging out too long in here. Dutch acted as if nothing was wrong. He trotted around, sniffing the crushed packages of snack food on the tile floor. With such a keen sense of smell, it amazed Sienna the dog wasn't repulsed by the unholy stink.
We can prop the door open if you want, Ryan said. Let some fresh air in and the bad smell out.
Don't worry, I'll manage. She had her nose pinched, which made her voice sound nasal.
Let's split up.
He swept the far side of the station from front to back. "You take the last 2 aisles and the wall. See what they have. I'll take the first 2 aisles and around the register toward the back room." Ryan leaned over the sales counter and grabbed 2 plastic bags. "Here, use these for anything you find."
"Sure thing."
She took the plastic bags and skimmed the mess left in the store and the sections of empty shelf space. Ryan and Dutch swept the counter area first, while she rummaged through the contents on the shelves in one of the aisles. Most of the food had been taken, except for the bags of chips, candy, and other junk smushed on the floor. What few things she did find lying about, she stuffed in the bag. It had only been days since the power had crashed and everything ground to a complete stop. People wasted no time on looting. As she thought back to the other businesses back in Woodswell, none appeared to have been broken into. Windows hadn't been shattered, and doors weren't open. At least, not from what she remembered. Sienna rounded the end of the aisle and peered into the coolers. Many of the slanted shelves had been wiped out, while a scant few products remained. Her shoes crunched on junk food packages as she continued to the next aisle over. The section had a sparse offering of anything edible. Non-perishable products like electronic cords and cables, medicine, and other random supplies were lumped together in one area. There were a dozen empty pegs and as many vacant slots on the 2 lower shelves. After scouring the supplies not taken, Sienna found nothing they needed. No gas cans or a siphon kit were found. Even though she had never seen the kit Ryan was referring to, she understood the general idea of what it did and would be able to pick it out if it was part of the store's stock.
"Any luck?"
Ryan asked from across the store. "Nope. I mean, there is some stuff left, but not the 2 items we're after." She put the plastic bags down on one of the white shelves and peered over the top of the aisle at him. "What about you? Find anything worthwhile?"
"Oh, lots of crap, but nothing useful to help our current dilemma."
He held up a folded piece of paper she couldn't quite make out.
"I did find this."
"What is it?"
"A map of the eastern United States,"
Ryan replied as he wagged it at her.
"This'll come in handy, since we can't use GPS and have to find alternate routes. Taking it old school."
"Are either of us old school enough to be able to use it?" Sienna had never used a paper map before. He studied the outside a moment.
"Yeah, we're fine. Don't worry. I know how to read one. I could hear the dread in your voice."
"Good, because I was worried you were going to make me the navigator. I knew how to get to Rhode Island one way, but now, with the detours we've taken, I'm so lost." He stuffed the map into his back pants pocket. As he started to speak, Dutch growled and silenced them both. With his index finger pressed to his lips, Ryan stared down at Dutch. The canine persisted in growling. Sienna couldn't detect any noise, but something had the dog on edge. What's he growling at?
"Don't know."
Ryan advanced, then stopped. His sights were set ahead of them at the back of the building. Sienna moved down the aisle and around the shelving to where Dutch was standing in front of Ryan. The dog's ears were up, his tail was taut, and his body stance was rigid. "Well, something has him on edge back there," she said over Ryan's shoulder. "Dogs don't growl for no reason, do they?"
"Not typically."
He brought the pistol to bear and aimed the weapon at the door leading into the back room. Dutch marched forward 2 steps before Ryan halted him.
"Hold on, boy. Let's not get ahead of ourselves."
The canine stopped. All Sienna could think of was who or what was in the back. Maybe the owner of the gas station or an employee was hiding from the 2 men who were inside the station earlier. She remembered the instance from the mom-and-pop gas station back in Woodswell, where they encountered the owner's friend, checking the store out and making sure it was secure. "Maybe we should go. I'm not liking this. Something feels weird." Sienna peered out the windows at the front of the store. No cars were parked outside, but the uneasiness gnawed at her.
Yeah, I'm not liking it either. We've been in here long enough. We should—
Dutch growled louder, then shot forward. Before Ryan could call him back, the back door flew open. A shadowy figure emerged from the low light with a shotgun shouldered and aimed the barrel at the dog.
Dutch, stop!
Ryan trained his gun at the man's chest and said,
Don't think about it, pal. I value my dog's life a hell of a lot more than yours.
The dog snapped and barked at the figure lurking in the shadows. He didn't obey his handler's command and tried to inch forward as his instinctive nature compelled him to act. The man said nothing and held the shotgun steady at Dutch, then Ryan.
Listen, we don't want any trouble, mister. We're leaving.
Sienna's voice cracked as fear crawled up the back of her neck.
You go your way and we go ours. Nothing needs to happen here.
Dutch, quiet, now.
Ryan snapped at the dog, his tone stern and loud. He ceased growling, but remained focused on the man ahead of them. His ears folded down and head lowered as if to jump and attack. After a minute of both parties not saying a word, the man spoke.
Are you three with them?
With who? Sienna replied.
The dipshits terrorizing the town. No, we're not with anyone else, or the two guys in the white box truck who were in here before. It's just us and Dutch,
Ryan answered.
We're passing through is all. Is this your store? How do I know you're telling the truth? I'd say the same thing if someone had a gun pointed at me.
The man glanced at Dutch for a half second, but kept the gun locked on Ryan.
Believe what you want, but it's the truth,
Ryan shot back.
We stopped in here for some supplies is all. We're not looking to terrorize anyone.
Hearing the man mention the town being terrorized made her think of the dead couple and officer. She wondered if they were connected. When you say terrorizing, what do you mean? On our way into Foxfield, we found a couple shot and killed in their van on the side of the road. Then we discovered a deputy murdered. We have no idea what's going on here.
Christ.
The man's voice trailed off. He lowered the shotgun, angling the barrel at the floor. Sienna was close enough to Ryan to touch the back of his arm. He peered over his shoulder at her. She motioned with her hand to stand down. He hesitated a moment, then lowered it.
It's worse than I imagined, then.
You know who killed those people?
She advanced next to Ryan and stood at his side.
Yes, it's the same crew who's been going through Foxfield the last day cleaning the town out.
The man stepped out of the shadows, allowing them to see him in the faint bit of light. He was tall and bulky, an older man in his mid-50s, with broad shoulders and thick arms, more flab than muscle. Not fat, but he had the makings of a potbelly. His thick, semi-long gray hair had a few strands of black pepper woven throughout. The wrinkles on his face made him look old and haggard, as did the gray beard growing around his jawline. He was far from feeble by the way he moved.
So, the people who killed the couple and deputy are the same ones driving the white box truck?
Ryan asked.
Well, part of them. From what I've seen, there are about a half dozen in total. Could be more, I'm not sure.
He ran his gloved fingers through his hair.
All I know is they're robbing the town blind and killing anyone who gets in their way or tries to stop them, including the authorities.
Part of Sienna was surprised by what he said, since they hadn't seen any signs of the other businesses having been ransacked. Besides the 3 dead bodies, everything in town appeared normal. Well, about as normal as it could be, considering what the country was going through. We haven't driven through much of the town yet, but so far, we haven't come across any more dead bodies or stores that have been looted, Sienna said. I'm struggling to wrap my brain around this is all.
I've seen it firsthand, little lady. They killed the sheriff and 2 of his deputies. Gunned them down at the station several blocks from here. I knew them all well. Tack on the deputy you found on the highway, that's the full lot. Gone. Several of the town's residents who were unfortunate enough to have crossed them were robbed and killed, too.
Ryan patted his palm against his thigh. Dutch came to him and sat on his hind legs while facing the older man.
Do you know who they are? No clue. Degenerate pukes who need a bullet to the head if you ask me.
He put the sling attached to the shotgun on his shoulder and continued.
I've been watching and following them. They seem to be after anything and everything. The obvious supplies are fuel and food. The gas stations are a bust with the power being down. Can't get the fuel from the tanks out, so they're opting for siphoning off gas from any cars they find. You're lucky you didn't run into them yet. They're more kill first and don't bother with questions.
Blank stares painted both Ryan's and Sienna's faces in a portrait of disbelief. Neither could fathom the lawlessness that had befallen Foxfield.
I'm not sure what you two are after, but it's safe to say you'll be hard-pressed to find it here. My advice to you is to get out of town while you can.
How far is the next town? Sienna asked. We're low on gas and not sure how much farther we can make it before we're out. He scratched at his beard.
Next closest town is maybe 20 or 30 miles from here.
Ryan shook his head, then glanced at Sienna.
We won't make it. We're already super low.
Is there any place left in town where we could get some fuel, a few gas cans, and a siphon kit? She looked at Ryan and clarified the name. It's a siphon kit, right?
Yes,
Ryan said.
There is an automotive store at the west end of town. Clark's General Auto Parts is the name, off West Chester Street. Not sure if they'll have this siphon kit you're after, though. I've avoided driving my truck to conserve what fuel I've got, since it's unclear how long this outage is going to last. For now, I'm on horseback. Not as efficient as a vehicle, but it beats walking.
He checked the time on his watch, then stared out of the windows as if something was wrong. Sienna glanced at the parking lot, but didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. Everything okay? The older man blinked and leveled his gaze on her.
Yeah. Thought I heard something is all. It's nothing. I need to get going, and so should you three. Good luck to you.
As the man turned and faced the door, Sienna whispered to Ryan, What are we going to do now? You heard him. We're screwed in more ways than one.
Maybe not. I'm not giving up. We've got the auto parts store we can check out next.
She sighed and put her hands on her hips. I don't want to give up either, but things have changed. It's going to be difficult for us to move around without running the risk of being seen. The old man vanished into the back room. Ryan and Sienna made for the entrance of the station while Dutch stayed put. He watched the swinging door, acting as if the stranger was still a threat. His handler snapped his fingers and called to the dog.
Dutch, come.
He spun around and trotted after them. They exited the building after sweeping the street running in front of the station and made for the truck. A black and white paint horse materialized from the back corner of the building down from them. The old man was perched on the big, magnificent beast. He jabbed his heel into the horse's ribs, sending it shooting forward. I've seen everything now, Sienna said as the trio got into the truck. Have we hit a time loop and gone back to the Old West? You know, like the time-traveling movie with what's-his-name? With keys in hand, Ryan started the truck.
It feels like we have, doesn't it? And no, I can't remember his name, but I know which one you're referring to.
He shifted into gear and pulled forward when Sienna snapped her fingers. Dang it!
What's wrong?
He stopped the truck and stared at her. She peered over the seat to the rear window of the pickup. I forgot the sack in the store. Want me to go back inside and get it? There wasn't much in it.
We should head to the auto parts store while there's no one in the area, Ryan answered. If you want to go get it, you can, but I think we should go.
Sienna thought about what food she had stuffed in the sack and faced forward. There wasn't anything in it they couldn't live without. Plus, they had some food already in the rucksack. Let's go. Ryan backed into the parking lot, turned, and made for the street. The truck raced down the road toward their next destination.
Chapter 10. Max. The dual sliding glass doors to the grocery store were locked, forcing the group to the rear of the building. Sirens loomed in the distance, causing each of the teens to hunt for any police vehicles near the business. "And what's the plan if the doors are locked back here as well?" Tony asked as they made the blind bend of the building. "Same as any place else," Brittany replied. "We'll go to the next door until we find one we can get into." Clay raised his hand and pointed his finger skyward to bring up a point. "You know, we can always bust the glass out. We've done it before." "True, but we also want to make as little noise as possible," she shot back. "You know, being stealthy and not drawing a bunch of attention to ourselves." "It was just a suggestion is all. Thinking outside the box." Clay lowered his hand. "Given how weird things are now, we're gonna have to take some risk. Not everything's gonna be easy." "I know. If it comes down to it, we will. But we should always search for the path of least resistance," Brittany replied. The din of sirens kept Max on high alert. His head turned and ears tried to triangulate the whereabouts of the cruisers as they walked the back lot of the grocery store. He replayed the officer's warning from one of the run-ins he had previously. The officer gave him word of caution. Go home and don't be out on the streets, because of dangers which the cop refused to elaborate on. So far, they hadn't encountered any threats other than the storm. Maybe it would stay that way if they were lucky. As they passed a large blue dumpster overfilled with black trash bags and busted pieces of wood protruding from the sacks, a rancid smell assaulted their noses, and each of their faces twisted in a sour frown. Clay and Tony pinched their noses while Max and Brittany cupped their hands over their mouth and nose to fend off the awful stench. "You know, there are few things in the world I can't stand, and one of them is dumpster trash." A sour frown contorted Clay's face as they hurried past the waste container. "If you're hungry enough, I bet you'll find some food in there," Tony replied after removing his hand from his face. "You're our trash panda. Don't act like you're too good for dumpster diving. You've done it before." Clay stabbed his finger at Tony, who veered towards the gunmetal gray receiving door. "I have, but not when it's overflowing and smells horrific." "When does garbage not smell bad?" Brittany asked. The question frustrated Clay to the point where he clammed up, and then said, "How about we stop busting my balls and concentrate on getting in here?" Tony grabbed the silver handle mounted on the door and pulled. "Not going to be a problem. It's open." Weird they had the front locked, but not the back. Brittany walked away from Max and around Clay toward Tony. "I wonder if someone's inside." "I don't think it's anyone who works here, if that's what you mean." Tony pointed at some scratch marks on the jamb near the handle. "From the markings here, I think someone forced their way in." They studied the scratch marks on the jamb while Clay and Max stood behind them. Tony kept the door propped open using his boot. "It doesn't matter if someone broke into the building or the door was left unlocked." Clay advanced, grabbed the edge of the door, and pulled it from Tony. "The hard part's been done for us. Now we don't have to worry about finding a way in." "And what if there's someone inside?" Max figured that was a valid point. "What then?" "We do our thing and they do theirs. Simple enough," Clay answered. "We're not the police. I don't care what anyone else does. As long as they leave us alone, we'll do the same with them." The other teens tipped their heads in agreement. Brittany looked at Max. "It'll be fine. If you want to wait out here, you can. We won't be too long." All eyes set on him and waited for an answer. "You can be our lookout," Clay said. "Watch for anyone coming this way." But what if someone did? What was Max supposed to do? "I think I'll come in with you." "Suit yourself." Clay held the door open. "Shall we?" Chapter 11. Max. Before entering the building, they removed flashlights from their backpacks and switched them on. Light shone at the darkness. One by one, they shuffled through the doorway as the door closed behind them, severing the sunlight. Max was the only one without a flashlight. He stayed close to Brittany and matched her footing as they carved out a path through the cluttered stock crammed in the small receiving area. Pallets of products were stacked against the wall. Some were close to the beams running along the ceiling, while others were much shorter. Rows of thick shelving housed loose items tossed on wire grates.
"Look at all this stuff! Ripe for the taking," Clay said as they funneled to the set of double doors ahead of them.
"Lower your expectations. We're only taking what we need, nothing more."
Brittany kept walking, as did Tony and Max.
"I know, but who couldn't use a full pallet of sodas and whatever else is back here?"
Clay was mesmerized by the bounty of food surrounding them.
"Stop gawking and come on,"
Brittany said, as she and Max waited at the double doors for Clay. Tony had already gone into the main store. His light flashed through the door's plastic windows. She went first, followed by Max, then Clay. They walked through the shallow hall to the expanse of the powerless store. The front half of the building was lit by what sunlight came in from the windows. Several sections of the roof had caved in, illuminating various parts of the interior. Tony switched off his flashlight and stowed the slim barrel in the back pocket of his dirty jeans.
"We may want to conserve the batteries. I don't have another pack to use if these go out."
"We're in a store, dude. They're bound to have batteries somewhere in here."
Clay wandered around with his flashlight still on. "My guess would be to check the registers. They've always got batteries around there." Brittany switched her flashlight off and handed it to Max.
"Do you want to keep this for me?"
"Sure." He took it from her and stuffed the unit into the back pocket of his pants.
"Okay, everyone split up and get what you can. Let's try to hurry. Stick to the essentials and what can be easily carried."
She stared at Clay, who was already walking away.
"I'm talking to you, dingus."
He wagged his hand at her.
Yeah, I hear ya. I'll try to refrain from coming back with a buggy full of candy and soda."
Brittany continued giving out directions.
"I'd also stay away from the rubble from the roof collapse. There might be sharp metal around."
"Yes, Mom,"
Clay replied as he disappeared around the aisle down from them. Tony took the other end of the store while Brittany and Max stayed put.
"So, what are considered the essentials?" he asked. "Food and drink are at the top of the list," she answered, "but nothing like what Clay wants. If it were up to him, he'd come back with a bunch of crap we couldn't easily carry, and plus batteries for our flashlights." "Gotcha."
They strolled into the aisle ahead and searched the shelves. Max was starving. The sight of the food made his stomach grumble and mouth water. His legs were weak. Each step was a chore. It felt like his feet were encased in concrete.
"You can grab whatever you want and eat it," Brittany said, snapping him out of his daze. "You're eyeing those boxes of Pop-Tarts hard."
He was conflicted by the idea of taking the food without paying for it. His mother's voice rang in his head, a lecture of right and wrong and not being a drain on society. As much as he tried to fight the urge, his empty gut compelled him to do it anyway.
"I guess they won't miss one box."
She smiled.
"By the looks of it, they have bigger problems on their hands."
Max grabbed a box of frosted pastries and peeled the top off as they walked down the aisle.
"Want one?" "I'm okay."
Brittany waved off the offer.
"I don't care for them. Too rich for me."
"I getcha." He put the box down on a shelf and opened the foil package.
"So, I've been wondering, where are you three going next? You said you're here because your car broke down. To be honest, I'm still shocked you stole your mom's boyfriend's car. Crazy stuff." "It's not the craziest thing I've ever done."
Brittany scanned the products on the shelves they passed. She stopped and got a closer look at some canned food, then kept walking. As they neared the end of the aisle, the sunlight grew brighter, casting its beam through the windows. It gave Max a clearer view of her face, which he enjoyed staring at.
"Anyway, we're heading to a compound in Tennessee," Brittany said. "Well, compound sounds a bit extreme, like a cult or something. To me it does, anyway. A wave of embarrassment washed over her. She looked flustered, trying to explain where they were going. To Max, it seemed as if she wasn't sure or didn't want to say. No pressure on telling me. I'm not here to judge where you're going or what you're doing. He pulled out the last remaining pastry and threw the silver foil package to the tile floor. They emerged from the aisle. She headed for one of the checkout lanes with him in tow. I know you're not. If I'm being completely honest, I don't know much about the place. Brittany bent over and perused the candy on the slanted shelves in the checkout lane. It was Clay's idea. He mentioned hearing about some homestead for runaways located in the Tennessee mountains. They take kids in of all ages up to 18, provide food and shelter, teach life skills and whatever. Sounds like a cool place. How'd he come across it? She picked out several flavors of gum and stood. On the internet. It's where Clay was heading when we crossed paths. Tony and I had no place else to go, so we decided to band together and go there. Again, not sure how legit it is or what we'll find, but it seems promising. If it ends up being some weird situation I don't like, then I'll leave. One of the many wonderful things about being free and not having anyone telling you what to do. Before replying, Max swallowed the sugary food down and wiped the crumbs from his mouth with the back of his hands. It does sound interesting. Maybe it'll work out like you're thinking it will. We hope so. Clay's excited about the idea. Brittany fanned out an assortment of gum before Max. Want one? I'm a huge gum fiend, as you've already noticed. Always have been. It helps me cope with stress and kills bad breath. He raised his hand. Maybe in a bit. Thanks. You're welcome. She put one of the packages of gum in her front pants pocket and stowed the others into the side pouch on her backpack. Hey! I thought we were supposed to be gathering supplies so we could leave, Clay shouted from across the store near the edge of an aisle. Seems like you two are doing more flirting than looking. Mind your business, dingus, Brittany yelled as she zipped the pouch closed. We're looking. Worry about yourself. Sure you are. Clay vanished down the aisle without saying another word. Her eyes rolled. I have to remind myself Clay is an acquired taste. He's loyal and fierce, but he's also a jackass. But he's our jackass. Someone has to be. Might as well be him, right? For sure. Unless you want to take his spot, Brittany asked. The invitation is always open. We could use some new blood in our little gang. You'd fit right in. Max took her remark as more than an invitation to join them. They meshed well. He felt a connection with her, one he never had before. He had a hard time telling if she felt the same way, and he didn't want to overstep and freak her out by being too weird about it. No one can take his spot. It suits him. I've got attitude, but nothing compared to Captain Grumpy Pants. Max smiled and dipped his chin. Now he was the one who felt embarrassed. But maybe I'll consider coming on board. I've got nothing else going on around here. She pulled some of the loose strands of her hair over her ears. Please do. It could be interesting. Whistling echoed throughout the store. It carried with ease and snapped the pair out of the moment they were caught up in. Guess we should get back to it before Grumpy Pants gets onto us again. Yeah, we don't want him coming unglued. I'd imagine it wouldn't be a pretty sight, Max said. A din of commotion broke out within the store. It sounded like multiple cans of canned food hitting the floor. Both Max and Brittany stopped talking and stared at each other wide-eyed. She cocked her head, then turned and shouted, Is everyone all right? What was that noise? Don't know, Clay replied from somewhere in the building. It wasn't me. Tony, are you okay? She peered at Max and waited for Tony to answer. He didn't. Freaking great. Brittany faced the rows of aisles before them. Come on, let's see what happened to him. Chapter 12. Max. They checked each of the aisles for Tony, going right to left. He failed to respond to them calling his name. This better not be some sort of stupid prank, because I'm in no mood for it. Brittany's voice carried with ease. She was stressed and on the verge of panic by how fast she walked. Clay, do you know where he's at? He didn't answer. Christ, what the hell is going on here? She growled and shook her head as if annoyed by the games she figured they were playing with them. I swear to God, if they're playing another prank on me, I'm going to kill them, like a slow, painful death. As they moved past one of the aisles damaged by the roof collapse, Max spotted movement at the back of the store. He did a double take, but the figure vanished as fast as he saw it. I think he's down this way. Not sure what he's doing, though. I know what they're doing. They're messing with us. So annoying. She pointed over his shoulder. Go that way and cut down the aisle there. I'll keep going straight. We'll find them faster and kick their butts for being stupid. We're not in here to play games. Okay. They separated. Brittany continued forward while Max backtracked to the previous aisle not littered with debris from the collapsed roof. He stalked down the aisle while listening and watching for movement at the opposite end. No additional sounds came from either Clay or Tony. It made him wonder where they were hiding. He didn't put it past either of them to play such games. To him, it fit their character. Brittany confirmed they enjoyed toying with her at times. Max reached the end of the aisle and tiptoed to the blind corner. He peeked around the edge of the white shelves and searched for them. The figure he spotted was gone. He glanced in both directions but found no one. To Max, it confirmed they were up to something. Now wasn't the time for playing games. It didn't bother him as much, but it got on Brittany's nerves. He understood why it did and grew irritated by their game. He advanced out of the aisle, stopped, and tapped his shoe to the floor. His hands rested on his hips as he tried to figure out where to go next to find them. An odd noise caught Max's ear. It was faint and muffled, but still loud enough for him to pick it up. He listened, trying to decipher if what he heard was a scream or some other sound. His mind played tricks on him, making him worry something was wrong instead of some fun being had. Brittany, are you okay? His voice broke at the peak. A lump formed in his throat. He gulped and raked the shadows for figures lurking around him. A cold chill slithered up his spine. He was now alone and afraid. Max was certain the muffled noise had been a scream or a call of distress, which made it feel less likely he was being played for a fool. Instead of calling for Brittany or the two boys, Max kept his lips sealed. He ventured to the left in the direction of the noise he heard. His shoes squeaked off the floor. Each thump of his heart was vividly loud in the deafening silence. I swear to God, this better not be some stupid game to scare me, Max thought as he stalked past each of the aisles in search of his companions. The notion of them playing an elaborate prank on him took root. He went back and forth between believing something bad had happened and thinking this was a rite of passage for the new guy. Max continued his search through the store. He passed 4 aisles and found no signs of them. Light shining down from the hole in the roof revealed no movement. Footfalls sounded behind Max. They were low, but he detected the subtle squeak against the tile floor. His mind raced for what to do next as a wave of fear crashed down on him. Hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. The eerie presence of someone being close shredded his nerves. But nothing was said. Just a steady hum of breathing filled his ears, and the stench of chopped onions assaulted his nose. Max cut his eyes and cocked his head ever so slightly to the right to try and see who was standing behind him. He felt his personal space being invaded, and he panicked.
Hold it right there, kid,
a deep, raspy voice said.
Don't move. Not unless you want it to be the last time you do.
The life drained out of Max's face. He went white as a sheet as he tried to figure out who stood behind him. It wasn't any of his newfound friends. A blunt object jammed into the middle of his back. The man grabbed him by the shoulder and flung him around. Max stabilized his balance and set his sights on the smelly individual who towered over him by a foot or more. His arms raised and eyes went wide with terror at the gun being pointed at his chest. He tried to speak to the mysterious man, but fear stole his ability to think and form words.
Besides you and the other 3 brats, are there any more kids in here? The man asked.
No. He studied Max's face for deception while keeping the pistol trained at his chest. The shadows made the man appear sinister, like a demon wandering the earth. His clothes were tattered and smelled awful. He wore a ball cap, which was pulled down low and just above his brow. His hand trembled, causing the gun to shake at Max. He reached out and snatched Max by his nice dress shirt, flipped him back around, and shoved him forward.
Walk.
Where are my friends? Max's voice quaked with uncertainty as he was led down the long stretch of aisle toward the west side of the grocery store.
You'll see soon enough,
the man answered with a nasty cough and after clearing his throat. He jerked Max to the left and guided him into the aisle. 3 people appeared in the low light. 1 stood and the other 2 were seated on the floor, being held at gunpoint. Max picked Brittany out by her long hair, but he couldn't tell if the other was Clay or Tony by the back of their head.
Where's Vincent at? The man escorting Max asked. He's not dicking around with the other kid, is he?
His partner shrugged.
Not sure. He should be bringing him back here.
Sit down.
The man shoved Max down to the floor next to Brittany. He slammed into her arm, then sat straight.
Are you okay?
Brittany asked.
Yeah, I'm fine.
Max noticed it was Tony seated next to Brittany, meaning Clay was still in the store somewhere.
Are you 2 okay? We are,
Brittany whispered. The 2 men chatted in front of them. Their voices were low. Regardless of how hard Max tried to listen to what they were saying, he couldn't understand any of it.
What's going on here?
Max asked. Who are they?
No clue,
Brittany answered while staring up at them.
My guess is they're druggies.
Tony tipped his head at their trembling hands.
They're having withdrawals. At least, that's what I think it is. I've seen it before from people I knew who used. When they go for too long without a fix, it can cause a reaction like trembling.
You 3 shut it up,
the man wearing the ball cap said. Brittany asked,
What are you going to do with us? We have nothing of value and we're no threat to you.
This is our turf, Ballcap's partner said.
You're trespassing. It's a grocery store. How can we be trespassing?
Tony replied with a hint of sarcasm.
Do you own the grocery store?
Not the point.
Ballcap raised his hands in frustration. He was getting annoyed by the questions and bickering.
Just everyone shut up for a minute, okay?
What is the point, then?
Brittany refused to stay quiet.
I can tell you right now, we do not care what you and your pals are doing in here. You do your thing, and we'll do ours. It's simple. No need for all this nonsense.
Ballcap kneeled in front of Brittany and aimed his gun at her face.
The point is we don't want kids snooping around our grounds, causing problems and bringing the cops where they aren't wanted.
If you haven't noticed, the police are occupied because of the storm from yesterday, Max said. There's plenty of damage out there caused by the wind and rain, not to mention the blackout and whatever else is going on. I don't think the cops are too worried about what you're doing.
Man, you 3 don't get the meaning of shutting up, do you?
Ballcap glanced at Max, then back at the other 2.
And why the hell are a bunch of kids out here anyway? Shouldn't you be at home or causing problems elsewhere?
It's our business and none of yours, Brittany shot back. Listen, as I've said already, none of us care what you're doing in here. Rob the place. Take what you want. Go wild. There's a pharmacy. Go steal what you want and get your fix, or sell the drugs. It's none of our concern. Just let us go our way, and you go yours.
Ballcap tapped the pistol against his leg. His glower shifted from each of them. He stood and said,
Let's check their backpacks and see what they've got for us.
Come on, man. Really?
Tony was irritated and made his frustration known.
You're going to rob us of what little we've got?
If you prefer, we can kill you first, then go through your belongings,
Ballcap replied.
Won't be necessary,
Brittany answered. Both men grabbed their backpacks and sifted through the contents in front of them. Max glanced at the front of the store, then at the other end of the aisle down from them. Part of him debated whether they should try to make a move on the men or stay put. Their intentions were unclear. If they wanted to kill them, they could have already. It made no sense to keep them alive if they planned to shoot them for being in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Junk. No money. Nothing else of value. What a waste.
Ballcap groused and kicked the backpack at Tony.
Same here. Nothing we could pawn.
His partner was just as upset and threw Brittany's backpack to the floor.
I'm so tired of this, Nate. Let's go hit the pharmacy and stop messing with these stupid kids. It's why we're here in the first place.
Calm your ass down, Billy, and stop your bitching.
Nate sounded more beast than man as he snapped at his partner.
Once Vincent gets here with their friend, then we'll decide what we're going to do with them.
Shouting erupted over the tension between Nate and Billy. It was close, well within range for everyone to hear. One of the voices was Clay, who was easy to pick out. The other had to be Vincent.
Get your damn grubby hands off me, you asswipe!
Clay growled and barked insults as they drew closer to them.
Don't think you're gonna get away with treating me and my friends like this!
Clay stumbled into view at the back of a store with a portly man trailing him and carrying his backpack. He had one of the straps slung over his right shoulder and kicked Clay in the butt.
Move it, wise ass.
After gathering his footing, Clay shot upright and jabbed his finger at the fat man's face.
Touch me again, fatty, and see what happens!
What would happen is me stomping your face into the floor. Now move it before I lose my cool, kid.
What you could lose is some weight, fatty!
Clay shot back. Vincent shoved him forward. The pair headed down the aisle toward the others.
About time. What took you so long? This peckerhead right here.
Vincent adjusted the backpack on his shoulder and stabbed his finger at Clay.
Tried to play some cat and mouse game with me. Hiding and shit, but I found him anyway.
Did you see anyone else in here?
Billy wagged his gun around.
They're like damn roaches crawling out of every nook in this building.
If I had, I would have said.
Vincent dropped the backpack to the floor and kicked it over to Nate.
There's his pack. The others have anything worthwhile on them?
No, just useless junk we don't need, Billy replied. Again, it's just a huge waste of our time when we should be concentrating on why we came here in the first place.
Clay sat down next to Max with a huff. He said nothing and stared at the portly man, then over at Max and the others.
So, what do you want us to do with them, Nate? Billy asked. They've seen our faces. If we let them go, they'll go to the cops and tell them we don't need the heat on us. So far, this blackout and storm have worked in our favor in keeping the pigs occupied. We have to be smart.
Shut up and let me think a moment, all right?
Nate crossed his arms and tapped his boot. He stared at the 4 teens while trying to decide their fate. Vincent kicked Clay's backpack.
Anything of value in the bags? Cash, maybe?
The 2 we checked had nothing.
Nate scooted the backpack to Vincent with his foot.
Why don't you check this one and see what's inside? Maybe it'll have something of use. Sure.
Vincent squeezed his piece into the tight front flap of his pants waistband. He took a knee with a grunt and unzipped the top of the backpack. All Max and the others could do was watch and wait as the 3 men invaded their privacy and decided their fate. He hated being so helpless and was fed up with being the world's punching bag. A handful of wadded-up clothes was removed from Clay's backpack and tossed onto the dirty tile. Vincent continued searching and removing additional items until most of his belongings were on full display for everyone to see.
Nothing. What a waste.
Yeah, sucks for you. I weep for your bad luck,
Clay replied, mocking the portly thug.
Can you put my crap back in the bag now?
I say, we put a bullet in each of them for being annoying. Billy stepped in front of Nate, bent down and grabbed a handful of Clay's shirt. He pressed the muzzle of the gun to his cheek and said, "We start with this one, since he's the most annoying. Then we move on down the line, quick and easy."
Just hold on a second. We're not doing anything yet.
Nate grabbed Billy by his bony shoulder and jerked him back from Clay. The two men squared up, standing toe-to-toe with an inch of space separating them. Neither of them backed off, and made an already tense situation worse.
"I told you not to touch me again."
Billy got into Nate's face and stabbed his finger at him.
"I don't know who made you the leader here, but it sure as hell wasn't me. You grab me like that one more time, and I'll put a bullet in you as well."
Will you two shut up for a minute?
Vincent raised his voice over the two feuding men, and they ceased their fighting.
What is it?
Nate asked, without taking his unblinking gaze off his smaller, skinnier partner.
I found some cash in the side pocket of the backpack.
Vincent presented the folded money to the two men.
Not sure how much is here, but it looks like a lot.
"Give it to me. You can't count for shit."
Billy backed off Nate and snatched the money from him. While Billy counted through the money, Vincent stood and whispered to Nate. Brittany reached behind Max and pinched the back fat of Clay's arm.
Ouch! What the hell?
He reeled and palmed his arm as he stared at the intense scowl on her face. She asked him,
"You had money stashed in your bag this entire time?"
Yeah, maybe. So what if I did?
"It could have helped us get food, gas even, when we had a car, so we wouldn't have had to steal anything."
Brittany's nostrils flared. She was full-on pissed. It made Max uncomfortable being sandwiched between them.
"We agreed to share everything we had. No holding back."
Clay hiked his shoulders.
I'm sorry, okay?
"Not cool, dude."
Tony shook his head like a disappointed parent.
"We got around $100 here."
Billy's anger changed to glee. He wagged the money at his cohorts with a smile.
"Things are looking up now, boys."
Nice. It's about time we catch a break,
Nate replied, as he and Vincent stopped talking.
Maybe we should check the other backpacks again, in case we missed anything else.
Hi. Yes.
Clay cleared his throat and addressed the three hoodlums.
Why don't we make a deal?
What sort of deal?
Nate's right brow arched as he snatched Brittany's backpack and searched the outside pockets.
You can take half the money and go about your business and leave the rest for us. We're not going to the police.
Clay glanced at the others who were focused on him, then back at the three men.
What do you say?
Sounds like Mr. Mouth here isn't as mouthy as he was a few moments ago.
Billy flashed the wad of money at Clay, then stuffed the folded bills into his front pants pocket.
Sorry to say, but the money is ours. No deal.
Both Vincent and Nate dropped the empty backpacks to the floor in front of the teens.
1 out of 3 isn't bad, I suppose.
Nate kicked the backpack closer to Brittany. Vincent kicked the other backpack at Max.
Yeah, it's something. It'll come in handy.
Billy pointed his bony finger at the teens.
Okay, what are we doing with them? We've got money in hand. It's time to get this moving along. We shoot all 4 of them and hit the pharmacy.
To Max, Billy was the most unhinged of the 3, a bloodthirsty killer.
Why don't we do this?
Nate slapped the back of his hand into Vincent's fat gut.
You stay here and watch them, while Billy and I go check out the pharmacy to see what they've got. And why in the hell am I on babysitting duty?
Vincent groused.
I'm the one who found the money in the first place. Maybe he should stay here while we go check it out.
Stop being a whiny dickbag and do what you're told,
Billy shot back.
The sooner we get this done, the faster we can leave.
As the two smelly thugs bickered, with Nate caught in the middle, Max wished the three of them would kill each other and end this torment.
Enough already, God!
Nate shouted, which trumped their bickering.
Get it together and stop it. Man, it's getting on my nerves.
The two men shut up. Nate poked Vincent in the chest.
Stay here and watch them. We'll be back. Don't let them out of your sight.
Vincent rolled his eyes.
Fine, whatever.
Billy gave Vincent the middle finger and walked off down the aisle with Nate in tow. They hooked a right at the end of the shelving, vanishing from view. Grumbling under his breath, Vincent turned away and kicked at the boxes of food stocked on the bottom shelf. It made a clamor of noise and sent several of the items flying to the floor.
Brittany leaned close to Max and whispered, "Since there's just one of them now, we should consider making a move on him. We have the numbers and can take him if we're smart about it."
Max said nothing at first, and watched the fat man pace the floor in front of them while talking to himself. He had reservations about doing something as drastic as what she suggested. Doing nothing, though, meant certain death for the teens, leaving him with no other options.
"Okay. If we find an opening, we'll take it. Tell Tony. I'll tell Clay."
Chapter 13. Ryan. Finding the store took longer than Ryan anticipated. Not knowing the streets and where the crew were slowed their progress. After locating Westchester Street, he managed to track down Clark's General Auto Parts store.
"This is bad. You know that, right?"
Sienna was on edge. She scanned the streets for vehicles while chewing on the ends of her fingernails. "It is, but we don't have a choice." He tipped his head at the pylon sign on the side of the road. "We're almost at the store." Sienna stopped chewing on her nail and lowered her arm.
"I'm just worried about Max."
Ryan's vision blurred for some odd reason. He blinked his tired eyes twice and opened them wide. The haze remained, but lessened some.
"Everything all right?"
Sienna asked.
"If you need me to drive, all you have to do is ask."
He blinked several more times as they neared the store's parking lot. "I'm fine. Just tired is all. It's been a wild few days."
"I think we're both underslept."
Out of the three of them, Dutch was the most awake and wired. He whined from the back seat and licked at his handler's face as they drove down the empty parking lot to the front of the store. The canine wanted out of the truck.
"I'm guessing we're going to have to be creative to find a way in?"
Sienna sat forward on the seat and scanned the powerless building from side to side.
"No broken windows. Not sure about the glass door there. What are the odds of it being unlocked?"
"Slim to none, I'd imagine." Ryan peered at the side view mirrors, then turned and scanned the street behind them. "We should park the truck around back so it's out of view."
"Sure, but what are we going to do about getting in? I guess the old man expected us to break in since he didn't mention it being open."
"Yeah, we can try the main entrance here. If it's locked, then we'll go around back and see if we can get in through there."
"A bunch of ifs there, Parker."
He shrugged. "That's all I've got. Did you want to check the door, or should I do it?" She tapped the dusty dash and squinted.
"Did you see that?"
"See what?" He stared at the windows lining the front of the store. Although the blurred vision had waned, his eyesight wasn't back to normal yet.
"I thought I saw someone moving around near the front. Maybe, I don't know. It happened fast."
Sienna wrinkled her brow as she continued to look. Ryan scanned the storefront for any movement. He spotted nothing at first, then located a flash of something within the shadowy recesses. "There! I saw it too."
"I didn't think I was seeing things. Someone's inside."
His first guess was the crew of thieves raiding the town. Although there weren't any cars in the parking lot or traveling the streets near them, he couldn't help but wonder who the figure was.
"You don't think it's one of the people out here killing and looting, do you?"
Sienna glanced at Ryan. "Don't know. I think it's safe to assume they saw us, and yet they haven't made any sort of move." With how the old man spoke, whoever these people are, they're not afraid of the locals. Ryan scratched the stubble around his chin and said, "It could be one of the townspeople. Maybe someone is protecting the business. Or someone looting the store who isn't part of the crew of raiders," Sienna offered. "Like the old man at the convenience store." "Right. It's a gamble either way." "What do you want to do?" She looked at Ryan. He studied the gas gauge, then peered at the auto parts store. They needed the fuel siphon kit if they hoped to continue their journey. "I say, we chance it, and try to get in. Without that kit, we'll be dead in the water." "And what if whoever's in the store doesn't want to let us in?" "I'm not sure. We'll think of something." It was the only plan Ryan could come up with. They had to act fast since the raiders could be anywhere. Sienna sighed. "Fine. Yeah, let's give it a shot. We've got nothing else going for us." They parked the truck down the side of the store. It was far enough out of view from the road that it wouldn't be easily seen by passing vehicles. After killing the engine, Ryan faced Sienna and Dutch, who were ready to move. "Why don't you two stay in the truck while I go check out the store?" Sienna squinted at him, her brow furrowed in confusion. "As in you go alone? You're kidding, right?" "I'm not kidding. It may come across less threatening if it's just one of us." Ryan scratched the top of Dutch's head. "This big guy can be intimidating to some folks." He stopped petting the canine and pointed at her. "I'd like for you to get behind the wheel. Be the lookout. If anything goes sideways, you tear ass out of here and go." "This sounds like a horrible plan. I'm not happy about splitting up, and I'm not leaving you behind, Parker. We're in this together, right?" "We are. Maybe it won't come to that, but if it does, you'll know what to do." He smirked at her to calm her nerves, even though he had reservations himself. "Just keep an eye out and be ready to go. We've got this." Sienna said nothing at first and shook her head. "Fine. Don't die, okay? It would sort of ruin the awesome trip we're having." "And miss all this fun? No way." Ryan opened the driver's side door and started to get out when Dutch tried to hop over the front seat. He shoved his palm at the dog to stop him. "Hold up, bud. You're staying in here with Sienna." The canine whined. He didn't like not being with his handler. They were a team, attached at the hip. Where Ryan went, his buddy wanted to follow. "I know you're anxious and hate being in the truck, but I need you to stay here with Sienna." His ears folded back and he lowered his head in disappointment, but obeyed his handler's request. Ryan rubbed the top of Dutch's head and climbed out of the cab. Sienna scooted across the seat and got behind the steering wheel as he gripped the edge of the door. "I'll be right back." "You better. No heroic shit, okay?" "Yes, ma'am." He winked at her. "Don't be stupid, Parker. Now isn't the time to try and be cute." "Who said I was trying?" Ryan gave one final grin and shut the door, then scuttled the length of the building to the blind corner. His gun remained tucked away in the front waistband of his jeans, the bottom of his shirt draped over the weapon, concealing it from view. He checked the walkway and street beyond, then moved. The world spun, causing him to sway. He held one arm up to stabilize his body, while his other hand pressed to the wall of the store. His legs were weak. It was cumbersome to think straight with the constant brain fog clouding his judgment. For now, Ryan had to ignore the symptoms of his brain tumor. Nothing was going to change his current condition, so he had to make the best of a bad situation and push on. Upon reaching the entrance to the store, he stood straight and squared up at the glass door. Ryan squinted and searched from side to side for the figure they'd seen earlier. No such movement was visible among the aisles of stocked parts. It appeared the store hadn't been looted by the pristine condition it was in. He pulled on the silver door handle. The door was locked. A figure emerged from the shadows between two registers to the left near the entrance. A young, thin man in his early 30s, wielded what Ryan guessed to be a hunting rifle with a large scope mounted on the rail. The man trained the weapon at him and approached the door. Ryan raised both hands skyward and stepped back from the door. He made no move for the pistol tucked in his waistband as the man leveled the barrel of the rifle with his head. "The store's closed, so piss off, now!" His British accent was thick and his voice loud. "You're not going to rob my store like the others in town." "I'm not with—" "Do you not understand English, mate?" He stopped several feet shy of the door, peered at the parking lot, then back at Ryan. "Let me talk slow enough so you understand. Get the fuck out of here! Get the picture? Or do I have to pull the trigger so you can see the flash?" "No, it won't be necessary." Ryan kept his distance from the door and didn't make any sudden moves. Leaving wasn't an option he wanted to consider. There had to be a way to reason with the disgruntled owner. But how? "You've got 3 seconds to go somewhere else or I will pull the trigger. Don't test me, mate. I'm bloody well inclined to protect what's mine. Listen, we're not with the people who invaded your town. I don't know who they are, but we're trying to avoid them, same as you and everyone else." Ryan lowered his arms, but kept still. "My friend and I are passing through, heading north, and need a bit of help is all. We're of no threat to you, I swear." The British man looked left, then right. "Where's your friend in the truck you pulled up in?" "She's in the truck. We parked it on the side of the store," Ryan answered. "We wanted to keep it out of view in case any of those raiders came by." The man thought on it a moment. The rifle remained at Ryan's chest. "What are you after?" "A siphon kit, if you have one. Maybe some gas cans as well." "You got money? I'm not running a charity here." Ryan tried to think of a response to not turn the man off from helping them. "We don't, sir." He followed up with, "We're desperate. I know it's asking a lot, but we're trying to get to Rhode Island so my friend can get to her brother. It's an emergency. Please." Part of Ryan second-guessed his decision about coming alone. His intentions were not to put Sienna in harm's way, since he wasn't sure of what they would encounter. But having her there with him could have sold their story better and prodded the nervous man to consider helping them. As the seconds ticked by with no response, the British man replied before Ryan could say anything. "Are you armed, mate? I know how you Americans like your guns." "I am. I've got a pistol in the waistband of my pants." "Raise your shirt and let me see." Ryan slowly moved his hand down to the bottom of his shirt and raised it high enough for him to see the grip and part of the barrel. The British man examined the weapon, then said, "Turn around and keep the shirt up." He did, and made a full circle, showing he had no other weapons on him. As he came about face, Ryan dropped his shirt. "Okay." The man pointed at Ryan's waist. "Remove the gun and put it on the ground in front of the door. Then step back 5 feet." The request to hand over the gun made Ryan uneasy. An instinctual response when confronted with an armed stranger whom he didn't know asking for his weapon. But he had no choice but to comply or leave before things soured. "Fine. I'm going to remove the gun and put it down." He reached for the grip while maintaining a visual of the armed man and pulled it from his waistband. As Ryan kneeled and put it on the ground, he stood and backed away from the door with his hands raised. His heart punched against his chest. His pulse spiked as he wondered if he had made the right decision. But there was no turning back now. Once he got far enough back, the shop owner angled the barrel of the rifle downward and fiddled with the deadbolt. It retracted with a click. He cracked the door open, bent down and snatched the weapon from the concrete, then shot upward. After studying the weapon, he shoved the barrel into the front waistband of his blue jeans and brought the rifle to bear. "All right, consider your gun payment for the supplies you need. Wait here while—" The man's gaze drifted past Ryan as he reached for the deadbolt on the door. His eyes widened with panic as he froze in place. The grumble of an engine rang out in the distance. It was close, Someone was coming, but the who remained to be seen. Ryan turned and stared at the road east of the store. A blue truck came into view, heading their way. Given the British man's reaction, he figured it wasn't one of the townspeople. It had to be the raiders. "Give me my gun," Ryan said, with his arm extended out and fingers wiggling at him. "Get inside the store before they see you." The shop owner shoved the door open and planted his boot at its base. He aimed the barrel at his chest and twirled his arm. With the threat of being shot, Ryan ducked inside the doorway. The shop owner pulled the door shut and engaged the deadbolt. They hurried away from the entrance and ducked behind one of the long shelving units. "My friend is still out there in the truck. Why didn't you hand my gun back over and let me leave?" "Because if they saw you out front, it would have gotten their attention," the shop owner answered. "Might have thought you worked here, and they'd have a far easier time of getting into the store to rob it. They're wild animals. I've seen what they've done to people. So have I. Nasty stuff. Hold on for a second." He pivoted while hunched and stood up, presenting his back to Ryan. The rifle was pressed to his shoulder, but he kept the barrel angled at the floor. After a minute of watching the parking lot, he eased his taut stance and relaxed some. "Did they move on?" Ryan stood straight. "They did, for now." The British man kept the rifle at his side and breathed a sigh of relief, as did Ryan. "A little too close for my comfort." "Same. I've been fortunate enough where they haven't tried to break into my store. If we had gas or food, I'd imagine it would be a far different story. It seems to be the two things they're after, from what most of us could tell." Ryan didn't want to come off as insensitive, but he wanted to get the supplies and leave. "If it's all the same to you, I'd like to conclude our business and move on. I do appreciate your kindness in helping us out." With a wry grin, the British store owner nodded. "Sure thing, mate. Let's grab the stuff you're after." "Perfect."
Chapter 14. Max. Vincent cursed his two buddies under his breath. His discontent was obvious from the scowl on his dingy face and the way he kicked at the food packages scattered on the floor. None of the teens made any sort of move on the big, burly man. They remained seated on the tile floor, clustered together in a tight group. Even though Brittany mentioned them trying to overtake the plump brute, finding the courage to do it was hard.
"What are we doing here?" Clay whispered. "We're going to have to make a move. They're going to kill us."
She studied the grumpy blob who rummaged through the food on the floor around his muddy boots. He swatted at the packages and snatched one up. After examining it, he threw it aside with a huff and continued scavenging. "I don't see how we're going to be able to take him down." Tony tipped his head at Vincent, who glanced at the teens and snarled at them. "He's big and now super angry. What are the chances he's not going to just shoot us on the spot?"
"So we do nothing and pray these three assholes have a change of heart and let us go?"
Clay scoffed at the notion.
"You might be willing to gamble with your life, but I'm not. I know crazy. And those three turd bags are right up there. They're not going to let us go. I'm not sure what they're waiting for, but doing nothing is a death sentence."
"Will everyone keep your voices down?" Brittany's sharp tongue sliced through the rising tension, shutting the two boys up. "I swear." Vincent faced them and wagged the gun in their direction.
"Hey, you four shut the hell up right now. I'm in no mood for it. You hear me?"
The teens said nothing. As Vincent lowered the gun and looked away, Clay said,
"He's not too far from us. Maybe someone can sneak up behind him?"
"And do what?" Tony shot back. "Fight him for the gun? Try to take him down?" "If he gets closer to us again, then we'll have to try something," Brittany answered. "It's going to be our only way out of this mess. They aren't going to just let us walk. There are 4 of us and only 1 of him. If we work as a team, we can take him down, or at least get his gun." "That's a ton of ifs." Tony tipped his head at Vincent. "He's huge."
"Grow a pair of balls, dude," Clay chastised him. We're family and fight for each other, so come on and man up." As they bickered in a low tone, Max stayed quiet. He wanted out of the store and for everyone to be safe, but he didn't know how to do that without them getting hurt or killed. A clamor rose in the store above their futile argument. Max couldn't tell what it was, but the noise silenced their heated debate.
"What was that?" Tony asked.
Max thought about it for a moment.
"Sounds like something fell and hit the floor. It had to be close." "How far is the pharmacy from us?" Brittany asked. "My guess is those two buffoons are causing a bit of a ruckus." "Not sure," Max tried to remember. "It's gotta be close, though."
"Nate? Billy? What the heck are you two doing over there?"
Vincent's loud voice carried across the building with ease. No response came. He inched down the aisle with his gun raised. Max wondered if something had happened to the thugs. The tension between them was strong. Could they have fallen out? Tony posed a question to the group.
"Is there someone else in the building?" "I doubt it," Brittany answered. "The noise we heard came from the direction those two men went in."
"But we don't know, do we?" Clay stared at them with wide eyes.
"No, we don't," Max answered.
He gulped as a cold shiver of dread slithered up his spine. Vincent paused, turned, and glanced back at the group of teens. As he faced forward, a figure emerged around the blind corner of the shelving unit, carrying 2 bulging plastic bags and headed right for him. It was Nate. He jumped back and shouted,
"Christ! You scared the shit out of me! Are you trying to give me a damn heart attack?"
"Why are you down here and not near those damn brats?"
"Because I heard a noise. I didn't know what it was."
Vincent peered over his shoulder at the teens.
"And they're not going anywhere or doing anything, except for staying put like they were told."
With a glance at the teens, Nate looked back at his partner.
"We scored big here. Lots of drugs in the pharmacy. Grabbed what I thought would be some of the more expensive pills they had."
"Where's Billy? And what was that ruckus I heard a moment ago?"
Vincent peered at the plastic bags as Nate walked past him down the aisle.
"It was nothing. Tripped over some boxes on the floor and fell into one of the shelves. It's dark over there and cramped. Hard to see everything without bumping into something."
The portly thug trailed his partner as they advanced on the teens. Max's throat moved as the 2 men approached them.
"Okay, but where's Billy?"
Vincent refused to let it go and persisted in hounding him.
"Did you do something to him?"
"Does it matter if I had? You hated him as much as I did."
Nate placed the plastic bags on the floor and spun around to face his one remaining partner.
"He's been nothing but a headache for us both. This was a long time coming. I tried to tolerate his nonsense, but couldn't do it anymore. We're better off."
"Are we?"
While the 2 men fussed, Brittany whispered to Max.
"This could be what we needed. By the sounds of it, they're 1 man down. Maybe they'll just kill each other and do the dirty work for us. Be ready to run if we get the opportunity. Tell Clay."
Max passed the message along as the 2 criminals bickered. A shoving match ensued, followed by shouting and cursing.
"You're gonna try and take me out, same as what you did with Billy,"
Vincent said as he stabbed his fat index finger at Nate.
"We're supposed to be in this together. I don't care about Billy. He was an asshole and got what he deserved. No big loss there, but we're supposed to be looking out for one another. Or have you forgotten?"
"I haven't forgotten jack shit,"
Nate shouted in his face as his voice cracked with emotion.
"You need to stop being such a whiny ass. Billy's gone and no longer a problem for us. We've got a hefty score here we can use to get paid. This town is wide open, and we have to seize the opportunity while it's available. It may not last."
Before Vincent could reply, Nate held his hand up to silence him. He pushed the fat man aside, stepped forward, and stared at the front of the store at the wall of windows. Max followed his line of sight, but couldn't see what had captured his attention. He craned his neck and squinted, but was still unable to locate what he had seen.
"What are you doing, Nate?"
Vincent trailed him.
There's someone out in the parking lot, he answered.
Who is it? Nate faced Vincent.
The police.
Chapter 15. Max. The police. A blessing and a curse at the same time. Both parties had trespassed in the store and would face heaps of trouble if caught. The addicts more than the teens, since they were adults and had weapons, but being in trouble with the authorities was better than having the deranged thugs kill them.
Never thought I'd be so happy to have the police show up, Clay said while staring at the two bickering men. They'll for sure be more worried about those two dingleflops instead of us.
Max said, "Hey, why don't you let us go? It's over. The police are outside. The last thing you want to do is hurt a kid. It's only going to add to the trouble you're already in."
Shut it, kid,
Nate shot back with his finger pointed at Max.
No one asked for your opinion.
He's right, you know, Brittany tipped her head at the front of the store. I'd be willing to bet trespassing carries far less weight than endangering children. Those guns you've got are probably stolen as well, I bet. The smart play here is to let us go, and you two can do whatever you think will get you out of this mess. Frustration built on Nate's face. His fingers bunched into a fist. A guttural growl loomed from his throat.
God, I might just shoot the four of you for being so damn annoying. Now shut the hell up and let me think.
Vincent slapped his arm. Want me to get a closer look? See what they're doing?
I imagine they're checking on the building is all, Nate answered. You've seen how active they've been since the power went out.
He glanced at the windows and the squad car's roof, which was now stationary.
We could always book ass out the back of the store, Vincent suggested. Since they're out front, it wouldn't be a problem for us to slip away unnoticed.
And what if there's a unit out back, you moron?
Nate smacked the back of his partner's head as if to cut him lower.
We'll run right into them. Then what? We go to jail and lose out on this score.
After fixing his hair, Vincent shoved Nate back into the shelving unit. Products fell to the floor. The men tussled a moment before stopping.
I told you to stop hitting the back of my head, damn it!
Shove me again, and I'll end you as fast as I did Billy, you fat lord.
Nate straightened his shirt and puffed his chest at his partner.
Stay here and watch them, while I go check to see what the cops are doing. Do not make any sounds.
Yeah, I got it,
Vincent replied in a heated tone. Nate hunched and stormed off up the aisle toward the cash registers. He slipped around a display and vanished from sight. As they sat there, Max decided to act. He studied the canned food on the floor between them and Vincent. The makings of a plan formed. If he could get to one of the cans while the portly man fussed about his partner and kept his back to them, he could use it as a weapon. Hit him in the back of his big head. He summoned the courage to stand and act. The dreadful store wasn't going to be his final resting place. As Max raised to a standing position, Brittany lunged forward. She snatched up one of the large, thick cans of vegetables and charged the distracted man. Her arm was raised above her head. She took a swing at the back of Vincent's skull with the can as he turned toward her. It connected with a meaty crack.
Oh, shit!
Vincent stumbled forward, then fell into the shelves. His legs wobbled as he tried to gather his footing. But Brittany didn't stop her assault. She took another big swing with the can. It smashed into the side of Vincent's skull. He crashed to the tile floor. The girl was fierce, unafraid and steadfast in taking the portly man down. It surprised Max at how brave and savage she was when faced with a much larger opponent who could have made short work of her if they had been on an equal playing field. All three boys jumped in to help her. Both Clay and Tony kicked at the bleeding man's ribs. Brittany got a boot from Vincent to the midsection, which knocked her off balance and down to the floor. Max noticed Vincent no longer had the gun in his hand. Where did it go? He scanned the immediate area for the weapon while the two teen boys continued their attack. Blood leaked from the side and back of Vincent's skull. It smeared the tile under him as he squirmed. Neither Clay nor Tony showed any signs of stopping. The weapon came into view from under the lip of the bottom shelf across from Vincent. Max hurried and snatched the gun from the floor as he detected hastened footfalls coming toward them. They had to go. After grabbing the pistol, Max retreated and slapped both Clay and Tony on the shoulder. "I've got the gun. His partner's coming. We need to make a run for it, now." Tony backed off and retreated past Max. Clay persisted in kicking the yelping man, who grew feebler with each additional strike. The teens weren't as big as him, but they had the numbers on their side. Working together, they managed to take him down. "Enough, Clay. We need to go." Max snatched a handful of his bicep and jerked his arm. He gnashed his teeth and glowered at Max with malevolent eyes filled with rage. Both nostrils flared. He wrenched his arm out of Max's fingers and took another kick at the fat man's side. Nate appeared at the end of the aisle with his gun up and aimed at the teens. He locked on to Max and Clay. Brittany lobbed a can at him, then another. The first one missed by a significant margin, going wide and high. The second can hit in the middle of his face.
Jesus Christ!
It knocked him off balance, but he didn't go down. He lowered the gun, growled and yelled in agony, and palmed his bloody nose. Brittany threw 2 more cans at him while the other boys snatched their backpacks from the floor and ran in the opposite direction. Nate retreated beyond the corner of the aisle as the cans slammed into the metal shelves and hit the side of his arm. As they fled, Max noticed the cruiser was no longer visible through the window. Together, the teens sprinted down the long run of the aisle, side by side. Both Clay and Tony waited for the pair, waving their arms to encourage them to move faster. Max peered over his shoulder to see if either man was following them. Vincent was still on the floor, while Nate was missing.
"That was freaking insane," Tony said, winded. "I can't believe you attacked him like you did." "Nate's gone. Not sure where he ran off to." Max gripped the gun and checked the aisle behind him. "Also, the police might have left. I didn't see their cruiser out the window."
"You've got one of the guns now," Clay replied. "We can use it against him if he shows his stupid, ugly face."
"Let's worry about getting out of here, all right?"
Brittany brushed the hair away from her face. Clay and Tony cinched the straps of their backpacks down on their shoulders and turned to run for the receiving door. The pair took off in a dead sprint ahead of Max and Brittany, who followed them.
"Oh, crap."
She stopped, turned, and faced the aisle they came from.
"What is it?"
Max asked, not leaving her side.
"My pack. I forgot it back there."
"Leave it. We need to go." He wagged his hand at her to come with him. She stayed put and shook her head.
"I can't. I'm going back to get it."
"It's not worth the risk." Max had no desire to go back for the backpack, but he also wasn't going to ditch her. Brittany said nothing, spun around, and ran for the aisle. Max cussed under his breath and ran after her as the 2 boys called for them. Gunshots rang out. Each report was loud. Both Max and Brittany jumped at the sharp cracks and ducked for cover. His pulse raced and his heart hammered in his chest. He went dizzy from the adrenaline. Instinctively, he covered her with his body to protect her. Max scanned the long aisle ahead for Nate, then behind them, but he wasn't there. The gun trembled in his hand. Not knowing his location made him anxious. She wiggled out from under Max and stood. Even with the threat of being shot and possibly killed, Brittany forged ahead and ran to get her bag. He shadowed her every move and kept a lookout for Nate until she had the straps over her shoulders. Another round of gunfire popped off. It sounded as though it came from the back of the building. Max trained the pistol at the mouth of the aisle down from them. As much as he fought to steady the weapon, it shook in his hands.
"We can't go back the way we came," he whispered to her. "We'll have to find another way out. Maybe through the front of the store since it's closer." "What about Clay and Tony?"
Vincent moaned from the floor and tried to get up. She turned and planted the sole of her thick boot in the middle of his face. His head snapped back. He flopped onto the floor and rolled onto his side as he cried out while cussing her. Max said, "They could have already gone into the receiving area and made their way outside. We should do the same and get out while Nate's distracted." She seemed less enthused by the idea. Indecision contorted her face, which was drenched in sweat. "They'll be fine, but we won't if we hang around here much longer." He took her hand in his and gazed deep into her eyes. "Please, let's go." After peering at the back of the store, she tipped her head in agreement. They hustled to the end of the aisle and checked the row of registers. Not finding any movement, they ducked out and made for the checkout lane ahead of them. Other than their shoes squeaking off the tile floor and panted breathing, no noise was heard. Nate went silent. It was unclear if he was still in the building or had left after the boys. The two teens were midway down from the glass doors leading outside. About 50 feet separated them and freedom. All they had to do was get up and run. "There's the entrance. We run hard for the doors and don't stop for anything." "Do you see him? Because I don't." Her voice cracked. She stood and scanned the aisles behind them. "I don't see him either." Max swept the area. Rivulets of sweat stung his eyes. He blinked away the sting and shuffled to the end of the conveyor belt with her moving in tandem. "Are you ready?" "About as ready as I'm going to be." They moved around to the bagging section of the checkout. Slowly they stood, and after scanning the area one last time, they took off. Max was slower than Brittany, who surged ahead of him. His body wasn't in the best shape for such strenuous activities following a sleepless night. He forced his legs to work harder to catch up to her. As they approached the door, gunfire clapped behind them. Bullets zipped past Max and punched the wall. He stopped and hunched, as did Brittany. The entrance was about 15 feet from them. Close, but too far away to make a run for it while exposed and under the threat of being fired upon. Nate darted past one of the displays on the opposite side of the row of checkouts. Max raised the pistol and squeezed the trigger without aiming, but nothing happened. The gun clicked as if there was no ammo. He wasn't familiar with how guns operated. It was his first time holding such a weapon and even thinking of pulling the trigger. He squeezed twice more as the teens scurried for cover behind one of the registers. They were pinned down and unable to move with Nate lurking in the area. "There's something wrong with the gun." Max studied the weapon as they crammed their bodies into the nook. "It won't fire." "Give it to me." She held her palm out. He placed the pistol in her hand. As Brittany fiddled with the gun, Max turned toward the register and craned his neck for Nate's whereabouts. He wasn't anywhere to be seen. For a crazed drug addict, the man was fast. The safety was on. She removed a black piece from the weapon's handle. "Also, there's no ammo in here. The gun's empty." "Why would he be carrying around an empty gun?" She shrugged. "No idea, but the gun isn't going to help us any now. If it can't fire, it's useless."
There you are.
Nate towered over the conveyor belt, with his gun pointed down at them. Brittany pushed the black storage piece back into the handle of the gun as they glanced up at him. Max used his body as a shield to protect her. Nate's nose had been busted from the canned food smashing into his face. Blood leaked from both nostrils. He dabbed the side of his finger against his upper lip and cringed.
"What's the matter? Disappointed the gun can't fire? Hard to do without any bullets," Nate said.
"It's dumb your partner's running around with an empty gun. Sort of defeats the purpose of having one, doesn't it?" Brittany replied from behind Max.
"It made him feel important and kept him from bitching my ear off."
Nate shifted the barrel from Max to Brittany, then back again.
"You know, I have to say, you kids have been a huge pain in my ass. More so than any grown damn man has been. This should have been a super easy score. Get in and get out with no problems. But you four messed everything up."
He wiggled the barrel of the gun at her.
"And you busted my nose to shit."
"I'd call it an improvement. You're welcome." Brittany refused to cower before the armed thug. Nate smirked, then chuckled.
"You've got a bigger set of balls on you than most men I know."
While he droned on, Max watched the gun. His throat moved as he tried to think his way out of their predicament. "The police will be coming in here. No doubt they heard the gun go off."
"The cruiser outside left before any of this went down. I'm afraid no one is coming to save you two."
Nate flashed a wolfish grin.
"Now, let's finish this."
He lined up the barrel of his pistol with Max's head first. A flood of memories flashed before him. Everything from Sienna to his mom and dad before their passing to the present. This wasn't how things were supposed to happen, but the world had changed in a blink. Then, as if some guardian angel appeared from nowhere, Nate took a shot to the back of the head by a mysterious figure Max couldn't see from his vantage point. The meaty thwap threw him forward onto the conveyor belt. He slid off and vanished to the floor with a thump. Pure shock painted Max and Brittany's face. They sat stunned, wondering who had intervened to save their lives. Clay came into view wielding what looked to be a pipe of some sort. It was round and silver. "You two okay?" After breathing a sigh of relief, Max nodded.
Yeah, we're fine now.
"I'd say so. You caught a lucky break for sure."
Clay peered at the ground where Nate had fallen.
"If it wasn't for my bravery and all-around awesomeness, you'd be—"
"Oh, stop it,"
Brittany said, annoyed by his boasting. She made no attempt to hide it.
"Thanks for not ditching us and coming back. Where's Tony at?"
"You're welcome."
Clay dropped the pipe. It clanged off the tile.
"He's around. After this craphead started shooting and separated us, we hid in the stockroom. Once we figured he wasn't coming after us, we snuck back out onto the sales floor and tried to find you two."
Max got off the floor first and helped Brittany up next. They moved out from behind the register where Nate was unconscious on the floor within the narrow checkout lane. Clay bent down and wrestled the gun out of the thug's grip as Tony came jogging up behind Clay.
"I'm glad you two are all right. We were worried you'd been shot." "Not for lack of trying."
Brittany showed him the gun she had.
"This one's empty. No ammo. Wouldn't fire."
"Well, we know this one fires just fine."
Clay stood with the gun. His finger was inside the trigger guard as he waved it around and studied the weapon.
"Give me it before you accidentally shoot one of us."
She held her arm out and wiggled her fingers at him.
"What? I know how to handle a gun. They're not as complicated as everyone makes them out to be."
Brittany rolled her eyes.
"Just hand it over before your inexperience kills someone."
"Fine, whatever."
Clay grumbled his discontent, but gave her the gun.
"You're such a buzzkill."
"I try to be."
She tucked the weapon into the front waistband of her pants and the empty gun behind her back.
"We should leave, now, while we can."
Tony stared out of the windows at the parking lot.
"I agree. We should get far away from these clowns in this building before the police come back or someone else drops in,"
Brittany replied.
"Do we head out the front here or go through the stockroom?"
Tony turned and faced the murky store.
"I say we leave through the receiving area."
Clay raised his hand.
"Yeah, for sure. I say we head out back too. We'll have the cover of the building."
"Okay, then."
Brittany gripped the straps of her pack.
"Let's move."
Chapter 16. Sienna. Sienna was a bundle of nerves. Her right hand tapped the steering wheel while she chewed the nails of her other fingers. She glanced at the rearview mirror regularly for Ryan, who had been gone longer than expected. She worried something bad had happened to him. The man inside the store could have been part of the crew looting the town. That Sienna hadn't heard any gunshots meant nothing. There were multiple ways to incapacitate a person. A blunt object to the skull was a surefire way of taking someone out quietly. One hard crack to the back of the head and they'd be done for. A knife to the gut would be just as fatal and effective, leaving no noise for her to pick up on. What is taking him so long? She tried to push the scenarios from her overactive imagination. Dutch sat on the front bench seat next to her. He leaned toward her and licked her cheek. "Thanks for trying to calm me down, dude, but I'm worried about your dad." Sienna scratched under the canine snout and checked the mirrors again. "I don't care for hanging out in Murderville any longer than we need to." He yawned, opening his maw of sharp teeth wide. His ears folded back and he gave his coat a shake. "Try not to be so worried. I'll do enough of it for the two of us." She twisted on the seat and stared out of the back window at the corner of the building, then at the road beyond. After seeing the truck drive by, she was concerned about who might come by next. The town had no traffic to speak of, except for the raiders. Sienna wrestled with whether to go into the store and check on Ryan. Her gut said yes, but he also wanted her to stay in the truck and leave if something bad happened. "Okay, I'm going inside and seeing what is taking him so long." Sienna removed the keys from the ignition and opened the driver's side door. Dutch stood and faced the door, ready to move. "Hold on, boy." She blocked the doorway with her body. The canine advanced closer, putting his head over her shoulder and whining. He wanted to go. Ryan wanted the dog to stay behind, but he wasn't there. She was, and she preferred to have the dog with her for protection instead of confined to the truck. "Fine, but you stay with me, and don't pull any crap like running off or whatever else dogs do. I need you to be a good boy and listen to me, okay?" Dutch licked at her face and panted. "I can't tell if you agree or not. Guess I'll have to assume you do." She got out of the cab and moved away from the door. The canine jumped to the pavement and wagged his tail as she shut the driver's side door. They marched down the length of the truck to the tailgate, then veered toward the brick facade of the store. Sienna kept a close eye on Dutch, who maintained a steady pace next to her as the pair neared the corner of the building. "Hold up a minute." She presented her palm to the dog as she stopped shy of the wall. He obeyed her command and stood at the ready. His tail swayed for a second, then stopped. Dutch glanced up at her, waiting for the go-ahead to proceed. With the palm of her hand aimed at the dog, Sienna poked her head around the edge of the wall. She surveyed the front of the store first, then the parking lot and the road beyond, and saw no one. She took a step out from the wall when a black van materialized on the road running in front of the auto parts store. It hooked a sharp right and entered the parking lot. Sienna jumped back, fearful of who might be inside the van. Her gut said it had to be the raiders cleaning out the town. She had no evidence to the contrary, as she didn't know what the men looked like or what vehicles they drove, other than the white box truck they spotted earlier. Dutch growled from deep within his chest. His discontent with the new arrivals put him on edge. That didn't mean the occupants of the van were bad people, but it didn't mean they weren't. "Shush, keep it down," Sienna whispered to him. The canine huffed through his nose and stood down. She toed the edge of the wall. After mustering a bit of courage, Sienna snuck a peek at the van, now parked at the front of the store. She was far enough away from the battered vehicle where she wouldn't be easily seen. Its windows were blacked out to the point where she couldn't see the driver. The van idled rough for less than a minute, then it shut off. She wondered what in the world was going on inside the vehicle. Then the driver's side door opened. A tall man with long brown hair past his shoulders got out. He had a close-shaved beard and wore thin-framed sunglasses. A pair of black gloves protected his hands. He stowed a pistol in the back of his dark-colored jeans. He reached back inside the van and pulled out a crowbar, then shut the door. His partner of equal height and build rounded the engine block and met up with him. He dressed similarly to the long-haired man, except he was bald and didn't have a beard. His skin was darker. Sienna assumed he was Hispanic. He carried a crowbar as well. She didn't spot a gun on him, but that didn't mean anything. The pair looked menacing, not what Sienna figured to be locals of the tiny town. Although she had not seen any of the raiders up close, she put two and two together to link them. While the two men conversed in front of the store, Sienna retreated quietly, with Dutch at her side. She moved with purpose for the bed of the pickup. Instead of heeding Ryan's demand that they leave if trouble showed, she took a different approach. No way was she abandoning him. He had risked so much to help her, and she wasn't about to ditch him to the jackals. Sienna passed the truck and made for the back of the store. She did a quick sweep of the small lot and noticed a dark gray SUV parked near the building. It had to be the person who was inside with Ryan. She assumed the individual gained entry through the rear entrance. That was her only way to get inside to Ryan. She had to summon every ounce of courage and fight off the panic boiling in her stomach if they had any chance of getting out alive. "Come on, Dutch. Let's move."
Chapter 17. Ryan. Ryan heard the grumble of the approaching vehicle's engine from inside the store. It was easy to pick up as they walked down one of the aisles in search of the siphon kit. He placed the gas can on the tile floor, and they booked it to the end of the aisle where they checked on the store's main entrance. 2 men stood at the door and peered through the glass. Ryan spotted the crowbar clutched in the long-haired man's hand. All Ryan could think of was Sienna and Dutch outside in the truck. He had no clue if the 2 men were alone or if there were more outside and if they had discovered them. "I take it those are the clowns terrorizing the town?" Ryan asked. "Yeah, it's them, all right. Well, part of the crew." The store owner gulped and kneeled next to Ryan as he watched the raiders pull on the door handle. "There's more than a half dozen of them. Doesn't appear they're all outside, though. Not from what I can tell. I'm guessing the back room is the only way out of the store, correct?" Ryan never took his sights off the men jerking on the door. "It is, but I've got it locked down. No one in or out." Ryan had to get out of the building and protect his pup and friend. But they also needed the siphon kit. "The siphon kits are down this aisle, right?" "They are, but please, I need to grab one of them while there's still time." The clatter from the men jerking on the door built. They were determined to gain entry to the store by any means necessary. "Come on." The store owner rushed down the low-lit aisle and stopped. He turned left and pointed at an empty peg hook within a cluster of other products stocked on the shelves. "It's not here. We must be out, or what?" He glanced at the shelf above, stacked with various-sized boxes. "There could be some up there. I haven't had a chance to restock." A clamor arose, like something dense striking the glass. "They're breaking in. Which box is it?" After scanning the boxes, the British store owner jabbed his finger at one of the cardboard containers. "There, on the bottom, the box labeled EF5. Ryan jumped and swatted at the towering boxes with his hand. His fingers caught the edge of the box and knocked the stack off the shelf to the floor. The glass door busted and crunched under the relentless assault from outside. The subsequent strike caused the store owner to flinch and gasp while Ryan sifted through the mess of boxes on the tile before them. "I'm not going to let those heathens steal from me. Not today." He shouldered his rifle and faced the far end of the aisle. "They're going to regret breaking into old Jasper's place, mate. I haven't worked my tail off in this country to have these hoodlums take from me." "My gun. Give it back to me." Ryan held out his hand as he discovered the box containing the siphon kits. "Together, we have a fighting chance at stopping them." Glass crunched as the raiders noisily entered the building. Jasper thought on it a second, then felt around his waist. He removed the pistol and tossed it to Ryan. The store owner raised the rifle and stalked the end of the aisle. Ryan placed the gun on the floor next to him and tore into the box marked EF5 in large black letters. He removed one of the items in haste and studied the packaging. It was a siphon kit. Both raiders talked loudly as they made their way through the store, as if they were alone, knocking items off the shelves and creating havoc. Jasper vanished from the aisle, leaving Ryan alone. He shot up with the siphon kit and pistol in hand, retrieved the gas can from the floor, and skulked in the shadows to the end of the aisle. Only one thing remained for him to do. Get out of the store alive before it was too late. The 2 raiders searched the store. They had separated, with the long-haired man checking the registers first, while his partner ransacked the products on the sales floor. Wheels on a shopping cart clacked, pinpointing the thug's whereabouts to be a few aisles over from him. His first instinct was to head for the stockroom while he had the chance to do so. He had a clear shot of the swinging plastic door. If he hoofed it and remained quiet, he could make it without being detected. But abandoning Jasper to the raiders felt wrong. The store owner had let him in when he didn't have to. The man took a chance on him and helped. How could he just leave him to fend off the wolves? While Ryan debated what to do, he caught movement out of his peripheral vision. The long-haired man popped out from behind the register with a bag full of what he figured to be money. He placed the sack on the counter next to his crowbar. A single gunshot was fired from the shadows. The bullet buzzed the long-haired man, who scrambled backward, dropped to the floor, and fled behind the sales counter. You sons of bitches have made the grave mistake of stepping into Jasper's property. The Brit's voice boomed like angry thunder. I can promise you two blokes are not getting out of this store alive. Not if I have anything to do with it. Secondary gunfire popped off from the rifle, where the long-haired man hid within the cluster of sales counters. The concussive blasts rang out, causing Ryan's ears to ring. He returned fire, causing an all-out gunfight to ensue. The discharging weapons scrambled Ryan's thoughts. His instinct was to turn and run, not to stay and fight, since Sienna and Dutch weren't in the store. As much as he hated to ditch Jasper, the man was just protecting his business, while Ryan had no such investment in it. Muzzle fire flashed. The flurry of bullets wrecked products across the store. Ryan ran hard toward the stockroom. He stayed low and didn't look back. A yelp of agony made the blood run cold in his veins. It sounded like Jasper had been wounded. 2 more gunshots were fired. The screeching voice ebbed. Silence lingered for a short stint. Then shouting broke out from multiple voices. Neither one sounded like Jasper. He burst through the swinging door to the darkness of the stockroom. The noise caused would bring the raiders to the back of the store to investigate. He was sure of it. An endless cloak of blackness covered every inch of the space. Ryan managed to pick out some subtle shapes within the darkness, but it wasn't enough for him to find a clear path through to locate the receiving door. He advanced through the stockroom at a snail's pace. Pallets of product blocked his path and caused him to change course for a viable route through the maze. His nerves ticked up a degree. The dizziness he battled came in surging waves. He stumbled about, fighting to stay upright and not crash to the ground. Hold it together, Parker. Keep going. As he clumsily fumbled his way through the stockroom, Ryan spotted a door. He squinted at the lettering on the door and just made out the emergency exit sign above. The swinging door leading in from the sales floor flew open as he made for the emergency exit. He ducked below the tops of the boxes. The gas can slipped from his grasp and clattered off the concrete. Ryan cringed from the noise and took position behind one of the pallets. 2 separate beams of light swept the murky space. He saw the white brilliance flash above his head and move on. Whoever's back here, come out with your hands up. The man's voice was deep and stern, as if he were perturbed by the entire situation. This will be your only warning. Ryan pivoted while hunched. He stood and peered over the boxes. The light coming from the men's flashlights exposed their location. They moved side by side. Each carried a pistol instead of the blunt weapons they used earlier. Staying put wasn't an option. So Ryan made the only decision he thought he had. He snatched up the gas can and made a break for the emergency door. After exhaling 2 solid breaths, he fired 1 shot in the direction of the men and moved. They scattered and took cover. Ryan ran for the door, bumping into stacks of boxes and nearly losing his footing in the process. But he righted himself as he crashed into the door. Their flashlights shone on the wall around him. He pushed on the bar to open the door, but it wouldn't budge. Gunfire rattled off from the 2 raiders closing in on him. The bullets impacted the wall around him and hit the door near his head. He flinched and ducked. Panic swelled as the men continued firing. Ryan pushed the bar in and shoved on the door again as bullets flew near him. It flew open, dumping him outside to the back lot of the store. A round caught the side of his arm, grazing the muscle. The gas can dropped from his hand and bounced on the concrete. Ryan felt the bite of the bullet, but the adrenaline dulled the pain. He gathered his footing and faced the corner of the building where the truck was parked. Much to his surprise, he discovered Sienna and Dutch hunkered down against the wall. She hurried to him as Ryan advanced toward them. He swatted his hand at her. Get in the truck, they're coming. The emergency exit flew open. Both raiders came barreling out of the store with guns drawn. They swept the lot until locking onto Ryan and the others. Dutch barked and snapped at the 2 men. The canine's fangs glistened with spit. He was in attack mode, ready to rip apart anyone who dared hurt his handler or new friend. Sienna clutched Ryan and held him upright. His legs were weak, and his vision blurred for a half-second. Then it cleared. The men said no words. A stony gaze painted their sweaty faces. They aimed their guns at them. It was the end of their journey. But a clopping din arose. It built fast, distracting the raiders. Ryan couldn't tell what the noise was at first, but he soon discovered the source. A horse came galloping around the other end of the store. The old man from earlier was in the saddle. He had a shotgun clutched in one hand and the reins in the other. The long-haired man spun around while his partner remained facing forward. He tried to get a bead on the old man, but he fired first. Fire blasted from the muzzle of the shotgun. Its report was deafening. The buckshot punched the long-haired man's chest and knocked him off his feet. Ryan aimed the pistol at the other raider and squeezed the trigger. He unloaded 2 rounds into the bald man's chest and abdomen. A painful wail erupted from his gnashed teeth. His face contorted in agony as he collapsed to the concrete. The old man kept his gun aimed at the writhing killer as he trotted past him. Ryan lowered his gun to his side as he approached them. "Are you 3 all right?" Sienna nodded.
I think so. He's been shot.
"It's nothing. I'm fine." Ryan kept watch of the raider he shot, who was now still flat on his back. "Is there anyone else inside?" The old man worked the reins as the horse pivoted toward the emergency exit. "Other than the store owner Jasper, those 2 were it," Ryan answered. "Don't know if there were more inside their van parked out front. I'm guessing not, since we haven't seen anyone else." "Why don't you 3 come back with me to my place?" The old man slid the shotgun into a scabbard on the side of the saddle as the horse moved about. "Thanks, but we're fine. We should—" Ryan fell to his knees. The siphon kit hit the pavement, along with the pistol. Sienna grabbed his arm and strained to pull him up to his feet.
Parker, are you okay? What's going on?
A muttered mess of words dribbled from Ryan's mouth. He managed to stand, but the dizziness persisted and made him sway.
We're taking him up on his offer.
After Sienna grabbed the kit and gun, she draped his arm over the back of her neck. She shouldered his weight as best she could to keep him from going down again.
We'll follow you back to your place once I get him in the truck.
"I can help you get him in the cab." The old man flung his leg over the saddle to dismount the horse.
It's okay. I've got it.
Sienna hauled Ryan to the passenger side of the truck, tossed the kit and gun in first, then muscled him up into the cab. Ryan helped as best he could before he collapsed on the seat. She shoved his boots the rest of the way in and slammed the door shut. Ryan struggled to recover. Now wasn't the time for such inconveniences when he had to be alert and physically ready to move and act. The driver's side door opened. Dutch jumped into the cab first, then leaped to the back seat. The canine did a complete circle, then licked at his head. Sienna climbed into the cab next and shut the door. She removed the keys from her front pants pocket and started the truck. It revved to life. She gripped the shifter on the column and worked the transmission into gear. Through the haze, Ryan spotted the old man out of the windshield. He waved his hand at the cab, then pointed ahead of him.
Man, this day just keeps getting better and better, doesn't it? I swear, if we got a break, I'd think something was wrong. She sounded defeated and stressed, but so was Ryan.
"Did you want me to drive?" His voice was about as weak as his body acted.
You're in no condition to drive or do much of anything else, Parker. I can manage this tin can just fine.
Sienna hit the gas. The truck lurched forward. She cut the steering wheel hard right and gained speed.
What I need you to do right now is to sit there and rest. Nothing more.
He tipped his head and sunk into the seat. As much as he hated how bad things had gone, at least they got the siphon kit.
Chapter 18. Sienna. The old man lived in the woods, just beyond the edge of town. It was a dense landscape covered in trees that spanned for what seemed like miles in all directions. Not a single house was in view, which made it feel more isolated and eerie at the same time. He guided the horse along a snaking dirt road while Sienna followed 20 feet behind. She gripped the steering wheel so tight her knuckles turned a milky white. Her nerves were still frayed from the encounter with the raiders at the auto parts store. She craved a fix for her anxiety, something to calm her down. A cigarette would do the job, but she had none. Ryan stirred. His body was slouched on the seat, head cocked to the left. He had been silent since leaving the store, except for some groans as he shifted his weight around. "You're not dying on me, are you, Parker?" "Not for lack of trying. Just resting my mind and body is all." He sat up and placed his hand on the dash as if to steady himself. "Sorry about what happened back there." "Sorry for what? Having those two dipshits shooting up the place and trying to kill us? You had no control over what they did." Thankfully, Grizzly Adams here showed up before they had a chance to gun us down. Rather perfect timing on his part. "It sure was." He blinked several times and shook his head. "And what I'm sorry for is putting you in danger." She worked the steering wheel from side to side to avoid hitting a deep pothole in the dirt road. "If you haven't noticed, danger is all around now. Nothing's right, and everything's screwy." "Maybe, but I'm still sorry for all the hassle. Just sucks we have to deal with this mess. Not what I thought it would be." "You and me both, but it doesn't matter. It's best to assume we're gonna run into a lot more crap like this." "I hate to say it, but you're right." Ryan turned and faced Dutch, who had his head a few inches from his. "Hey, big man, how are you holding up? Are you taking care of Sienna?" The canine snuggled his head against his, then sat back down on the seat. "Man, I'm getting scary backwoods killer vibes right now." Sienna skimmed the woods around them. "You know, like one of those horror movies with inbred cannibals who snatch up young people traveling through the Blue Ridge Mountains. I guarantee you, it's not all fiction." "So you think the old man's some sort of crazed cannibal killer, leading us back to his home to cut us up into tiny pieces and cook us?" "No. I think he's semi-feral, though. He looks raggedy. Plus, riding the horse around in town is sort of weird. I guess the environment is what's giving me the creeps. Add it to the raiders and dead bodies, and well, it's all crazy." "It is." Ryan peered out of the windshield at the old man, who stared at them and pointed ahead. "We'll watch him just in case. I think he's a bit out there, but that's it, nothing more." A cabin appeared through the wall of trees. It was an eyesore in shambles from a distance. A wooden structure with misshapen planks for siding. If nothing else, it screamed inventive, considering it was still standing. Most of the property was overgrown with weeds. A truck was parked to the left of the cabin. Junk dotted the grounds, poking up above the top of the plant growth. Behind the cabin was a large barn-like building. Its footprint took up most of the land behind the shack. The structure had many holes, and the wood siding looked as rotted as the old man's home. Cozy, I suppose. Sienna parked the truck near the porch, where the horse was being tied off on one of the railings. No creep factor here. I've known many people who live like this. Off-the-grid sort of thing. It's not as uncommon as you might think. I'm sure. Sienna put the truck into park and killed the engine. She handed the keys over to Ryan, who put them in the front pocket of his pants. If I thought this guy had an ulterior motive, I wouldn't have followed him out here. I'm being stupid is all. Blame it on my nerves. They got out of the truck, and Dutch jumped over the seat and leaped out of the cab to the weeds behind Ryan. Sienna walked around the engine block to the passenger side where the pair waited. "How are you feeling?" asked the old man after he finished securing the horse to the porch. "A bit better than before," Ryan replied as he braced his palm to the side of the truck. "Here, let me give you a hand. You're still a bit wobbly." Sienna stood at his side and put his arm over the back of her neck to steady him. The old man advanced toward them and examined the gunshot wound on the side of his right bicep. He placed his dirty fingers on his elbow and leaned in close.
Not terrible, but we should dress it just the same. I've got some medical supplies in the cabin to fix it up. Only if we're not intruding,
Ryan replied. He dismissed the comment with a wave of his hand.
Nonsense. If I didn't want to help, I sure as hell wouldn't have gone to the auto parts store, much less invited you back here. I'm a rather private man, so I don't care for guests, but I'm also not opposed to helping when it's needed. And you two needed the help.
We did. Sienna adjusted Ryan's weight, pressing down on her shoulders.
Your hospitality is appreciated.
The old man turned and waved them on to follow him.
Come on now.
He climbed the rickety steps to the warped boards of the porch. Ryan and Sienna trailed him, with Dutch following behind. They entered the stuffy cabin. It was sparsely decorated with a few pieces of furniture and a tiny kitchen set off in the corner. A broken-down couch, a wooden rocking chair, and a small round table with 2 chairs tucked under its lip rounded out the furnishings. There was a loft above the couch, accessible by a ladder wedged in the corner of the shack and bolted to the wall. A mattress was visible with off-white sheets hanging over the side.
I know this place isn't much to look at, but it's home for me.
The old man scooted one of the chairs out from under the table and aimed his finger at the seat.
Park it here.
Ryan sat down on the chair and leaned into the backrest. Sienna stood next to him while Dutch explored his new environment. She asked, "Did you want him over here with us and not wandering around your home?"
Your dog's fine. Don't worry about him.
The old man kneeled in front of a cabinet and peeled back a curtain covering its opening.
I had a pup like him years back, a great dog, hard worker and protective. But he was also inquisitive. It's what they do when entering a new domain.
Sienna studied more of the home while they waited. No pictures hung on the walls. She wondered if the old man had any family.
Here we go. Guess I need to do some organizing so I can find things easier.
He stood with a grunt and turned to face them. He had an orange tackle box in his hands and carried it over to the table.
It happens when men are left alone. Without a woman's touch, we tend to be messy, lost even. Perhaps it could just be me.
The orange box had a layer of dust caked on the surface. A white cross within a red circle shone through the filth. Are you out here alone? Sienna looked away from the kit to the old man.
Is one ever truly alone?
He flopped open the lid and rummaged through the contents.
I've got Shadow Dancer out there who keeps me company. Plus, the Almighty walks by my side every day. I don't count myself as being alone. I've got everything I need in this world.
Sienna thought she might have insulted him by his response. He didn't act irritated, but she apologized anyway. I meant no disrespect. If I overstepped, I'm sorry.
Sorry for what, little lady?
He placed some gauze and bandages on the scruffed table surface, then peered at her.
Did I miss something?
She felt like a fool. No, I misread your response. My brain is a bit scrambled from everything going on. Stress and lack of sleep. Forget I said anything.
No big deal. When you live out in the middle of the woods, you tend not to have many people stop by, which I like.
He pinched a meaty portion of Ryan's arm below the injured bicep, where the bullet struck, and examined the wound.
I've been on my own for as long as I can remember. Just me, Shadow Dancer, and the big man himself above against the world.
Ryan cringed from the not-so-gentle touch of the rugged outdoorsman. His lips pursed as his arm was let go.
So, no family then? He asked. Nope. Well, not anymore.
He dribbled water from a bottle onto the wound and patted it dry with gauze.
But I doubt you kids want to hear an old man's sad tale of a lifetime full of mistakes and regrets. There's enough misery going on in the world. We don't need to add to it."
They took the hint and left it alone. Sienna pulled one of the chairs out and sat down. Her ankle throbbed within her boot. The stupid car wreck she had in the mountains was persistent in reminding her how lucky she was to have survived.
"I don't think you're going to need any stitches, but I'm no doctor."
The old man dug through the first aid kit in search of something.
"I just make do with what I have here, so you might not want to take advice from me on medical matters." "I think it being cleaned and bandaged will work fine," Ryan replied. "Anything is appreciated." "Well, I can do that for you, son."
He applied some ointment, then rolled some of the gauze around his bicep.
"I'm Donald, by the way. Figured I might as well introduce myself since you're in my home. Seems I forgot my manners."
"I'm Sienna."
"Ryan."
He cocked his head and peered into the living room behind them.
"The pup exploring your place is Dutch, wherever he is. You three make a nice little unit."
"Thanks." Sienna wasn't sure how to take him saying they were a unit. She let it go. "I'm curious about something."
"About what?"
Donald finished with the gauze and placed the remainder on the table. "Why did you come to the auto parts store? You acted like you wanted no part in helping us beyond what you did. I mean, we're grateful, but we're also surprised." Donald secured the bandage in place, gathered the bloody gauze from the table, and threw it in the trash.
"I had a change of heart is all. I tend not to stick my nose in other people's business, keep to myself. But knowing what you could be walking into got me thinking, and well, I had to come and check to see if you three were okay."
Ryan studied the patch job. He rotated his arm.
"Did you know someone was going to be at the store?" "I didn't know for certain if someone would be now. Jasper lives, sleeps, and breathes his business. He does nothing else. When the power crashed, he was at the store to make sure everything was fine. He was. Interesting guy. A bit high-strung, but all things considered, I can understand why. He ended up helping us out, gave me a gas can, which I lost when trying to get away, and a siphon kit."
Ryan peered at Sienna. His eyes glassed over with sadness, as if something bad had happened.
"Jasper's one crazy Brit for sure. Glad he helped you."
After a second of staring at Ryan, he connected the dots.
"Wait, those two raiders were inside his store with you two. I didn't see him outside with you. Did he?"
Ryan nodded.
"Those two thugs shot him. He didn't stay with me, and then he charged them. Dumb move, but he refused to stand by while they ransacked his business."
Donald shook his head.
"Damn it, dumb bastard. Hate to hear it."
The mood at the table soured. A loud sound, like some sort of knocking on wood, was heard outside the cabin. Donald craned his neck and squinted at the window facing the porch. "Is everything all right?" Sienna twisted on the chair and peered at one of the windows.
"Not sure. Old Shadow Dancer seems to be riled up for whatever reason. It's probably nothing more than him being grumpy, which he gets at times."
Donald walked around the table into the living room.
"I'll be right back. I'm going to check on him."
He skirted around Dutch, who stood near the entrance of the cabin, and walked outside while talking to the horse.
"Come over here, boy."
Ryan snapped his fingers. The canine trotted over to them and sat on his haunches between them. "You don't think anything's wrong out there, do you?" Sienna asked.
"He didn't act like it was. He left his shotgun inside."
Ryan petted Dutch's head.
"I imagine everything is fine. Probably just his horse being noisy."
"Maybe." She looked away from the window and back to him. "So, what do we do now? We've got the kit thingy you got. No gas can, which we need to store the gas and get it into the truck."
"I know. I had one, but lost it in the stockroom while I was trying to get out of the building."
He adjusted on the hard seat of the chair and grimaced.
We'll have to work with what we've got.
Her fingers drummed on the table's surface. Agreed, but what do we do now? I feel like we're still in the same position as before. Granted, a bit better, but not by much. With an uncertain glint in his tired eyes, he said,
We'll figure something out either way. There's a solution here. We just have to find one.
Chapter 19. Ryan. They sat around the table, hunting for answers. Donald had come in and out of the cabin several times to deal with issues outside on his property. Ideas were few and far between. With the town so locked down by raiders, it was hard to know if any place was safe to go. From what they had seen so far, it was unlikely they'd find any such relief soon.
The way I see it, we have two choices.
Sienna held up her index and middle finger, lowering her middle one first as she spoke.
We leave town now and take our chances on finding fuel someplace else. We know gas stations are going to be a bust, at least in the area, so we can't rely on those to get fuel.
Ryan nodded, while taking a drink from the water bottle Donald had given them. Correct. We'll have to use the siphon kit and figure out what to do on storing the fuel once we have it, since I botched the gas can. Find an abandoned car or truck.
Yes.
She lowered her index finger next.
That was my next suggestion. Since we're low on fuel, we can try to find a vehicle in town where we might be able to get gasoline.
Yeah, I think number 2 is a better plan, since we have no idea of what the roads will be like outside of town, Ryan replied. I don't want to stick around and mess with the raiders again, but it may be our best option, unless they've taken all the gas from any vehicles in town.
I was afraid you'd say something like that.
She patted the tabletop.
Do you think they would have?
He hiked his shoulders. We don't know. Dutch stirred on the floor, his head raised and ears perked up as he looked up at her. Now all we need is a gas can. Ryan gulped down the remainder of the water and placed the bottle on the table. Donald entered the cabin. He was frustrated and cursed under his breath.
Everything okay?
Sienna asked.
I'm fine. Just aggravated is all.
He slammed the door and huffed.
Damn barn is falling apart. Wood's rotted. It's letting the critters in and they're making a mess of things. Shadow Dancer doesn't mind, but he's also not the one who has to clean up or replace anything damaged.
Before Ryan or Sienna could respond, he waved his hand at them.
But it's not your problem. Don't mind me. I'm bitching. I do this a lot. The only difference is no one's usually here to hear it.
We understand, she replied. We can see why it would be a pain.
It is. But I picked living in the woods. I've got myself to blame for it, I suppose.
Donald pointed at the empty water bottles.
Did you want another? I've got some left. If you're hungry, I can scrounge something up. When you don't have much, you learn to get creative and make the most from nothing.
It was nice of him to offer up his place and make them feel comfortable. Both Ryan and Sienna were hungry, but they also still had a long road ahead to travel. We appreciate the offer, sir, but I think we'll have to decline. Ryan glanced at Sienna, then back at him. We've got a long way to go and need to get back after it.
Plus, we have to figure out how to fix our fuel situation, Sienna added. We're low and not sure how much farther we'll be able to make it.
Donald sat on the edge of the counter and stroked his white beard.
Yeah, sounds like a problem to me. You're going to be hard-pressed to find any fuel here in town. Those raiders have bled a lot of it dry. Leave it to those low-life scumbags to exploit a bad disaster.
Yeah. Ryan pointed at Sienna while he talked to the old man. We were discussing alternatives. Sienna stared at the old man.
Do you have any suggestions? You're more familiar with the area than we are.
He stopped stroking his beard and lowered his hand. The heel of each palm rested on the edge of the counter.
I wouldn't even know where to tell you to start looking for fuel, except for the out-of-towners who've pilfered most of what we've got.
Not what either Ryan or Sienna wanted to hear, but it didn't surprise them. their bodies tensed at the thought of having another encounter with the ruthless crew. She sighed.
We were afraid you'd say that. We tried to come up with a different plan, but nothing else stuck. I guess we're screwed.
With his fingers running through his hair, Ryan slouched on the wooden chair. His head fell back. He closed his eyes and dug his knuckles into each socket. There's a way for us to get some of the fuel, if you're interested, Donald said.
There is?
Sienna sounded skeptical. Ryan raised his head and listened to what the old man had to say. It's risky. I wouldn't mention it, but since you're desperate enough, this is all I've got to offer. Donald paused a beat and continued.
And how do we take the fuel from them?
Sienna's brow raised.
It's not like we can walk up to them and be like, hey, can we have some of the fuel you've stolen from the people you've murdered? Great, thanks.
Not what I was getting at, the old man replied. We'll have to be a bit more strategic with our approach. What are you thinking? Ryan wanted to hear more. Donald paced the small kitchen with his arms folded across his chest. You see, I followed them throughout town several times over the last few days. When they're done ransacking a business, they retreat north to a Motel 6 on the edge of town. Sienna had a deadpan expression plastered on her face.
Okay, so they're keeping the fuel and supplies they stole there.
The old man bobbed his head. From what I've gathered, yes. As far as I can tell, no one else is staying at the motel except for them. They've taken it over. I'm guessing once they're finished bleeding the town dry, they'll move on to another small community with a police force that can overtake easily. Mind you, this is only a theory I have. Ryan placed his forearms on the table and intertwined his fingers. Let's say, for argument's sake, you're right about them holding up at this Motel 6. 2 questions spring to mind. I figured you would have some questions. Donald stopped pacing and stood before Ryan. Do you know where the gas is being kept? And more importantly, how would we be able to get close enough to get to it without them seeing and or killing us? He hunched over and put his palms flat on the table, then explained. They have another box truck parked at the motel. It's like the white rig driving through town. I've seen the red gas cans stored in the back. Lots of them. Not sure what the count is, but enough for them to spare a few. Sienna stabbed the tabletop with her index finger.
But how are we going to be able to get at the fuel without getting our heads blown off? Won't they have people at the motel watching the property? Guarding their stash? I can't imagine them leaving it unattended.
Yes and no. It's not as bad as you think, but it's also not a cakewalk. He stood straight and explained. From what I've seen, they have several men who stay behind at the motel to guard their hall while the rest head into town. When you say several men, how many exactly are we talking? Ryan was skeptical. Neither he nor Sienna were experienced combatants, but if the situation was set just right, it could maybe work out for them. Less than half a dozen for sure. I'd say around 3 to 4 outside the motel. Again, it could vary since I can't see inside the rooms. I don't think it's much more considering they have free run of the town. With no law enforcement to worry about, they've got no one else to stop them. Before Ryan could respond, Sienna said,
Let's say we consider going to the motel. What's the plan? 3 or 4 bad guys with guns who have no problem killing folks are plenty dangerous.
She pointed at Ryan, then back at her.
We're not like them. I work in a bar as a waitress, and he does construction. We're not the ruthless type.
Donald put his palm on his chest. I'm not some super extraordinary person either. Just some old guy who lives in the woods and likes to keep to himself as much as possible. But you can only stand by for so long and watch your world burn to the ground before you've got to act. He allowed his words to marinate for a second, then explained his plan. What I propose is a distraction of sorts. Draw those goons away from the motel, leaving it wide open. So bait them? Ryan asked, as he caught on to what the old man was getting at. Yes, Give them a reason to ditch the rig and give chase. Once the area's cleared, move in and take what you need. He hiked his shoulders. It's that, or you two can take your chances on the open road. Both have their risks. It just depends on what you're willing to do and how badly you need it. A scratching noise sounded from the main entrance to the cabin. Ryan hadn't noticed Dutch had gotten up and stood at the door. The canine pawed at the wood and barked.
Does he need to go outside to pee?
Sienna turned on the seat of the chair. Yeah, seems like it.
Ryan started to stand when Donald raised his hand at him.
I can let him out for you. Sit and relax.
Thanks, but I need to stretch my legs. Ryan scooted the chair back along the wood floor and stood.
Now is not the time to get too relaxed. Plus, it will give us a moment to discuss things. Sure, I understand.
The old man gathered their empty water bottles and dumped them in the trash. Sienna advanced toward Dutch with Ryan at her side. He wasn't 100% and wouldn't be for a while, but he moved with purpose just the same. They had a big decision to make, one he didn't take lightly. After freeing the anxious dog from the cabin, they walked outside to the porch. Ryan shut the door behind them and peered through the window to the kitchen.
What are you thinking?
Sienna marched down the rotting wood steps to the weeds as Ryan trailed her.
I'm thinking we've got two crappy options to choose from, none of which I'm thrilled about.
But one doesn't involve us risking life and limb.
She crossed her arms and turned to face him.
A big difference.
Dutch hunted for the perfect place to do his business while they talked things out. The weeds moved as the dog stopped, sniffed, and moved on. We're risking a lot just being on the road. It isn't going to get any easier from here. Ryan wiped the building sweat from his brow using his forearm. If we try to find gas elsewhere, I doubt we're going to be so lucky. When I say the truck is low on fuel, I mean like sucking fumes. She dipped her chin and stabbed the earth with the tip of her boot.
So you're considering his plan, then? The one where we steal from people who will kill us without thinking twice about it?
It's not the most ideal situation. But if it works, we'll be far better off than being broke down on the side of the road and walking. Ryan approached her. Which means we won't get to Max in Rhode Island anytime soon. And I won't get to Boston to see my doctor, he thought. That was more important than getting to Max, but Ryan preferred to put Sienna ahead of his needs.
Why does everything have to suck so bad right now?
She threw her arms in the air and groaned.
I feel like I'm asking for way too much. Since my brother called me, it's like the world is out to stop me from getting to him.
He walked up behind her. She put her hands on her hips and stared at the wall of trees surrounding the old man's property. It's unfortunate timing, for sure. No one could have seen any of this happening. Not having the power grid crashing and all the nonsense we've encountered so far. His fingers touched the back of her arm. But if we stick together, we can overcome anything. She peered over her shoulder at him.
You're confident for someone who just caught a bullet in the arm.
I was just grazed. And I am. Ryan smiled at her, trying to relieve her trepidation. He had the same reservations, but they had to decide on what they wanted to do. I think we should hear more about Donald's plan. It sounded like he's cooked something up. If he can clear them out and give us unrestricted access to their stash, we can snag what gas cans we can carry and bounce before they realize what's going on.
Lots of ifs there.
She looked at Dutch, who trotted toward them from across the yard near the dirt drive.
But we're going to have to do something. I get it. Walking isn't going to work.
The canine emerged from the weeds, moved around their legs as he sniffed the ground, then sat. Out of the three of them, Dutch by far was the most agreeable, always game for whatever they decided to do. Ryan petted the dog's head. We'll get the full picture first and go from there. I want to make sure we're not missing anything. I don't think we are.
but I hate to assume.
Well, you know what happens when you do, right, Parker?
She smiled at him. He snickered. Trust me, I don't plan on either of us being made an ass of.
Me either.
She looked at the cabin, then back at Ryan.
I guess we should go back in and get the details of what he has in mind. The sooner we get this planned out and start, the faster we can get back on the road.
Agreed. Let's head back in.
Chapter 20. Max. Max trailed the group as they sloshed through the water. His arms were folded across his chest, gaze trained at his dress shoes splashing along the flooded street. His socks were soaked, as was the bottom of his slacks. He was tired, hungry, and thirsty, which added to the stress of having dealt with 3 thugs in the grocery store and whatever else may come.
You've been quiet since we left. How are you doing?
Brittany asked in a soft, worried voice. Perhaps he was fragile. With his mom's passing and his sister being a no-show, Max had no idea how to handle the stress of his crumbling world. Still, he tried not to reveal his true feelings to her. He had to be strong, not weak. At least that's how he thought he should be.
I'm fine. Just exhausted from everything is all.
Her thumbs locked behind the straps of her backpack. She tipped her head and kicked her boots at the rippling water.
It's understandable. I know what happened back at the grocery store can rattle your nerves if you're not used to it.
So you're used to that happening? Max leveled his gaze with her as they got off the flooded street to the sidewalk.
We have at different points in our past. None of us were embellishing our stories.
She gave an indifferent shrug as they hiked down the walkway.
After a while, you get numb to it. I've had friction in my life for so long now, I don't know how I'd live without some sort of turmoil. It might be weird, but I don't know how else to describe it. I must sound strange to you right now.
Listening to her talk made Max feel less alone. Even though they had a brush with death, she managed to comfort him in some weird sort of way. The pain and stress remained, but he found her filling a void within his broken heart which he hadn't felt before.
You don't sound strange. Not at all.
Max stared into her amazingly soulful eyes, which had him lost.
To be honest, I'm a big mess right now. Nothing feels right. Every decision I make feels like the wrong one. If anyone here is strange, it's me. At least you 3 have a plan of what you want and are going after it. I envy you. I'm struggling to figure out how I can change my life from the endless nightmare I'm living. He cleared his throat. He figured she didn't want to listen to him moan about his problems. It wasn't attractive. But anyway, enough of that. Are you sure? You can say whatever if it'll help. You're under a great deal of stress. Anyone would be after losing a loved one, dealing with your overbearing father, and this mess out here.
She tipped her head at Clay and Tony, who walked ahead of them.
And our nonsense isn't helping any. Maybe you should head home and figure things out from there. I can't say things with us are going to get any better. There's always some crap waiting around the corner for us.
No, Max was quick to respond. He didn't know what he wanted, but he recognized not being with her right then scared him more than it should, considering they had just met.
I mean, for now, I'd like to stick with you and the others, if it's still okay.
She smiled and bumped her shoulder into the side of his arm.
Of course. You're free to continue hanging with us losers as long as you want. There won't be a dull moment with those 2 knuckleheads around.
Clay turned and faced them while walking backward. So, what's the plan now? We were supposed to load up on food and supplies at the grocery store, but I didn't get much of anything before we were forced to leave. Now I'm hungry and irritated. A bad combo.
When are you not hungry or irritated?
Tony jabbed his arm with his elbow.
Besides, you're always complaining about something. It never fails. Don't act like you don't.
Shut up, dude. You're one to talk. Clay shoved him. You get just as grumpy if you don't get enough sleep or food. Don't act like you don't. With her hand raised, Brittany silenced the pair of bickering boys. They looked at her, then at Max.
We'll figure something out, like always, she said. There's more than one store in town, it'll be fine. Our bigger problem is finding a set of wheels. That should take priority over anything else we're doing.
Clay pointed out the cars they walked by, parked at the curb. Here we are. Plenty around town to choose from. What are you looking for? Sedan? Truck? SUV? I know nothing with a stick shift, right? That's what it's called, correct? I can't remember. Brittany glared at him.
Don't be a wise ass.
I'm not. We've walked by a lot of cars, and yet here we are, still wandering around town as if we're on a casual stroll. Clay stopped and approached a sky blue 4-door sedan. This one looks new and big enough for us, wouldn't you say? The three of them watched him peer through the front passenger window. He tugged on the door handle.
We have to have the keys. I can't hotwire anything. You know this.
Brittany crossed her arms and tapped her boot.
And you know we checked several vehicles before the storm struck.
This one's locked as well, which sucks, because I'm digging the fancy interior. Clay jabbed the window with his fingernail. All leather, nice dash layout. Would have made for a comfortable ride. Better than the trash heap your mom's boyfriend had.
We're not after what looks best or is the fanciest, she replied. It just needs to run and have a decent amount of fuel, which will be another issue we'll have to address soon.
While they talked back and forth, Max surveyed the street for any police movement. Their sirens echoed throughout the town. He didn't spot the cruisers or any emergency vehicles, but the chances of them popping up around any corner were great.
Our best bet is going to be checking one of the car lots and not messing with vehicles left on the road, Tony said as Clay kept his face glued to the window. Maybe a car rental place. Either should have keys on site. Brittany touched Max's arm. Do you know where any of the car lots or rental places are at? He blinked away the blank stare. There are some in town, but I'm not sure where they're located from here. It's not something I've thought of since I can't drive yet. Understandable, no worries. Brittany offered him another warm smile, which he soaked up. Well, since we have no idea where we're going, what do we do now? Clay stood and turned away from the blue sedan. I guess we could just keep walking around until we come across something useful. I'm open to suggestions if you have any, because I'm running out of ideas here. Max felt the weight of them relying on him to be their guide. After all, it was his town, his home. He should have more insight to provide than he did. Before he could open his mouth, a siren wailed behind him. Both Clay's and Tony's eyes bulged. Their chins dropped. Damn. The police. Tony slapped Clay's arm. If you hadn't stopped to mess around, we wouldn't have been here. It's not my fault, Clay protested his innocence. A stupid squad car came out from one of the side streets. Even if we hadn't stopped, how do we know we wouldn't have crossed another unit? The cruiser stopped in the middle of the road, its lights flashing red and blue. It was obvious they'd been spotted. We should make a run for it. Try to make it to the next block and ditch them. Clay's suggestion fell on deaf ears. They'll catch up to us. I don't think it's a smart idea, Brittany replied. I'm with her, Tony said, leaving Clay in disbelief as they watched the male officer get out of the cruiser. You know, we've got stolen stuff in our backpacks, Clay's voice cracked. They're gonna find it, and then we're super screwed. Kiss us getting to the ranch goodbye. Max was frozen in place. His brain scrambled with indecision. He had no clue what to do next. One thing he didn't want was for the officer walking toward them to get spooked by any sudden actions they could take and draw his gun. For now, it was best to stay put. The young cop clomped out of the standing water on the road and rounded the trunk of a car to the sidewalk. He was in his early to mid-20s by what Max figured. His hands rested on his hips with one near the holstered handgun. He was tall and thick. Arms were laced with muscles that pressed against the seams of his shirt uniform. Brittany, flirt with him, Clay muttered from the side of his mouth. He's young and might find you attractive. Are you kidding me right now? She looked at Clay and rolled her eyes. You're such an idiot at times.
What? You've done it before. Don't act like you haven't. Turn the charm on.
She shut Clay up by waving him off as the cop marched toward them. Hello, officer, Max said with an unsteady voice. Is there a problem?
What are you kids doing out here?
His body language was rigid. He stared each of them down and palmed the handle of his gun.
There's a lockdown in effect. Plus, the storm has caused a bunch of additional problems, like flooding, downed power lines, and damage to buildings.
Brittany took the lead and stepped forward. She smiled and pulled her hair over her right ear. Yes, sir, we understand about the lockdown, but... A garbled voice sounded from the radio mounted on his hip. He shut her down as he listened and tried to make out the garbled transmission. She glanced at Max and shrugged her shoulders, who mimicked the gesture. Neither of them were sure if they'd be able to talk their way out of being in trouble. So far, it didn't seem like they would. The transmission cut out. The cop turned his attention back to them. Before Brittany had a chance to speak, he said,
"Why don't you four come with me?"
"If I may ask, officer, what for?" Her voice stayed steady. "We understand we shouldn't be out here and apologize for breaking the rules, but we had no choice. You see, our friend here," Brittany pointed at Max, "needed to get some medicine for his sick grandmother and—"
"That may be true, but it doesn't matter."
Additional transmissions flooded the cop's radio, which he ignored while drilling them.
"Rules are rules, and right now, you're breaking them. We've received reports of break-ins to businesses and cars, so we're taking full precautions to ensure the safety and protect property."
"This is insane," Clay said from the back of the pack. "We've done nothing wrong. I'd be willing to bet there are more dangerous people out here than a bunch of innocent kids."
"Dude, shut it," Tony whispered to him. "You're not helping any." The officer took offense to the comment. He squinted at Clay. His lips pursed as he glared at each of them. Max spoke up before the cop could open his mouth. "We apologize, sir, for breaking any law. If you let us go, we'll run home right now. Promise."
"We've been ordered to bring any persons out in town back to the station," the cop replied without a hint of compassion. "Now, you're going to get in my squad car without any problems. Am I understood?" 3 of the teens nodded at the firm order. Clay resisted at first, but succumbed to the cop's demand and tipped his head. In a single-file line, they walked into the flooded street toward the cruiser. The officer advanced in front of them and opened the back passenger door. One by one, they squeezed into the back seat while clutching their backpacks. It was a tight fit. Their bodies were crammed against each other.
"This is just freaking great,"
Clay said with a groan as the cop slammed the door and walked around the front of the cruiser.
"Now we're screwed."
"Just keep quiet," Brittany shot back as she adjusted her body next to Max. "This doesn't have to get any worse as long as you don't make it bad. We'll get out of this."
"Not sure how it can."
Clay jostled his backpack on his thighs as he sighed. "Just don't provoke the cop. As Brittany said, it'll be fine," Tony muttered as the officer opened the front driver's side door. He lowered into the car and shut the door. All 4 of the teens, stuffed into the tight back seat, said nothing. He cranked the cruiser and revved the engine. As the cop shifted into gear and drove down the watery roadway, he snatched the receiver from the dash and mashed the button on the side.
"This is car 315. I've got 4 teens in custody, bringing them back to the station."
A momentary crackle of static hissed from the radio before a response came.
"Copy, 315.
The officer placed the receiver back on the holder and took the next left. None of the group muttered a single word. Other than sporadic transmissions coming from the squad car's radio, an awkward silence loomed. Max was crammed against the door behind the driver's seat. He stared out of the window at the ghost town. Several of the buildings had sustained damage from the wind and rain. Where the water had receded, trash was left in its wake. In a blink, everything had gotten worse. Each new day brought a set of challenges for them to overcome. One of the biggest questions for Max was, what would happen next?
Chapter 21. Sienna. Sienna tapped her fingernail against the tabletop as Donald laid out his plan. Although she had reservations about moving forward with the old man's audacious idea, she was committed to doing whatever it took to reach her brother. After the old man finished his thoughts, Ryan glanced at Sienna, then back at him. He sat forward on the chair and intertwined his fingers.
Just so we're clear, you're going to be the bait and lure the raiders from the motel. Once they're gone, we move in, grab what gas we can, and leave before anyone knows what happened. Sound about right?
Yep. Donald bobbed his head in agreement.
I'll lead them away on Shadow Dancer while you two roll in and load up. Not sure how long you'll have, or if you'll run into any more of them at the motel, but I will buy you as much time as possible.
It was weird discussing such a plan of action. Just days prior, anyone could stop at a gas station and get fuel without any hassle. Now, they were faced with strategizing how to get gas from a bunch of rogue killers. Unreal.
What do you think?
Donald asked as he waited for a reply.
I think our options are limited, and we don't have much wiggle room,
Ryan answered.
I mean, if you manage to lure them away, and no one surprises us at the motel, it should be fine. We're not out to be greedy. We just need enough fuel to get us north.
Sienna thought of every potential issue that could arise. One such scenario popped into her head as the two men talked. What about the rig they're keeping the gas and other supplies in?
What about it?
Donald shifted toward her. Ryan had an equally confused expression on his face. His brow furrowed and his eyes narrowed. She explained. We're assuming once you draw them away from the motel, the rig is going to stay. They won't be taking it. How do you know they won't? Sienna glanced at each of them, allowing her statement to soak in. If they don't leave it behind, this whole thing will be for nothing. I'm just posing the question since no one else has mentioned it. The old-timer chewed his bottom lip and sat back on the chair.
To be honest, I don't think it's going to happen. The rig they stashed the stolen supplies in has stayed at the motel. It never moves. They use the white box truck and other vehicles to haul the goods back to the motel and transfer them into the rig. I've seen it happen.
He paused a beat and raised his hand from the table.
Now, I can't guarantee they won't take the truck, but seeing as I haven't seen it driving around town, it's a solid bet they won't.
His response left a rather large gray area in the scheme, one that hinged on many expected actions happening from the band of thieves.
Listen, it's risky, no doubt about it. I'm not saying it isn't.
Donald laid out his thoughts to them.
But it depends on how bad you want the fuel. If you're almost out, you won't make it to the next town to see if they have any gas. One thing you can do, which hasn't been mentioned yet as far as I've heard, is to stay put and wait them out. Once the crew is finished taking what they want from the town, you can see what gas is left. Not sure what it'll be like, or if the other townspeople are going to be at each other's throats for the scraps, but I haven't heard either of you suggest it.
For Sienna, waiting wasn't an option. Too much time had already been wasted. I'm not sure about waiting around is going to work for me. They could be here for days, a week. Hell, since they have the town pressed under their thumb, they might not leave at all. The old man nodded in agreement.
True. There's no telling what they're going to do next. It's a gamble either way you go.
She looked to Ryan for a final answer. Well?
I say we go for the gas. It's about all we can do to get to your brother, but whatever you want to do is fine with me.
Regardless of the festering reservations eating away at her, she had settled on what she wanted to do. Her only hope was it wouldn't blow up in their faces. We go for the gas.
Ryan patted the tabletop. It's settled then. When can we head out? Soon, Donald answered. Let me make sure Shadow Dancer is ready to go. I'll need to get him saddled back up. I don't leave it on him when he's in the barn. He likes to roll around, and I don't want him damaging my tack. I've got just the one saddle, and it's already in bad shape. Do what you need with him. Once you're ready, we can head out,
Ryan said. Donald pushed his chair back. The four legs scraped over the wood floor. He stood with a grunt and pursed his lips as if his joints hurt. As the old-timer hobbled across the living room to the entrance of the cabin, both Sienna and Ryan got up out of their seats. "He's not looking too hot," Sienna said. "I hadn't noticed him daughter before. Did I miss something?"
"Could be a tricky knee, a flare-up from an injury, or old age. I've worked with men who had similar conditions. 1 minute you're fine, and the next, your joints seize up on you. Sucks."
"And we think he's going to be able to lead those clowns away at the motel?" She watched the door close behind him. "I mean, he seems spry enough. I don't know. I'm just thinking through everything." Ryan touched her shoulder.
"I wouldn't discount him. Just because he has a bit of a limp doesn't mean he's not able to hold his own. I think it'll be fine. Besides, we have to have faith it will be."
"Oh, I'm relying on a ton of faith right now. Trust me."
"Likewise."
Chapter 22. Ryan. The pair headed outside with Dutch following behind them. They advanced on the truck and waited until the old-timer was ready to move out. It gave them a few moments to take in the serene beauty of the lush landscape surrounding them.
"You know, this wouldn't be the worst place in the world to ride out the apocalypse."
Sienna leaned on the grill of the truck as she scanned the woods.
"Mind you, I'd want a much nicer cabin stocked with everything, but the location is decent."
"It's not a terrible place to be, though I think apocalypse might be a tad bit hyperbolic, wouldn't you say?" Ryan checked the bandage on his arm. The wound ached and stung some, distracting his thoughts.
"Maybe it is, maybe it isn't."
Sienna hiked her shoulders.
"I think, given what we've seen so far and learned about this alleged invasion, it tracks. I've watched my fair share of end-of-the-world movies and have read a ton of disaster-related books. This tracks with many of those."
He faced her, braced his underarm on the hood of the pickup, and propped his hand against his head. "Aren't those fiction? This is real life. I see how they parallel one another, but I don't think we're so far gone to constitute labeling this as an apocalyptic event. It's a disaster, but not sure I would go beyond that."
"Perhaps. Either way, I'm afraid we're going to be in for a rough time."
She made a fist and shook it at her stomach.
"I feel it in my gut. I'm not trying to be all doom and gloom, but it's hard not to be."
Her gaze shifted from Ryan down to Dutch, who sat between them. The canine looked up at her and licked the tips of her fingers. Ryan had similar worries about what had happened to the country. It was bad enough to where the military had many more birds in the air. If an outside threat had managed to infiltrate the country, who knew the scope of the destruction being done to their homeland? Before he could reply, Sienna pushed off the grill and waved her hand.
"But anyway, we're heading off a cliff with this conversation. We need to stay focused. Sorry if I drifted off there."
"No need to apologize." Ryan stood straight off the truck. "I'd be lying if I didn't say I had worries of my own. Stress has a way of dragging you down." She leveled her gaze on him.
"Let's say, no matter what happens, we stick together. Maybe it's me feeling vulnerable, but I think it's the smart thing to do."
He smiled. "I was thinking the same thing." Dutch stood to all fours and rushed around Ryan to the edge of the truck. He stopped and stared at the corner of the cabin. His tail was taut, his body stiff as if something stirred in the area. "It's probably Donald, boy." Ryan pivoted toward the canine, who gruffed. A thumping noise sounded. It grew louder, indicating something heavy was coming toward them. Shadow Dancer emerged from the corner of the cabin. The horse galloped with the old-timer seated in the saddle. "Are we ready to go?" Ryan asked as he moved alongside the anxious dog. Donald tugged on the reins, bringing the massive horse to a stop. Its hooves stomped the earth and crushed the weeds under its bulk. Dirt kicked up and sent Dutch scrambling out of the way. "We are." Donald reached down and patted the side of the horse. "He's tired and will need some downtime once this is done. But for now, he's fine. This boy has enough grit to spare."
"Great. Let's get in the truck and go."
Sienna jabbed her thumb at the cab.
"Did you want me to drive or you?"
Ryan wasn't feeling 100% yet. His brain felt like mush, and the world spun, but not as fast as it had before. He didn't think it would change. Not anytime soon. "Why don't you drive for now? Be the wheelman."
"You say it like we're some sort of criminal syndicate heading out on a job."
"In a way we are, but not like the people we're going up against." Sienna dug the keys out from her front pants pocket. She dangled them at him.
"All right, stop standing around like we've got nothing to do and load up."
"Yes, ma'am." As they got into the cab and Ryan shut the passenger door, Donald approached the pickup on the horse and said, "Follow me. We'll be taking some back roads to the motel. It's a bit longer of a drive, but it'll be safer than going through town. Less eyes on us." "Sure thing." Ryan tipped his head as Sienna started the truck. Donald backed the horse up and jabbed it in the ribs with the heel of his cowboy boots. Shadow Dancer lunged forward toward the dirt road. Sienna shifted into gear and hit the gas. She twisted the steering wheel and made a sharp U-turn in the weeds. The truck aimed for the dirt road, where the old-timer was already ahead of them. They drove over the shallow impressions on the ground and hit the rocky, rutted surface of the path as they entered the densely populated woods. Ryan removed the pistol from the front waistband of his pants and ejected the magazine. He studied the ammo, taking stock of what little he had. There were 5 bullets to fend off any threats, plus the round already chambered. It wasn't much, but if used in the right way, it could be enough.
"Do you think we'll need the gun?"
"Maybe. Maybe not. Hard to say." He slapped the magazine into the grip and placed the weapon on the seat next to him. "I'd rather have it with me and not need it than to need it and not have it. Think of the gun as an insurance policy." She worked the steering wheel to avoid some of the larger holes in the road.
"Oh, I'm glad you've got it. If we didn't have one, I'd be more hesitant about what we're doing here."
The dirt road morphed into pavement. Donald surveyed both directions of the one-lane roadway, then veered left. Sienna pulled out after him and trailed Shadow Dancer, who galloped along the side of the road. She maintained steady speed, keeping the truck back by about 15 feet. He had no idea what lay ahead, but no matter what happened, Ryan was confident they would come out on top.
Chapter 23. Max. Max's dress shoe tapped the floorboard of the cruiser. He chewed the ends of his fingernails. His worried gaze stared out of the squad car at the buildings of downtown Plainbrook as they neared the police station. Portions of the town had been blocked off due to the flooding. Several additional cruisers were stationed at various intersections, along with service vehicles surveying the damage. "How are you doing?" Brittany whispered to Max. It took a second for him to register what she said. He stopped chewing on his nails and looked at her. "Fine, I guess. Well, nervous, if I'm being honest. I wouldn't stress. This is just a formality." She tipped her head at the young cop staring at them in the rearview mirror. "We'll be out in no time." "You seem so sure." "I've had my share of run-ins with the police. The one thing I've learned is to be respectful and remain calm. Don't act like an idiot like someone in this back seat. Besides, he didn't cuff any of us." "True, but he also probably wasn't expecting to need 4 sets of handcuffs," Max whispered back.
"You know, this whole idiot thing is starting to hurt my feelings," Clay said. "No one else gets labeled as an idiot."
"Because no one else acts like one," Brittany shot back at him. "Besides, you know we dig at each other. Don't act like you haven't gotten some shots in on me and Tony. It's what we do."
Pfft. Clay scoffed at the comment, but also couldn't help to crack a smile. "I do no such thing. Out of the 3 of us, I'm the good one. You're just jealous at my awesomeness." Quiet back there, the officer said. His stern voice shut the group up as they drove up to the front of the police station. He parked the cruiser in one of the open slots at the curb and got out. He opened the back passenger side door and twirled his hand at them. Okay, let's hurry it up and get out. Max got out first. They were escorted to the entrance of the station and led inside the dimly lit building. A wall of heat hit each of them as they entered the station. The air was muggy and stagnant. Part of the ceiling lights were on, but at what seemed like half capacity. They flickered and dimmed, then came back online. It surprised Max that the building had power. Maybe things were coming back on. This way, come on. The officer led them through a maze of desks and empty chairs to a section in the far back corner.
Are you arresting us? Tony asked from the back of the pack.
The cop said nothing and headed for an older, balding man seated at one of the desks. Fat rolls made up his neck and spilled over the collar of his uniform. His black goatee was unkempt. Wiry hairs stuck out in all directions. His chubby fingers clutched a tan coffee cup as he took a drink and noticed them approaching his desk. I picked these 4 up in town a bit ago. Figured you might want to talk to them. The officer swallowed the drink and wiped the back of his hand across his mouth.
Why not have Stedman do it? I'm waist-deep in paperwork. With the computers offline, I have to write everything down with a damn pencil.
Take it up with the captain, Barton. At least you're seated in here and not out there dealing with the flood and the other crap, the young officer replied. The seated officer held up his short, pudgy arms and leaned back in his squeaky chair.
Yeah, this is paradise. No air conditioning and half the lights are out. I've got it made, Thompson.
Anyway, the young officer pointed at the 2 chairs and looked at the teens. 2 of you sit there. The others stand behind them. Max and Brittany took the guest seats while Clay and Tony stood. The young officer walked away and made for the exit. What's going on here? Clay asked the disgruntled cop, who sighed and sprang forward. I can't tell if we're being arrested or not. After grumbling under his breath and shifting the layer of papers on his desk about, Barton stared at each of them with a scowl.
You're not being arrested. Yet. Depends on how my mood changes and if you cooperate. I'm tired, fat, and sweaty, so don't test me.
Cooperate about what, sir?
Brittany shoved her backpack between her legs on the floor and placed her palm on the edge of the officer's desk.
We'll be happy to help in whatever way we can, but I'm afraid we don't know what you're referring to.
Yes, sir, we weren't told anything, Max added as the cop slammed down a stack of papers on the corner of his messy desk. If you can be a bit more specific with what you're after, then you'll see how helpful we can be. He intertwined his fat fingers with his forearms resting on the desk. Barton's mustache twitched as he studied each of them. Rivulets of sweat raced from his thick hair and down his flushed cheeks.
Why were you 4 out in town walking around exactly?
Brittany jumped on the question first and repeated the same response she had given before.
As we told the officer who brought us in, we were out trying to find medicine for my friend's grandma.
She tipped her head at Max and continued. Part of Max freaked out on the inside. Her entire statement was a lie from start to finish. If pressed for specifics on the sort of medicine they were after, who the fictitious grandmother was, and an address, he was afraid he would crack with ease. Instead of the officer probing any deeper into the lie, he nodded and moved on. Barton grabbed a pen and scribbled on the paper under his arms.
Have you seen any suspicious activity going on around town?
What do you mean by suspicious?
Tony asked from behind Max.
Anyone who looks like they're not from around here.
Barton tapped the end of the pen against the paper. His jaw clenched and brow furrowed as he waited for a response. Neither Clay nor Tony said anything. Max and Brittany were equally confused. They understood the question, but they didn't know how to respond. It was up to Max to answer since he lived in the town.
We've only seen a handful of people out today. Well, not including the officer who brought us in and other police cars and emergency vehicles. Max gulped, but remained calm under pressure. The officer squinted at him and scribbled notes down on the paper. He looked up and asked,
How many people did you exactly see? 2, 3, 4 or more? Be specific.
Max peered at Brittany, who nodded at him. The only people he recalled seeing were the thugs from the grocery store. 3.
And where did you see these 3 people? What were they doing?
We saw them breaking into a Stop and Shop, Max answered. His throat tightened from the questioning. Barton wrote on the paper.
And what was their ethnicity?
I'm sorry, I don't understand what you mean. The line of questioning had Max frazzled and his mind went blank.
What was their race, kid? White, black, Hispanic? These aren't hard questions here. Let's keep up. So, again, what color was their skin?
He chewed his bottom lip. White. Max looked at Brittany for validation. She bobbed her head, indicating he was correct.
Okay.
After scribbling down the response, Barton asked,
Were they carrying any firearms? Were they on foot, or did they arrive in a vehicle?
We weren't close enough to see if they had any guns. Max adjusted on the hard wooden chair. The way the officer stared him down made him squirm and feel like he was in trouble. It's possible they had guns on them.
And what about vehicles? Did they drive one?
All we saw was the 3 men break into the store, Brittany answered before Max could. As far as we could tell, they were on foot. Clay cleared his throat and raised his hand. Barton flitted his gaze to him.
Yes, what is it?
We're all a bit confused at what this is about, sir. It sounds like you're after something specific, but we don't understand what it is you want us to say.
The cop placed the pen on the stack of papers, then put his palms down on the desk. He stared out over the expanse of the station, which had a few cops seated at their desks. After making sure no one was within earshot, Barton grumbled and said,
Screw it. We've been informed there could be possible terrorist activity going on.
Terrorist activity? Brittany kept her voice low as all 4 of the teens leaned closer to his desk. What do you mean by terrorist activity?
Are you talking about people from other countries coming into America and blowing stuff up?
Clay's voice rose above a whisper, which the cop got onto him about.
Shh! Keep your voice down.
Barton looked out over the station to see if any of the officers heard him.
We're not exactly sure at the moment. We're collecting information from locals on if they've seen anything suspicious going on in town.
Is that why everything's on lockdown? Brittany leveled her gaze with the officer. Are the terrorists responsible for the power being out?
Maybe. That's why we're checking all leads.
Barton paused a beat while looking past the teens, then continued.
We're on the lookout for anything suspicious and investigate as needed. That's all you need to know.
All 3 of Max's friends spoke at once. It made understanding them impossible and frustrated the already disgruntled cop even more. He raised his hand and shushed them a second time.
Listen, I don't know much more than what I've said. To be honest, you 4 shouldn't be out walking around like you were. They're tightening the restrictions on when and where residents can travel. Plus, the storm has made things worse.
Well, we haven't seen anything other than the 3 men who broke into the grocery store, Brittany replied. Max worried about Sienna. What if she had gotten caught up in a bad situation in one of the towns or cities where terrorists attacked? He didn't know what to think.
So, what are you going to do with us? Clay asked, snapping Max out of his thoughts. Are you going to hold us here longer? We answered your questions. It's obvious we're not terrorists.
Barton mumbled at the comment and picked his pen up.
I didn't think any of you brats are terrorists, but I also have a job to do.
The officer tapped the back of his pen to the paper. I'm not sure what else we can help you with, Brittany said. If we had seen anything like what you described, we would have told you. Trust me, none of us want anything to do with terrorists. Barton rolled his eyes and sighed.
As much as I'd love nothing more than to shuffle you far away from my desk, I have more questions to ask. Get out your identification and hand it over. Almost forgot about that. They'd have a fit if I hadn't logged it.
None of the teens dug into their pockets. They stared at each other while Barton waited for them to remove the IDs.
We don't have any IDs to hand over, Brittany replied. None of us can drive yet. We don't have permits either.
Awesome.
The cop's response was thick with sarcasm. He wiped the sweat from his brow with the back of his hand, flicked it away, then placed a blank piece of paper down in front of Max along with a pen.
Write your full name and address. Once you're finished, pass it on to your friends so they can do the same.
Max scribbled down his name on the canary yellow paper. His hands trembled, causing the writing to look messy. He tried to make it as legible as he could, but it all came out looking terrible. Barton grabbed his mug, took a drink, then lowered it from his mouth.
Of course I'm out. Ugh, God, could this day drag on any more or get any worse?
After Max finished writing down his address, he slid the paper over to Brittany and handed her the pen. The officer complained to himself for a second and pushed his rolling chair back from the desk. It hit the wall with a thud. He stood with a grunt as if forcing the blubber up out of the seat was a major chore. His fingers gripped the mug as he shuffled past the edge of the desk.
I'll be right back. Keep passing it around. When you're done, put the paper and pen back on my desk near the computer.
Clay hunched over next to Brittany, penned his information on the paper, and asked the cop, "Is there any way we can get something to drink? I think we're all a bit thirsty, if it's not too much trouble." He stood and handed it to Tony, who was the last of the group to provide the requested information.
Lord, I guess so.
Barton sighed again.
I think we've got some bottles of water in the break room, but I'm not taking everyone. Only one of you can come with me. The rest stay here and wait.
I'll go since I brought it up, Clay replied.
Whatever. Let's just go so I can finish with you four and move on with my day.
Barton waddled off with Clay in tow. Tony finished writing his information down and handed it to Max, who placed both pen and paper near the officer's keyboard.
That's some crazy stuff he was talking about,
Brittany whispered. She turned so she could see both Max and Tony.
Freaking terrorists? Insane. I wonder if they're going to blow stuff up or what. I know.
Max looked around Tony for any of the officers within earshot of them. None were close by.
I saw something crazy happen a day or so ago when we were heading to the hospital to see my mom. Like what? Brittany replied. You know those electric cars? I can't remember the brand name offhand.
Max got lost in thought as he recalled the incident he and Ben had gotten caught up in near the hospital.
Yeah, we do. They're all over the place, Brittany replied. Anyway, there was a traffic jam down one of the streets, and Ben and I almost got hit by one of those cars.
You mean the driver almost hit you? Tony said.
A horn honking outside cut Max off before he could say a word. The three teens wrenched their eyes to the entrance as the din persisted. Crunching metal loomed large, and then reports of gunfire popped off. The few officers inside the building sprinted to the doors with pistols drawn.
What the hell is going on outside?
Tony's voice was strained and hit a higher octave.
No clue, but it sounds like something bad.
Brittany shot up out of the chair. Max got out of his chair too, and they all took refuge behind Barton's desk. The officers funneled out of the station through the set of double glass doors. All three teens stooped below the lip of the metal desk and watched the doors to see what happened next.
Where's Clay at?
Tony craned his neck and swept the empty station from side to side. The gunfire continued, then stopped. A second later, a vehicle came busting through the main doors. Glass shattered into a million pieces. Tortured metal groaned. It sounded like an explosion had been set off.
Christ!
Tony dropped to the floor. Brittany and Max jerked away from the police SUV plowing into desks and office furniture. It turned hard left and stalled inside the station after doing a massive amount of damage. Its horn bellowed in the aftermath of destruction. The fracas ebbed as the SUV's horn ceased its cry.
Is it over?
Tony uncovered his head.
Don't know.
Max studied the vehicle while clutching Brittany. He let her go and stood from behind the desk. Bullet holes riddled the SUV's body. Windows were shot out. It was one of the craziest things Max had ever seen in a string of unexplained events. Tony stood with Brittany and they moved out from behind the desk. Several police officers rushed inside the station through the missing doors. Their pistols were held up. They swept the interior of the building, then closed in on the smoking wreckage of the SUV. Barton and Clay appeared from one of the hallways. They stared at the vehicle in the middle of the building with wide eyes and gaped mouths. The pudgy officer shoved past Clay and waddled his way through the maze of disjointed desks to the three officers approaching the SUV.
Come on.
Max skirted the edge of the desk with the other two shadowing him. They moved through the clutter toward the vehicle as Clay navigated a path to intercept them. "Are you guys okay?" he asked.
"We are,"
Brittany answered. Smoke leaked from under the SUV's hood. The group of teens hung back while the officers surrounded the vehicle. They climbed over desks and skirted around debris from the crash toward the driver and passenger sides. Max tried to see around Barton, who lost his footing on the scattered debris and stumbled forward, but he didn't fall. The officer steadied his balance and continued to the passenger side of the vehicle. He scooted a desk away from the cab, then opened the front passenger door, his gun trained at the interior.
"Can you see anything? Because I can't."
Brittany stood on the tips of her toes and placed her palm on Max's shoulder to steady herself.
"I can't see anything from here either."
Max tried to get a clear visual of the SUV, but couldn't see around the portly cop who blocked the opened doorway.
"I think this might be our cue to go while they're distracted," Tony said. "They're more concerned with what just happened than they are with us."
"Yeah." Clay slapped Tony's chest with his arm. "Let's go grab our packs while they're occupied." The two boys hurried to the officer's desk where they had left their gear. Max and Brittany looked on as each of the doors to the SUV were opened and the cab checked from front to back. Barton moved away from the passenger side of the vehicle. Max took 3 steps to the left and craned his neck, which gave him a glimpse at the driver's seat.
"There's no one inside the vehicle. The driver's seat is empty."
Her brow raised.
"How is that possible? There must be someone driving. Maybe the police have already yanked the driver out and we didn't see it." "Doesn't sound like it. The police are still looking over the vehicle. If they had someone in custody, we'd hear or see it." "So, what does it mean?"
Brittany looked at Max for an answer. He made a connection between the SUV and the electric car from the day before. No drivers.
The car was driving itself. "No way it can operate without anyone behind the wheel," Brittany said. "I'm willing to buy some things, but cars driving themselves is a bit of a stretch. Even for me. This isn't some kind of futuristic science fiction movie." "Not what I mean." Max blinked and jerked his chin at her. "It could have malfunctioned. It's still a machine. They're prone to problems like anything else, right?" "Sure, maybe, but driving without someone steering?"
She shook her head as Clay and Tony ran up to them with their gear in hand. "Can we continue this conversation after we're out of here?" Clay tightened the straps of the backpack. Brittany slipped her backpack on and adjusted it on her shoulders. 2 cops stood outside the building on the walkway. They blocked any sort of indiscreet exit from the station. "We can't walk out the front," Tony said. "They'll see us leaving and might try to stop us." "Then we'll head out back." Clay pointed to the hallway he and Barton had come from earlier. "There was an exit I saw near the break room."
"Are we sure we shouldn't wait for them to dismiss us?"
Max worried about how their sneaking out without the police letting them go would look.
"They have our names and addresses."
"Not anymore, they don't." Clay held up the canary yellow paper containing their information. "We're fine. Besides, we weren't arrested. No handcuffs, no mention of jail. All they wanted was to ask us questions. We answered. Now it's time to get what we can. Indecision tormented Max. He stared at the cops, who paid them no mind, then at the two boys and Brittany.
If you want to stay and wait, it's your business, but I'm going now.
Clay walked away and headed for the murky hallway at the back of the station. Tony said nothing and followed him.
We should go too.
Brittany grabbed Max by the arm and pulled.
The police have bigger problems on their hands now than to worry about us.
He gave one final look at the wreckage and the swarm of police gathering at the front of the missing station entrance, and decided to go while they were distracted. They ran through the labyrinth of desks to where Tony and Clay had gone. Their footfalls hammered the tile floor as they ran to the blind corner ahead. Shadows filled the corridor. They took the corner and ran into Tony, who stood in their way.
I wondered if you two were coming. Glad you decided to come. Where's Clay?
Brittany scanned the hallway for him when she noticed a burst of bright white light up ahead.
He's at the rear exit waiting for me, and now us.
Tony retreated while waving his arm at them.
Let's go.
They scuttled the rest of the way down the hall and hooked a left. Light shone from outside into the station. Clay held the door open for them and waved them on.
Move it, come on!
One by one, they exited the police station. After Max breached the doorway, Clay closed the door behind him. They scanned the back parking lot, dotted with a few cars, for any police officers, but none were seen.
This way!
Clay and Tony ran toward the gated entrance of the lot. Max and Brittany sprinted after the two boys, looking to put as much distance between them and the station as they could.
Chapter 24. Sienna. It had taken a little over 45 minutes to reach the Motel 6. The back roads proved invaluable as there was zero traffic to contend with. Now, the real work began. They studied the property from an elevated position. Trees and dense vegetation concealed them from view, but offered a window into the crew's temporary base within the town. Sienna parked the truck next to the sharp drop-off. They unloaded from the pickup, except for Dutch, who remained in the cab, and met up with Donald, who was perched on Shadow Dancer. The horse stood patiently and made no noise while the old-timer rested his arms on the saddle and petted the side of the sweaty, calm animal.
"How's it looking?"
Ryan asked as he skirted the edge of the drop-off.
"Not sure yet."
Donald spat to the ground and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, then pointed through the opening within the trees.
"There's not as many of them there right now. I've got eyes on 2 outside in the parking lot."
She stood next to Ryan. They followed Donald's line of sight to the 2 men standing in the parking lot conversing. They weren't holding any weapons in their hands. Both men's body language appeared relaxed. From what she could see, there didn't appear to be anyone else at the motel. Most of the parking spaces were empty, except for the big rig Donald mentioned, and several other trucks parked near it.
"And we still don't know how many of them are inside any of those rooms, do we?"
Ryan looked at the old-timer.
"No, we don't. Other than the 2 dipshits cutting it up, I can't say how many more of them might be in the rooms."
Donald sat up straight and gripped the reins.
"We can wait a bit longer or do this now. I'm inclined to do it now. More could show at any second, which will increase our chances for failure."
Ryan looked to Sienna for her input.
"What do you want to do?"
To her, the scene was set just as Donald described it back at his cabin. If more of the raiders were there, they would soon come out of the buildings. At least Sienna figured they would. "I say we go now. Get only what we need and leave just as fast."
"Okay, we're all in agreement then,"
Ryan said as the old man removed the shotgun from across his body.
"If you head straight here, you'll run into the road down below. Wait there and be ready. I'm going to backtrack some and find a way down this hill." "We'll be ready," Ryan replied. "Don't worry."
"How will we know when to go?" Sienna asked as Donald worked the horse backward.
"Oh, you'll know. When you see their trucks flying out of the parking lot, you head in."
The old-timer placed the buttstock on his hip and controlled the horse with one hand gripping the reins. Before he rode off, Sienna extended her hand to him. "Thank you for all your help. We are beyond appreciative of everything you've done for us." He smiled, released the reins, and shook her hand. "Of course. Not sure I'd thank me just yet, though. You haven't gotten the fuel." "Maybe so, but I'm still thankful for what you've done so far." She released his hand and walked back to the truck. Ryan and Donald shook next and exchanged words as she climbed into the cab behind the steering wheel. He prodded Shadow Dancer in the ribs with the heel of his boot as Ryan marched to the passenger side of the truck and got in. The horse raced by the driver's side of the pickup as Ryan shut the door. "Are you okay to drive, or did you want me to?" She gripped the steering wheel and exhaled a long, deep breath. "I am. Just calming my nerves." Her hands trembled. She made a fist, then flared her fingers. "I'll be fine, though. I've got this." "All right. If you say you are, then you are." Ryan placed his pistol in his lap and wagged his finger at the windshield. "Let's ride." Sienna started the truck and drove down the sloped hill until reaching the turnoff onto the main roadway. A wall of trees shielded them from the view of the motel. A tiny opening within the thick tree trunks and bushes offered them a protected view of the parking lot, but now they couldn't see the motel rooms. Waiting was the hardest part. It gave her mind time to wander and to conjure up the worst-case scenarios imaginable, like the old man getting killed or any of them catching a bullet from one of the crew who didn't give pursuit. There were too many variables to consider. "Okay, I see him down the road, there." Ryan pointed out of the lowered passenger window. "That old man has the biggest set of balls I've ever seen on anyone. Looks like he's in position. Be ready to punch the gas." "He does for sure." She tightened her hold on the steering wheel. Her heartbeat ticked up in anticipation. Several reports of gunfire popped off, causing her muscles to tighten. Her breath hitched. Their time to move was near. Engines revved, tires squealed. Ryan held his hand up, then dropped it fast. "Okay, go. They're driving away from the motel." Without thought, Sienna punched the gas. The truck lurched out of its hiding place onto the road. She spun the steering wheel clockwise, making a sharp right. The truck gained speed as the two vehicles gave pursuit to the old man on horseback. No brake lights flashed as the trucks vanished in the distance along with Donald. They approached the entrance to the motel. Part of the complex was blocked by the office. They couldn't see past the edge of the building to the parking lot for any men waiting outside. Sienna slowed enough to take the turn into the motel parking lot. Ryan clutched the pistol in one hand and braced his other palm to the dash. A dip in the drive caused the truck to bounce. It thrashed them on the seat. She maintained control of the steering wheel and zeroed in on the blue box truck parked in one of the slots near the middle of the motel. "I'm not seeing anyone outside," Ryan said as they made a beeline for the rig. "I'd park on the driver's side." "I planned to." She pumped the brake and twisted the wheel. The truck made a 90-degree turn and stopped. She worked the shifter into reverse, backed into the open parking slot next to the rig, and put the transmission into park. "Let's move." Ryan hopped out first, then Sienna. They left their doors open and rushed to the bed of the pickup. Ryan dropped the tailgate and made for the rig. He worked the latch out of its set position and pushed the roll-up door skyward. Its wheel clacked along the glides and stopped with a loud bang. A bevy of various products were crammed into the hold. It was halfway filled from floor to ceiling, with little space between the items stacked on top of each other. "There!" Sienna pointed out the row of 15-gallon red gas cans on the wood floor against the wall. There were 7 in total. "I'll climb in and push them to you." "Sure, move fast." "I'll do my best." She climbed into the hot cargo hold and rushed to the gas cans. Each of the containers was bigger than she realized. She grabbed one and lifted it. Fluid sloshed about. Its weight tested her arm strength as she struggled to move it.
"Do you need help?"
Ryan asked as he checked the area around the rig. "I got it." Sienna opted to scoot the container across the wood floor. It was like pushing a rock over dirt. Her arms shook and her legs drove hard until she got it there. He unloaded the gas can and hauled it off in a bear hug. She pushed another container to the edge of the truck where Ryan arrived and waited. He waved his hand at her to hurry. "I'm going as fast as I can, Parker. Trust me, these aren't light."
"I know. Sorry."
He manhandled it off the lip of the bed and carried it to their truck. She grabbed one more gas can and lugged it to the edge of the rig. It slipped from her hands and slammed to the floor, then tipped over. Sienna snatched the handle before it could tumble out of the hold and fall to the ground. Ryan ran up with his arms outstretched as if to catch the container. He was tired and panted. His chest heaved and his face was flush with sweat.
"I think 3 will do. They're 15 gallons each. We should leave while we can."
"Are you sure? I can get one more." As Ryan wrapped his arms around the side of the container to carry it off, he looked to his right and froze. He released the gas can and raised his arms skyward. The life drained out of Sienna. She knew what it meant. One of the raiders had gotten the drop on them.
"Relax, pal. No one has to get hurt."
Ryan's head stayed straight. He didn't dare look her way. A man came into view from the corner of the rig. He wore a dark green hat, which was low on his head. He carried a pistol and aimed it at Ryan's chest.
"Looks like we've got some foxes in the henhouse here."
He had a thick southern drawl and flashed a wolfish grin at him.
"The best way to handle such a problem is by putting the damn animal down so they can't do it again."
Ryan backed away and said nothing. Sienna tried to think of what to do, but fear paralyzed her. Her body went stiff, unable to respond to the threat before them. The man in the green hat glanced up into the rig at her. His smile got bigger as he laid eyes on her and revealed a set of stained yellow teeth. His tongue licked around his chapped lips, which made her blood run cold.
"Maybe I'll just kill you and have some fun with your girl toy here helping you steal our fuel. Seems only fair."
"It's not your fuel. You stole it," Sienna shot back. He glanced at Ryan, then back at her.
"Perhaps, but I'm the one with the gun, and you two are shit out of luck. So I'd suggest shutting up before I change my mind and put a bullet in you too."
With the man distracted by Sienna, Ryan lunged forward at him. He grabbed the man's forearms and shoved his arms skyward. 2 shots were fired from the gun as they wrestled for control of the weapon. They stumbled onto the walkway and crashed into the wall of one of the motel rooms. The 2 men lobbed punches and threw elbows while fighting over the gun. Sienna climbed out of the rig's cargo hold and jumped to the ground. Dutch came barreling out between their pickup and the box truck. The canine galloped toward the dueling men and attacked the man in the green hat. His mouth clamped down on the raider's wrist clutching the gun before he could get a shot off at the dog's handler. Fangs punctured the skin. A howl bellowed from the southern man's gaped mouth as he writhed in agony. The weapon dropped and clattered off the concrete. Ryan kicked it away without thought from being caught up in the moment, then decked him in the face twice. His face smashed into his nose with a meaty thump. The man's head snapped back. Blood ran from his nose to his lips. He kicked at Dutch, who continued his assault as he tried to get away. Ryan launched an arcing right cross and clipped his chin, knocking the man to the ground.
"Get in the truck now!"
As much as she wanted to grab the last remaining container, Sienna understood the limits to her strength. Hungry and weary, her arms weren't strong enough to lug the gas can from the rig to the bed of their pickup. With a huff, she ran past the lower tailgate and cut around the bed to the driver's side of the vehicle. Ryan landed a kick to the face on the flailing raider, then ran back and grabbed the gas can from the rig. He tossed it into the bed of the truck, slammed the tailgate, and made for the open passenger door. "Dutch, come!" Sienna leaped into the cab. She slammed the door and gripped the shifter. Ryan waited outside as Dutch jumped onto the bench seat, then hopped to the back, and then he climbed in. Sienna put the truck in drive and pinned the gas pedal to the floorboard. Tires peeled out. The truck shot forward as they made a beeline for the entrance of the motel. In the rearview mirror, she spotted the man in the dark green hat trying to stand. No more men emerged from the rooms on the bottom or top floor. They hit the dip in the road, going full tilt. She twisted the steering wheel. The front bumper hit the asphalt. Metal scraped the surface. The crescendo made her cringe. Gas cans in the bed slid around. Part of Sienna worried they'd come flying out during their escape. She straightened out their trajectory and headed north away from the motel.
"Christ, that was close,"
Ryan said, breathless. "Too close.
At least we got 3 of the gas cans."
He dropped a gun to the seat next to her.
"Plus, I snagged the man's gun, so we have 2 now."
She said nothing and kept an eye on the road behind them. Her fingers turned a milky white from her taut hold. In the rearview mirror, she noticed a vehicle appear. The leafy branches of the trees hindered her from seeing inside the vehicle. "I don't think we're out of danger yet." Ryan flipped around on the seat and stared out of the back window. He wiped the sweat away from his forehead and exhaled.
"Damn it, you're right. Looks like it could be one of the trucks from the motel."
"That's just great. Now what?"
"We've got no choice but to try and lose them."
He sat forward and removed his gun from the waistband of his pants.
"Just keep driving."
She checked the gas gauge. They were almost out. If they didn't lose the truck now, they weren't going to get away.
Chapter 25. Ryan. The pickup gained speed along the 2-lane road and closed the gap through the winding turns. Sienna pushed their truck to the limit, forcing the tires to screech as it fought for traction. Ryan clutched the grip of the pistol and kept a vigilant watch on the passenger side view mirror. His adrenaline inched up, causing his dizziness to increase and his vision to blur. He blinked several times and tried to focus without the world appearing like it was covered in a haze. After rubbing his eyes and mastering his elevated breathing, the fogginess ebbed to a more manageable level.
"They're getting closer to us, Parker."
Sienna's voice broke with panic.
"What are we doing here? I can't go any faster without us flying off the road, and I have no idea how much more fuel we've got in the tank before the truck cuts out."
"I know." Ryan craned his neck and tried to see the gauge. He knew the truck well and could get a sense of what they were looking at.
"They're right on our ass now."
Sienna cut the sharp turn close. The passenger side tires went off-road into the weeds. Low-lying tree branches pinged off the roof and slapped part of the windshield. It sounded like someone hitting the pickup with a baseball bat. She corrected their trajectory and merged back on the highway. The bed of the truck fishtailed from the sudden turns. Sienna worked the steering wheel and brought the out-of-control vehicle under submission. "Nice one," Ryan said, as he sat straight on the bench seat.
"I'm doing my best. Not sure how much longer we'll be able to keep this up. I'm just trying not to go flying off the road."
The truck accelerated and darted into the left lane. It gained speed and pulled alongside their pickup. Ryan twisted at the hip and stared at the 2 men in the cab. The tinted windows made it hard to tell what they were doing. All he could see was the outline of their bodies and some movement. "I think they're going to try and run us off the road," Ryan said. "Be ready in case they—" In a blink, the truck swung out, then rammed into the side of the pickup. Metal crunched from the impact. It forced them into the weeds. Sienna cocked the wheel and tried to get them back on the road, but the driver of the pickup continued slamming into the side of their vehicle. He held firm and ground the right bumper against the driver's side door to stop them.
"We've got to do something now or we're screwed,"
Sienna shouted as she wrestled the steering wheel. I don't have a shot. Ryan stared at the driver's side window, but Sienna was in the way. Well, find one. The road ahead had another sharp curve. It closed fast. If they didn't make a move, they'd be finished. An idea gelled. It was the only move he saw. When I tell you to slow down, do it. What? Why? The bumpy ride over the ground caused her to stutter. Just do it. We're going to let them get ahead of us, and you're going to ram the back passenger side of the bed. You're asking an awful lot of me. You got this. Ryan watched the pickup for their window to act. It pulled away from their truck, ready to ram again. Now, hit the brakes! Sienna hit the brake pedal and allowed the Raiders' truck to get ahead of them. She turned the steering wheel left and punched the gas. The front driver's side bumper smashed into the rear quarter panel of the truck as it climbed out of the weeds to the road. The collision generated a cacophony of crunching metal. Keep hitting the gas, Ryan urged. They spun the pickup off course as they hit the snaking curve. She cocked the wheel as far as it would go to follow the bend of the 2-lane highway and to keep them from going off-road again. The Raiders' truck careened into the dense vegetation sideways, unable to stop. It plowed over the bushes and vanished. Christ! Sienna stomped the brake. The truck slid at an angle before coming to a stop. A din of crunching and bangs sounded over the grumbling engine and their heavy breathing. Soon, the noise waned. Man, that was close, Ryan said as he felt his pulse return to normal. Yeah, too close. A blank stare washed over her pale face. He peered at the trees and bushes, but couldn't see the truck. Given the noise generated by the wreck, he assumed they would no longer be a threat. I don't think we'll have to worry about them following us anymore. She said nothing and stared out of the windshield. Hey, you all right? Yeah. Sienna shook her head and blinked twice. Just frazzled is all. I've never been in a high-speed chase before. Me either. But you did great. Ryan placed his gun on the seat. Did you want me to take over driving now? We'll wait until after we're able to stop and put the fuel in the truck. You sure? I don't mind. You've done a lot. Sienna nodded. I am. I just want to get as far away from here as we can right now. Okay, sure. Ryan peered through the back window and spotted 2 of the 3 gas cans in the bed. At least we still have some of the containers back there. I can't see the 3rd one. I'm glad we've got the 2. She peeked out the lowered driver's window and turned the wheel. For now, let's go before their friends show up. Agreed. I think we're safe for now, but I'd rather not take any chances. Me either.
Chapter 26. Max. After jogging for the better part of 4 blocks, the pack of wayward teens took a break in an alley. Each of them huffed and gasped for air. All 4 were exhausted and more so confused by what had happened at the police station.
What in the world was up with the SUV crashing into the building?
Clay hunched over with the heels of each hand pressed into the soft part above his knees.
I've seen some crazy stuff, much of which I did, but I can't say I've ever witnessed someone drive a police car into a police station. Dude must have been on drugs.
It could have been a terrorist, Tony countered. How do we know they're not here? Hell, there could be a whole house of Terrys ready to blow up the town. Clay stood straight and held his hand up.
Why would terrorists want to come to this dot-on-the-map town? It doesn't make sense. Now when there are big cities they could go after to make a statement.
Max thinks there was no one behind the wheel of the SUV, Brittany said. All 3 of the teens stared at Max, who calmed his breathing and had his hands on his hips. A bewildered gaze painted their faces.
I don't follow?
Clay scrunched his brow.
How could the SUV go without someone driving it? I think the shot to your head is making you loco, bud.
I'm telling you, there wasn't anyone in the vehicle, Max replied confidently. They didn't pull anyone out after the wreck. If there wasn't anyone in the car, then how was it going? Tony asked. It steered into the building somehow, which means someone had to drive it. Unless you're suggesting AI has taken over and we're in the beginning stage of Judgment Day.
You've watched T2 one too many times, bro. Clay wiggled his fingers at Tony. I mean, I love the movie, but I also know it's not real.
He's not far off. Max squashed their conversation and drew their attention back to him. Not AI, as far as I know, but what if someone was remotely operating the SUV? It could have been an all-electric vehicle. Max saw one of those electric cars driving by itself and crashing, Brittany said. Yeah, I did. Max bobbed his head. There was no one in the vehicle. It sped down the street and rammed into the other cars on the road.
Can electric cars be hacked like a computer? Clay looked at Tony, then at Brittany and Max. I didn't know they could.
I don't know, but something weird happened with the car, Max replied. Either someone got control of the vehicle or some weird malfunction occurred. This is the second time I've seen it happen, which means it's becoming a problem.
Tony shook his finger.
You know, electric cars are giant computers on wheels. I guess someone could hack in and remotely control them. I mean, if these supposed terrorists could take over electric vehicles, what else can they do?
Knock out the power and kill cell phones, Clay said while holding up two fingers. Not to mention anything else that's computer-based and networked. Now we have to worry about getting murdered by cars driving by themselves. Awesome! This day keeps getting better and better by the minute.
Let's calm down and not lose our heads. Brittany raised her hands to squash the rising tension. We don't know what's happening. It doesn't change our goal one bit. It should incentivize us to work harder to find a car and get out of here and to the ranch before things get even wilder. She's right, Tony pointed at her. We should leave while we can. Things are going bad fast, and I don't want to hang around any longer than we need to.
As the three of them discussed their next moves, Max was unsure of what he wanted to do. He never wanted to see Ben again, but Max still wondered about his sister and whether she was trying to get to him. Okay, so we stay away from electric cars, and we should be fine, Clay said, snapping Max out of his thoughts. Seems easy.
Yeah, the only problem is we don't know how many electric cars there are out there, Tony replied. There's probably hundreds of thousands. We don't know for sure if all the electric cars are affected, Brittany said. For now, we worry about finding a car for us. She looked at Max. Can you take us to one of the car rental places in town? Preferably one that's close.
He gulped and started to remember where some were.
Yeah, sure. I think I remember now where they are. If you don't want to, I understand.
She approached Max and took his hand in hers.
We've asked a lot from you today. We'll understand. We can manage on our own.
Max couldn't tell if he was being used. The two boys were easy to read. They had an agenda, and he was there to help facilitate their needs, plain and simple. But Brittany was different, or so Max thought. He had no illusions as to her maybe manipulating him with her flirtatious nature, the batting of her eyes and the soft touches. Clay said she had toyed with men in the past to get her way. However, Max did feel a connection with her. One strong link that trumped the feeling of deceit by a narrow margin. He hoped his gut instinct about their bond was genuine and not a ploy to take advantage of him.
Of course I'll help you,
he smiled at her, which he couldn't resist doing. She smiled back and dipped her chin.
Thanks, Max. You're a lifesaver. For real. I'm not sure we'd be doing as well as we are now if not for you.
He felt somewhat embarrassed by the shower of praises. It was something he wasn't used to and had a hard time accepting. But he did, and soaked up the attention from her.
I'm not sure I'd call me leading you around town a lifesaver. Don't be so modest.
Brittany released his hand.
Most people wouldn't do what you've done. It makes you special. At least, in my eyes, it does.
Footfalls approached her. Clay peeked over her shoulder and cleared his throat. Hi! If you two are done doing whatever it is you're doing, can we get going now? We got the end of the world to deal with and a car to find. Brittany rolled her eyes and jabbed her elbow into Clay's gut, and his stomach caved from the contact.
Stop being such a dick. I know it's hard for you, but please work on it.
As she walked off, Clay got in Max's way and stopped him. He glanced over his shoulder at Brittany, who stood by Tony, out of range for her to hear them, then back to Max.
Let me give you a piece of advice about her.
What?
I can see the twinkle in your eye. How you look at her. You're an easy person to read.
Max crossed his arms and stared Clay down. He figured Clay was jealous.
And your point is?
My point is, don't read more into her being friendly to you than what's there. She's exceptional at manipulating boys and men. Has been ever since I've known her. You're not the first dude she's worked her charms on, and you won't be the last.
I'll keep it in mind, Max replied.
Hey, are we going now or what? Tony asked. We're talking about urgency here, and everyone's standing around chatting like we've got nothing to do. Can we get on with this? With his arm raised, Clay waved at Tony without looking at him.
Yeah, calm down. We just had to clear up a few things first, right?
The only thing clear to Max was Clay's intention felt dubious. He couldn't put his finger on it, but something told him there was more to his friendly advice than looking out for his well-being.
Sure.
The boys separated, with Clay advancing past Brittany, who gave him a look. He and Tony chatted while Max walked up to Brittany.
Everything okay between you two?
Yeah, nothing to worry about. Max glanced at Clay, who glared at him, then he smiled at Brittany. We're all set.
You sure?
I am. Max then said, Now let's go. The nearest car place is far from here. If I remember correctly, it may take us a bit to make it there. She nodded, even though he didn't feel like she believed he was fine.
Yeah, okay. Lead the way.
He gave a thumbs up and walked down the alley with the 3 teens trailing after him, not saying another word to any of them.
Chapter 27. Sienna. They drove about as far as they could before being forced to stop and refuel the truck. Everything after driving into the motel was a blur. She had no idea how much time had passed or where they even were. All she knew was none of the raiders had tracked after them. For now, it appeared they were safe. Ryan spoke to her, but she didn't hear half of what he said. It was nothing more than noise in the silence of the wooded area they had pulled off the road into. What?
I asked if you could start the truck and see where the fuel gauge has us at once I'm done emptying this one.
He tilted the gas can higher and dumped the remainder of the fuel into the truck's tank. Sure, yeah. Sorry, I didn't hear you. Sienna pushed off the driver's door and opened it. After getting into the cab, she gripped the key in the ignition. You ready for me to start it up?
Go ahead.
A loud bang sounded from the bed of the truck as the empty gas can bounced around. She twisted the key. The engine started. The gas gauge's needle jumped from below empty to half a tank.
Wow, we're half full. Awesome. Go ahead and kill it for now.
After turning the engine off, Sienna got out of the cab. Dutch waited for her next to the truck. His tail wagged. His tongue dangled from his snout. The canine was always eager to see her, ready for any loving pets to come his way.
I'm going to go ahead and dump the second gas can into the tank. Super glad we didn't lose it.
Ryan bent over, grabbed the handle, and muscled the hefty container up. His arms shook from the weight. He was struggling to get the yellow nozzle into the opening of the tank. Need some help?
I've got it.
His voice strained, and his face turned red. The tip crammed into the tank's opening with a bit of work. Ryan braced the bottom edge of the can against his body and exhaled an exhausted breath.
You know, you'd think this wouldn't be as hard as it is, but man, it's a big pain in the ass.
I told you I'd help. Sienna rubbed both sides of Dutch's head, then walked around the panting dog. You didn't have to do it all yourself.
I know, but you seemed distracted.
Sweat poured from under his hairline. He wiped away the glistening beads with the back of his dirty forearm.
Thought it best to give you a minute to...
To what? She approached him and leaned against the side of the truck. Part of her attention was focused on him, while the other kept watch on the highway for any cars.
To, I don't know, gather your bearings or whatever you want to call it.
Ryan angled the gas can higher using a combination of his leg and arm.
What we went through in Foxfield was intense. I just figured you wanted a moment to collect your thoughts is all.
It was something all right, though we sort of knew it would be after finding the people in the van and the dead cop on the road. Their images were seared into her brain. She doubted they would ever leave. At least, not anytime soon. I've never seen anything like it before. I mean, you see horrible crap on the news or social media all the time, but real life is different. It hits harder when you can touch it. I don't know. I feel like I'm rambling on. Stop me at any point if you want me to shut up.
No need to stop. It would mess with anyone who wasn't a complete psychopath.
Ryan pushed the gas can higher as the last bit of fuel rushed into the tank.
It rattled me as well. Never thought I'd see a time where people would exploit a disaster by killing innocent people instead of coming together. Then again, there are plenty of dirtbags in the world, so it's not all too surprising.
A faint sound tickled her ear. She froze and stood from the bed of the truck. Her gaze set out to the woods and winding road dipping in and out of the trees as her muscles tightened.
What is it?
Not sure. Thought I heard a car approaching. Ryan shook the gas can and tossed it to the bed. He didn't seem as concerned as she was, and he went about screwing the gas cap in place.
I don't hear anything. If it is a car, it wouldn't be the end of the world.
What if it's one of those raiders tracking us down? The noise ebbed as fast as it came. No cars appeared ahead of them. She chalked it up to imagination.
We haven't seen anyone else following us. The few cars we did pass on the road drove on without so much as braking or hinting at anything nefarious. I think we're fine now. They won't be an issue any longer.
He closed the cover to the tank and braced his arm on the top of the bed.
Besides, we'll be back on the road here in a minute, and it won't matter.
She hoped he was right. One bad thing after the other had Sienna on edge. It was a constant she couldn't escape. Yeah, maybe you're right, and I'm being overly paranoid.
Oh, for sure. I don't blame you. I am too.
He hiked his shoulders.
I guess we handled it in our own way.
She turned and peered into the bed of the truck. Before we go, do we need to secure the gas cans so they won't fly out? He looked them over.
We've got nothing to secure them with. They should be fine back here, unless you want them in the cab with us. Though I should say some of the gas leaked out from where the nozzle connects to the container, so they'll probably smell.
Sienna smelled the gas. Having the containers inside the warm cab would further the stench and give her a headache. I think they're fine in the bed. We'll just need to be careful driving.
I'm always a cautious driver.
He smirked at her. Right.
Though I do need to work on my defensive driving skills.
Ryan walked past her to the open driver's side door.
The way you handled the truck while trying to get away from those thugs was next-level wheelman stuff.
She turned around. I wouldn't call any of what I did next level. More like, I didn't want any of us to die and I was desperate. Being scared can be great motivation.
Either way, it worked in our favor.
He grabbed the edge of the door and put one boot on the bottom of the truck frame.
Don't sell yourself short.
Not sure what you're buttering me up for.
Nothing at all. Just giving some words of encouragement. I know you might not think so, but you did fantastic back there.
Thanks. Sienna walked around the engine to the passenger side of the pickup while Ryan and Dutch loaded into the cab. All three got situated, but they didn't leave right away. He unfolded the map and spread it out over the steering wheel. The canine poked his head over the seat and licked her face. His ears were down, and he whined as if in need of some loving, which she gave by rubbing his head.
All right. I figure before we get back on the road, we should decide on what route we want to take going forward.
He smoothed out the map.
Since we don't know the full extent of how things are, I think we can assume it's going to be about the same as what we've already experienced. All depends on the town, I suppose, and whether they've been able to maintain civility.
She leaned forward and craned her neck to study the map. It was like trying to decipher a relic. The vein-like lines spread in all directions and weaved in and out of each other. To her, it was a big mess. I'll leave the navigation to you, since you seem to be a bit more familiar with reading the map. If you want me to, I'm afraid we'll end up super lost. His fingertip traced along the map.
Give yourself a bit more credit. Understanding how to read this isn't...
Ryan stopped mid-sentence and dipped his chin. His fingers pinched the bridge of his nose as if he was in pain or annoyed. Is your headache coming back, or is it something else? Sienna waited for a reply as he sat silent and exhaled slowly through his nose. After a minute, he lowered his hand and lifted his head.
It's never left. It hurts to varying degrees. I'm just managing it as best I can, since nothing can be done about it.
You sure? It doesn't look like nothing. She kept watch on him as he smiled and went back to examining the map.
I am. I'm used to aching somewhere. Tends to happen when you work a physical job. Life doesn't stop because you feel bad, which I'm sure you're aware of.
Sienna faced similar tribulations and understood what he meant. I think everyone on the planet has dealt with something similar a time or two. I have. I can keep driving if you want so you can rest. It's not a big deal. Ryan crumpled the map together and placed it on the seat between them.
I'm fine. Besides, you need to rest as well. Neither of us are in great shape now. I think once we get moving again, I'll feel better. Some wind on my face should fix me right up.
She worried about him. Since their encounter in the mountains days ago, he had gone downhill, much like the country. If you say so, Parker. We can switch up again in a bit if you want. Take shifts on driving.
Yeah, we'll see. For now, though, we should get back on the road. We've still got a haul ahead of us to reach Rhode Island.
She was hesitant, given how bad he seemed to be feeling, but she wasn't too far behind him. Okay, you let me know when you want to switch again.
I will.
Chapter 28. Ryan. The miles ticked by in a flash. Traffic was non-existent on many of the roads they took. Instead of keeping to I-95, Ryan plotted different routes to avoid highway patrols or police. They didn't know if all states had their towns locked down, but he preferred to be prudent. Sienna had fallen asleep several hours back. Once they started driving, she settled onto the seat and tucked her tiny frame into the nook of the door. She looked peaceful at rest. So much stress weighed on her mind about her brother that it sucked the life from her. Even Dutch was out in the back seat. The dog was sprawled out and snoring loud enough that the wind gusting into the cab couldn't overcome the tired canine. It added a different melody to the ambiance of the cab. In the distance, he could see aircraft in the skies. Some were far away and barely visible, while others were larger. He remembered the crashed drone he and Dutch had discovered during their hike through the mountains. The wreckage seemed weird. He couldn't explain it, but something felt off to him. Maybe it was because he had never seen anything like it before. A convoy of what appeared to be military transports appeared up the road. Ryan blinked twice and leaned forward, unsure if what he was seeing was real. They weren't on a major highway, but drove the more rural two-lane roads. As they got closer, he realized they were real. His throat moved. He didn't know where to go or if they were even worried about them being on the road. Ryan adjusted on the seat and checked his speed as the convoy drove by them. The needle topped 85 miles per hour. There was a mixture of 6 large transports and Humvees. Each of the rigs rolled by without braking. He checked the rear-view mirror first, then the side-view mirror as the throng of vehicles continued along the road and vanished in the distance. The thumping of his heart ebbed to its normal rhythmic beat. He swallowed the lump lodged in his throat and calmed his nerves as best he could. Sienna stirred. Her tongue licked around her lips, and she yawned. Then she sat straight on the seat. A distant, sleepy stare painted her face as she yawned again and stretched her arms.
Christ, how long was I out?
A few hours, give or take, Ryan replied as he watched the rearview mirror.
Really?
She ran the palm of her hand up and down her face to wake up.
I can't believe I crashed. One minute I was sitting here staring out the window, and the next, I'm coming to.
You needed the rest. Glad you slept well. She rubbed the back of her neck and stretched her back. A grimace twisted her face.
I wouldn't say I slept well. Not like being in my bed. Now I've got a crick in my neck and my back hurts. But I guess it could be worse.
It could for sure. After she stopped stretching, Sienna leaned on the backrest.
Where are we?
Maryland. Not sure where yet, Ryan answered.
I take it there hasn't been any roadblocks or trouble?
Not that I've seen. The route I'm taking has kept us off most of the major highways. We've had to travel along some, but I didn't see any police. Not sure where they are, but I'm glad we didn't get caught up by any. Ryan then said, We did pass a small convoy of military transports a few minutes ago, before you woke up.
Oh, yeah?
She turned and peered out of the back window at the empty road behind them.
And they didn't try to stop you?
Nope. They drove by without so much as braking. It was weird. I don't know what I expected them to do, but doing nothing wasn't what I pictured. Sienna shrugged.
Me either. But if what everyone has said is true about terrorists crippling the country and who knows what else, I imagine the military is pretty busy already.
True, but how did they know we weren't part of it? Part of this invasion? Can we say invasion? She thought about it a moment.
I don't see why not. It's an invasion in some way, whether it's physical or digital. Hell, it could be both. We don't know. With how active the military has been, something is going on other than some outages and communications issues. I'm willing to bet it's worse than we realize. Then again, I'm always a think the worst sort of person, regardless of the evidence around me.
I'm with you. I can't help but feel the same way. Ryan took the exit up ahead, getting off the highway they were on. So far, we haven't crossed any major cities, so we don't know what's going on with them. There were some helicopters around not too long ago, heading in all directions. I bet they were being deployed to those areas.
I thought I heard something weird while sleeping. Couldn't tell if I was dreaming it or if it was real.
Oh, it was real, Ryan replied. Whatever the scope is of this strike, it's stretching further than our little neck of the woods. Dutch appeared over the top of the seat. He yawned and gave his coat a shake. Look who decided to get up. Ryan reached back and petted Dutch under his snout. Did you sleep well, bud? The canine yawned again and panted after licking his sweaty cheek.
How are you feeling?
Sienna asked as she retied her hair into a ponytail.
Are you doing all right?
Overall, he was managing as best he could. The dizziness remained, but ebbed to a tolerable level. His headache was more of an annoying nuisance which refused to dissipate and didn't do his nausea any favors. But now wasn't the time to let such things win out. He had to be strong and persevere. I feel like $1 million. Ryan smiled at her even though he knew he looked like death. She pursed her lips, slanted her brows, and dipped her chin as if she didn't buy his response.
Yeah, more like a wadded-up $1 bill floating in the gutter.
Perhaps, but I'm still upright and moving forward. He persisted in smiling at her to alleviate any worries she had. They had enough to stress over, and he didn't want to be any sort of undue burden on her. I'm fine, though. Really. The gunshot wound isn't stinging as bad now. Everything else I can deal with. It's nothing new. You learn to manage pain over time, especially when you can't do anything about it. Sienna grabbed him by the elbow and leaned across the seat to inspect the bandage wrapped around his bicep. She glanced up at him and sat straight. The bandage doesn't look too bad. No blood coming through the dressing. Yeah, thank God it wasn't too bad. We got lucky. She placed her arm on top of the lowered window and peered out to the lush green landscape surrounding them.
What's the nearest major city to us?
Baltimore isn't too far away, Ryan answered. We'll hit the outskirts and keep heading north. I'm trying to dodge all those potential hotspots so we can minimize our chances of running into more trouble. Her fingernails tapped against the top of the door.
We both seem to be a magnet for trouble.
I think you are more than me, but it doesn't matter.
Whatever.
After rolling her eyes, she asked,
How are we doing on gas? Will we have enough to make it to Rhode Island without having to stop again?
The gauge dropped closer to 1/4 of a tank. We'll have to stop one more time and fuel up. I've been pushing the truck hard since we left Foxfield. Part of the reason we've been making decent time, but also why it's taking a bit of extra fuel. News of having to stop and get more gas made Sienna sigh. She bobbed her head and continued tapping her fingers against the truck.
Awesome. Just what we need.
It's all part of it. We either try and get more fuel or we walk. Me personally, I'd rather get the gas than to walk. No contest.
Oh, you're right. I just don't like the prospect of dealing with getting the gas. Too many nut jobs out here now make it a liability.
True, but it's a liability we have to chance. Ryan jabbed his thumb into the back of the truck. At least now we have gas cans and the siphon kit. She shrugged.
I suppose. I mean, you're right and all. It would be far easier if we could pull into a gas station and get fuel like a normal person. It just sucks.
It does, but we're making do. A grumbling noise sounded. Sienna palmed her stomach. Hungry? Ryan asked.
More like famished.
She removed her hand from her gut after it stopped making sounds.
This has been the longest and worst road trip of my life.
The longest and worst of your life so far. Ryan tried a spot of humor to lighten the mood. Neither of them was in top form and struggled with the different challenges facing them.
Lord, you're still too damn corny.
She couldn't help but crack a smile and snicker. You have to keep some sliver of a sense of humor when it feels like your world is falling apart around you. It's better to laugh than cry. He erased the smirk and grew serious. Although I've done both many times. Laughing is far healthier than bawling. She wiggled her finger at him.
I can't argue with you there.
Best not to. He glanced at the radio and noted the time. It was a little after 3 p.m. If it makes any difference, instead of 11 hours, we've got under 6 hours left. Factoring in stopping for fuel one last time, we should make it to Rhode Island between 9 and 10 p.m.
We would have been there much sooner, if not for the stupid crap back in Foxfield,
Sienna mumbled as a scowl formed.
It set us back by a lot. Stupid thugs. I hope they all rot and burn in hell for what they did.
Her amicable demeanor evaporated in a blink. The scowl morphed into rage. Before Ryan could say anything, Sienna cleared her throat.
But anyway, I don't want to think about it anymore. It's hard to forget, but being distracted helps.
She rubbed one palm over her thigh.
Sorry for my little rant. I'll try to keep my thoughts to myself in the future. Complaining doesn't solve anything, and it's not going to help us with the rest of our trip.
Vent if you need to. Dutch and I won't mind. Ryan peered to the back seat, where the canine was spread out on the seat. He's a great listener. You can talk his ear off and he'll soak up every word. Believe me, he's heard a ton from me.
I don't doubt he would be a great listener. But I'm not going to drone on any more about it. No one wants to hear it, especially me.
Her stomach growled again, as did his.
Maybe once I eat something it'll calm down my nerves. Being stressed and hungry is a bad recipe.
Ryan felt the lack of food aggravated his poor state of health. After they got her brother in Rhode Island, his next stop would be Boston to get treatment for his brain tumor. All this banked on the hospital still being able to see him. Sienna ceased tapping her finger and removed her palm from her thigh. She squinted out of the windshield at the long stretch of road ahead of them.
Are you seeing this?
Yeah. A wall of vehicles blocked the highway. He scanned the gridlocked traffic but couldn't find a way through. Ryan stopped on the road and studied the blockade.
I'm not seeing a way around it.
She pointed and said,
We can't get around the concrete barriers. Not enough room. So what are we going to do now?
Ryan couldn't see past the cars as to what caused the congestion. It didn't matter since they wouldn't be able to proceed along his planned route. Their only option would be to take the exit to their right. Well, we have two choices. He aimed his finger at the off-ramp. We can take the exit there and get around the traffic.
Or?
He turned and glanced out of the rear window. Or we can turn around and backtrack some and find a different way. She decided quickly.
Taking the exit seems to be the more logical way to go.
I think so, but wanted to be sure you're okay with it since I don't know where it leads or what we might run into. Lots of unknowns here. A faint hint of a siren loomed in the distance. They froze and listened to see where the noise came from. Their heads twisted and they looked out of the windows but couldn't find the source.
Do you know where the siren is coming from?
Sienna asked as she faced forward. No idea. There were no flashing lights in their rearview mirror.
We should move.
She tipped her head at the off-ramp.
Take the exit. Best if we stay on the move.
Agreed. I'm on it. He cocked the wheel, hit the gas, and made a beeline for the exit.
Chapter 29. Max. Making their way across town to one of the car lots took much longer than Max originally thought. He'd gotten turned around several times and was forced to backtrack until he found the right road which led to the small dealership. The Staten Automotive sign was like a beacon. Clay and Tony had gotten grumpy from Max's multiple mistakes. After some light-hearted fun and annoying backhanded comments, they rejoiced to be one step closer to getting out of town and back on the road.
I had my doubts you knew where you were going, Max, Clay said as he slapped his back. But I'm happy we finally made it.
I doubt you could have done any better, Brittany shot back. Let's not forget how many times you've gotten us lost.
He turned and stabbed his finger at her. Hey, you know I'm no navigator. I made it clear from the jump. That's why most times you leave it up to Tony.
What? Tony asked from behind them.
Nothing, dude, Clay replied without looking over his shoulder. And yes, I do understand the irony of me busting Max's balls about something I'm unable to do well.
As they neared the outer part of the dealership's property, Max felt the stress build. He had never stolen a car. His transgressions from years past were smaller. A bit of lying and some drinking and cheating on tests, but those weren't as bad as to what they were about to do. So, all we need to do now is find the office and where they keep the keys, Brittany said. It's doubtful they have them with the cars. Max scanned the streets for any police cruisers or other watchful eyes. His stomach bunched in knots and his palms grew sweaty. The teens veered off the walkway and into the grass next to the edge of the dealership. He could hear Amanda's voice in the back of his head, saying what a wonderful young man he had become and how proud of him she was. She always tried to tell Max how amazing he was and how he was meant for great things, even if he couldn't see it at the time. You okay? Brittany asked, snapping him out of his memories. Yeah, sure. My mind wandered is all. It was more than his mind wandering, but he didn't want to sound like a wuss in front of them. She continued staring at him as they stayed low and shuffled along the edge of the parking lot, past the cars toward the back of the property. Clay and Tony were ahead of them and out of range of their whispers. If you feel uncomfortable with what we're doing here, you should hang back. There's no pressure to do anything you don't want to do.
I know. Clay stopped suddenly and stared at the main roadway running in front of the car lot. The two teen boys ducked behind the sedan, shielding them from view. Then they scuttled around to the passenger side in a hurry. Both Max and Brittany followed them into the passage between the two vehicles. All four of the teens took cover, while Clay poked his head above the engine block.
"What's happening?" Brittany asked Tony. "A car was coming." "The police?"
She stood a few inches and peeked through the windows of the sedan.
"It didn't look like the police, just a regular vehicle, I think."
Tony tugged on the bottom of Clay's shirt.
"Well?"
"Hold on a second, okay?"
Brittany lowered and leveled her gaze with Max, who looked at the car door across from them with a blank, distant stare.
"I'm serious. I think you should wait here while we go check out the office. You can be the lookout. It'll be safer."
He blinked and looked at her.
"But it won't be safer for you. We're used to doing dumb crap like this. You're not."
She looked down for a minute, then back up.
"You're not like us, Max. You're a sweet, awesome dude who doesn't do these sorts of things. The hesitation on your face is thick. I don't want you compromising your genuine, sweet soul for us. I'd feel horrible if you hated me for what we're doing."
The concern in both her tone and eyes resonated with Max. She seemed just as conflicted as him. For her, though, and the others, it was a means to an end. Something they had to do, with no alternatives. Even though he wasn't in the same position as them, his life had taken a dark turn. He had no idea what to do. Despite his instincts telling him what they were doing was wrong, he saw no other way of getting as far away from Ben as he could. With his sister a no-show and him unable to contact her, the proposition of staying and waiting felt insurmountable.
"I do appreciate your concern for me. It's nice to hear for a change."
He stomped out the conflicting emotions and put on a brave face for her.
"But I'm here with you and them. I'll be fine. I'm still processing everything is all." "As long as you're sure. I don't mean to keep hammering this drum, but I can't help it." "I am. Thank you," Max smiled. "But we should focus on getting this done."
She smiled back.
"Yes, we should."
Tony tugged on the bottom of Clay's shirt again.
"Dude, what's the holdup here?"
Without looking back, Clay swatted Tony's hand away from his shirt. "I don't know what's going on. The car stopped at the entrance of the dealership."
"Did they see you?"
Brittany asked as she raised to peer out of the window.
"No. Wait."
Clay stood a bit higher and craned his neck. Max wanted to see who had stopped and what they were doing. He pivoted in place and stood far enough to peer out of the window. From their vantage point, he couldn't get a visual of the car because the other vehicles in the lot blocked his view. "I think they're checking out their car for some reason." Clay ducked below the engine block of the sedan, then stood up again. "Some dude is walking around it. Not sure if there's something wrong. It's strange." Brittany shuffled by Max and Tony and got next to Clay. She studied the man for a second.
"I think he might be checking out the tires on his car. Hard to say. We'll wait here until he's done and gone, then we'll move out."
The suggestion didn't sit well with Clay. He wrenched his chin at her. "And what if he decides to hang around for a long while? What then? We've already wasted a chunk of the day, and I'd like to not waste any more." She pointed at the road where the man continued pacing around his vehicle.
"We can't control this. It happened. If we head for the office now and he spots us, then our problems will be worse than us sitting tight and waiting for him to go. You might not like it or think it's dumb, but it's the smart thing to do. You know it is."
As the two bickered over how to proceed, Max stepped back from the sedan and moved by Tony, who remained crouched. He got a bead on the man who faced his vehicle, then he ducked down and disappeared.
"Guys, wait a second."
"What?" Clay had an edge to his voice. He looked left, then turned right at Max.
"I think he's driving off now. Look."
Max tipped his head in the direction of the car, now backing up. She nudged her elbow into Clay's arm.
"See? Sometimes patience pays off. He's leaving."
"We got lucky. I wouldn't blow your horn too loud."
Clay advanced by her while walking backward and pointed at the office over his shoulder with his thumbs. Might be wise for us to move before some other rando decides to just stop by here. The rest of the crew moved out from their cover and hustled across the parking lot to the building in the back of the lot. It was a small rectangle structure with a ramp to one side and stairs in the middle, leading to a set of double glass doors. They ran up the stairs in pairs of two and stopped at the entrance. Clay pulled on the silver door handle.
I don't think the door's going to be unlocked, Brittany said from over Tony's shoulder.
The door refused to budge. He let go of the handle. Yeah, but I had to try. We might have caught a break.
So, how do we get in then?
Max asked after checking the road for any cars.
Any alarms they have won't be working since the power's off.
Tony ran his palm over one side of the glass door.
We could break one side to get in. Not the most elegant approach, but it's direct and will get the job done. It'll also generate a ton of noise and be visible from the road.
Brittany glanced at the street, then back at the doors.
If anyone else drives by, especially the police, it'll be easily noticeable.
Clay stepped back and examined the building from one end to the other. Do you think they have a rear entrance or any windows on the back of this thing? Everyone looked around and shrugged. I'm going to head around back and see if there's another door. Clay slapped Tony against the chest. Why don't you come with me in case I need any help?
Sure.
Before they ran off, Brittany said,
Whatever you do, keep it quiet.
Yes, we know. Clay and Tony ran down the ramp and vanished around the corner of the building. Max and Brittany moved down the steps so they wouldn't be so easy to be seen. As they waited, he tapped his shoe against the asphalt and raked the different vehicles in the lot.
How close are you and your sister? We're pretty close, not as much as either of us would like since we've been separated. We haven't been able to talk as regularly as we want, which is hard on us, but we make do. She was supposed to be coming here to visit me, but she never made it. Not sure what happened. I'm worried about her. It's confusing and frustrating at the same time, if that makes sense. The not knowing. She kicked the tip of her boot at the ground. It does, but I bet she'd be here now if she could. Me too. I don't know. As I've said, I'm all over the place. The doors to the building rattled. Brittany glanced at the entrance and tapped Max on the arm. They're in. Really? Max turned and saw Tony holding the door open for them and waving at them to come up. They hustled back up the steps and entered the stuffy structure. Once inside, Tony shut the door and locked it. What sort of damage did you two do to get in here? Brittany asked in the entryway. None. Clay found one of the windows around back was unlocked, so he climbed in, then helped me up. Much of the open office space was crammed with filing cabinets and desks. A narrow pathway weaved through the furniture to the back office, which had its door open. Is Clay back there in the office? Max didn't see him and figured he was hunting for the keys. Yeah, trying to find where they keep all the keys to the cars out front. Tony walked off and conducted his search of the office. Any idea where we should look first? Max put his hands on his hips and tried to think of the best place to start. The keys should be kept in a lockbox of some kind. Not sure where it would be, though, Brittany answered, as she waved her hand at her face. Maybe hanging on a wall? It shouldn't be hard to miss. Okay, let's spread out and find this box, then. Max took one side of the office while the others fanned out and hunted for the lockbox. Nothing on the walls matched what he thought a lockbox would look like. He imagined a square box with a hinged door. None of the desks had any sort of container they could find. Either the lockbox is gone, or we're the worst at this. Tony threw his hands up as if defeated. I'm not sure where else to look. Between the four of us, we've covered much of the building. It isn't big. Brittany dug through one of the desk drawers and slammed it shut. Yeah, I've got nothing here either. Same, Max said. Guys! Clay called from the back office. Maybe we lucked out and he found it. She skirted around the desk and they funneled down the narrow path to the open office door in the rear of the building. Inside, Clay stood facing the wall near the doorway. His fingers traced over the wood paneling. Well, did you find it?
Brittany asked while scanning the well-organized office. Tony and Max stood in the doorway and waited since there wasn't a ton of room in the tiny office.
I think it was here on the wall.
Clay pointed out 2 screws in the wall. Max stepped out from behind Tony to get a better visual. At first, he didn't see a single thing that hinted at the lockbox having been there. The screws could have been there for several different reasons.
So you found screws in the wall. How does that translate to the lockbox?
Tony gripped the jamb and pitched forward to study the area closer. With her hands on her hips, Brittany said,
I think I see what he's talking about.
Yeah, you see it too then?
Clay stepped clear of the wall and drew a rectangle with his fingertip over the surface. It hit Max at what Clay was trying to show them. He squinted and noticed a portion of the wall was slightly faded when compared to other parts.
I think the lockbox was right here, and they took it down. The wall's a different color, and you can see the outline left behind.
He lowered his arm and stepped back.
I think it's why we haven't been able to locate the box with the keys.
Tony rubbed the wall with his fingers, then asked,
How do you know what the lockbox looks like? It could be something different than what this shows.
My folks had one under their bed. A bit smaller, and it wasn't used to hold keys, but the shape is about the same as this.
Clay glanced at each of them and shrugged.
Believe me or not, but we've looked through the building and haven't found it. Unless they have the lockbox in some super weird or well-concealed spot, it ain't here. We can keep hunting for it and go through the desk drawers again, but I think this is a bust.
The failure dampened their mood. Max was indifferent and wanted nothing more than to be out of the building. He was nervous rummaging through the office and couldn't wait to be out of here.
If we leave, where do we go next?
Tony leaned against the wall and crossed his arms. All eyes shifted to Max.
Is there another dealership we can check in town? Brittany asked.
A blank stare washed over him. He tried to think, but his mind was a mess and he came up empty.
I'm not sure where. To be honest, I'm lucky I remembered this place. I think there's a car rental business somewhere, but I can't recall where it is at the moment.
Freaking great! Clay threw his hands in the air and sighed. So we're back to square one. Hell, we're never gonna get out of this town.
Everyone calm down, she silenced the chatter. Don't lose your heads. This is something we can figure out.
And what do you propose we do?
Clay faced her and waited for a reply.
We're already behind schedule. This was supposed to be a straightforward trip, but now it's turned into a gosh darn nightmare with no end in sight.
She shoved her palm at Clay.
We all decided on when we wanted to get to the ranch. There was no deadline for entry. Yes, we've had setbacks and things haven't gone the way we wanted, but there's nothing we can do except suck it up and move on.
Tony stayed out of the argument. Max had nothing to add either as he watched them go back and forth.
But how do we know the ranch hasn't changed their mind on admittance now with what's going on? Clay shot back. The longer we're out fumbling around and wasting time, we run the risk of losing out on a great opportunity we all want.
We don't know that, but there's nothing we can do about it right now anyway.
Brittany struggled to keep her voice from rising, but Clay made it hard for her to maintain control.
We'll get there when we get there. Your constant complaining isn't helping anyone.
She paused a beat, glanced at Tony and Max, then back to Clay.
For now, we should do one final sweep of the building to make sure we didn't miss the lockbox with the keys. If we still can't locate them, then we move on.
Again, move on to what? Where?
Clay replied.
Guys,
Tony interjected and stepped in between them.
Let's cool it down. This isn't helping us get anywhere.
While the three of them went back and forth, Max exited the office. The constant arguing grated on his nerves. It added stress he didn't want. The walls felt like they were closing in on him. He felt dizzy. His heart pounded faster. Throat tightened. He needed some fresh air to clear his head and to allow the anxiety to subside. Chapter 30. Max. He threw open one side of the double glass doors and marched outside. The breeze brushed over his sweaty face. He took in a deep breath, held it for a second, and let it out slowly.
Where are you, sis? Max thought with his eyes shut. I wish you were here. I need you. An overwhelming wave of hopelessness flooded him. Being so lost mentally pulled him down and caused him to question everything he said and did. It was an internal war he fought and tried to conceal from the others who had their own battles to fight. Tears formed in his eyes. He blinked them away, causing the world around him to blur. Max pressed the ends of his fingers into each socket and sighed. After lowering his hand, he stared out over the parking lot and noticed a white car pulling into the dealership. His blood froze and his heart skipped a beat. He backpedaled to the double doors and ducked inside, where Tony and Brittany were doing another sweep of the desks. "Dude, check over there again." Tony pointed at the filing cabinet against the wall while he rummaged through the drawers of a desk he stood behind. "Someone's coming," Max replied as he locked the door and moved away from it. Both Brittany and Tony looked up. She advanced on Max and asked, "Who's coming? The police?" "It's not a police car. Some white sedan." He pressed his back to the wall near the door, with her to his right. "Damn it!" Tony slammed the open desk drawer shut. "Hey, Clay, get out here!" Brittany shuffled Max down the wall and out of the way. She peered out the glass door to the parking lot, then ducked back. "Crap." Clay weaved through the desks from the back office. "What's the problem now?" "Someone's pulling up to the office here," Brittany answered. "Are you kidding me? This is a joke, right?" Clay looked at Max, then at Tony, who was stone-faced. "No, we're not joking." She snuck another peek, then retreated just as fast. "What are they doing?" Tony said, clear of the doors. Clay rushed around one of the desks to the window. He parted a tiny section of the closed blinds and looked outside. "They're driving around the lot. Could be someone who works here. Don't they have those bar things at the entrance to keep people from driving on the property when they're closed?" "Dunno." Brittany kept watch on the mysterious car. "If there was, either they had a key for it or they busted the lock. Doesn't matter since they're inside now." "So what are we doing then?" Tony asked. "We've looked everywhere and haven't found the keys. We should leave." "Not through the front." Clay closed the blinds. "They're parked outside the building. No way we'll be able to get around them without being seen." "Then we get out the way we came in." Max hunched and scuttled across the office to one of the windows near Tony. "We climb out through one of the windows in the back." "He's right." Tony tipped his head in agreement. Brittany had most of her body tucked behind the wall while she watched the parking lot. "Whatever we're doing, make it fast, because the driver's getting out." "We're not all going to be able to sneak out before he sees us," Clay said. "The back office." Max remembered seeing a window in there. "Can't we get out through the back office? It had a window in there." "I don't know." Clay shrugged his shoulders. "Doesn't matter. Everyone get to the back office now. We'll have to make it work. He's heading up the stairs." She kept out of view of the entrance and met up with Max. They hurried to the back office. Once they all got into the tiny space, Tony closed the door behind them. "You know, we could just run out past him and leave," Clay whispered. "It's not like he could call the police or stop us. There's 4 of us and 1 of him." "What if he has a gun?" Brittany raised the blinds and unlatched the window locks. "He didn't seem to be carrying one," Clay replied. "Not that I saw anyway." "We're not engaging with him if we don't have to, period." She forced the window up. The opening wasn't huge, but it looked big enough for them to get through. "Okay, let's move." "I'm going first." Clay wiggled the backpack from his shoulders and shoved by Max. "Whatever, just hurry, dude." Brittany cleared out of the way and removed her backpack. Clay tossed his pack out of the window and clumsily climbed out. Max moved around Tony, who took his backpack off and made for the shut door. "What are you doing?" Brittany held her pack by the straps, while Tony threw his pack out of the window and climbed through next. "Being the lookout and seeing where he is." Max pressed his ear to the door and listened. Footfalls creaked the floor. It was subtle and hard to track where the man was inside the building. He felt around the doorknob and found a lock. Max twisted it slowly and engaged it, then stepped back. Brittany handed her backpack out of the window, then raised her leg to the windowsill. The doorknob twisted. It stopped both Max and her cold. The door rattled inside the jam as the knob turned again. All he could think was they were going to get caught. Maybe the man was armed. maybe he wasn't. Either way, if he got into the office and discovered them, it wasn't going to be pretty. She climbed out of the window in a hurry and waved for Max to come. The doorknob continued twisting, then suddenly stopped. Max clomped to the open window and ducked to climb out. A horn blared. It was faint, but loud enough for him to hear inside the office. Heavy footsteps thundered away from the entrance of the office. Max seized the opportunity and fumbled his body out of the smallish window. He jumped to the ground and pitched forward, where Tony and Brittany waited for him. His hands hit the ground and kept him from eating asphalt. "Did you hear the car horn?" Max asked. They secured their backpacks on their shoulders and nodded as she stood. "Yeah." Brittany moved away from the open window, with Max and Tony following her. "Clay ran around the building to buy us some time until everyone got out. Hopefully it worked." "I think it did," Max replied. "He stopped trying to get into the office and left." "Quick thinking on Clay's part." Tony advanced by her as they neared the blind corner of the building. The horn ceased blaring. The three teens waited a second before walking around the building. They crept along the short side of the structure until reaching the parking lot. Tony waved his hand at them to stop. He toed the corner of the wall and peered out to the dealership's lot. Max couldn't see the front part of the office from his position at the back of the group. His back pressed to the wall and his head cocked to the left. He surveyed the used cars for Clay, but he couldn't locate him. "Well?" Brittany whispered over Tony's shoulder. "Hold on. Do you see Clay anywhere?" "Yeah, he's hiding." Tony ducked back, panicked. His fingers pressed to his lips. "The guy is standing by his car and looking around the parking lot."
"Who the hell is out here?"
His voice broke with anger. A surge of adrenaline swelled inside Max. He gulped and considered retreating to the rear of the building, but he remained still and waited. After a few minutes passed, Tony chanced another look at the lot. He poked his head out from the corner of the building and craned his neck. Then he said, "Okay, we're clear. He's heading back into the office." One by one, they ran out from the side of the building toward the rows of parked cars. The sedan was close to the steps with no one else inside the vehicle. The entrance of the office had no movement near the doorway. They weaved through the cars stealthily until locating Clay. He stooped behind a pickup and watched the office building. A smile cracked across his sweaty face as if amused by the predicament.
"I told you it would work."
"I'm glad it did, but I also think we got lucky," Brittany replied. "He could have seen you, which could have made this 10 times worse."
"He didn't, and you're welcome. Everyone got out of the building without being noticed. I'd say it's a win."
"Try not to pat yourself on the back too hard, bro," Tony said as he shifted his stooped stance and moved across from Clay.
"I'll do my best."
Clay tipped his head at the man's sedan.
"He took his keys with him, so he can't take his ride, which sucks."
"Now would be the perfect time to go while he's back inside and distracted." Max wiped the sweat away from his brow. If he gets into the office and sees the window open, he might think someone had broken in and come back outside. He's right. Brittany stood high enough to look at the office. "Let's all butt out of here while we can." "Where do we go now?" Tony asked. "We'll figure something out once we're far away from here," Brittany said. No objections were given. They tracked through the maze of cars while keeping low until reaching the far left side of the property away from the office building. As they jumped over the steel bar outlining the dealership's perimeter, Max peered over his shoulder at the landing of the office. A tall, thin man with a head full of thick black hair combed to one side came bolting back out of the doorway. He trampled down the steps in a hurry and made for his sedan without looking around the parking lot. "Come on, Max." Brittany tugged on his arm, while the others fled across the small plot of grass between the dealership and the strip mall ahead. He jumped over the steel bars and ran alongside her, putting as much distance between them and the dealership as they could.
Chapter 31. Sienna. Sienna kept watch on the side view mirror for any police patrols. Although the siren they heard earlier had ebbed, and she saw no cars behind them, she couldn't shake the feeling they weren't in the clear.
"Well, at least we haven't come across any police."
Ryan pushed the truck hard through the sharp turns, along straightaways, as they tried to find a way back to the highway they were on before hitting the massive blockade of cars. How far off course are we now? Sienna clutched the map in her hands and peeled her gaze away from the side view mirror. I don't think we're too far off the mark, but I'm trying to find a way back to the highway since it was the shortest and most direct route to Rhode Island. He stuck his hand between the steering wheel and tapped the plastic cover of the dash. How low are we? He hesitated. What's wrong? Is it that bad?
Don't know. I mean, I don't think it is.
Ryan pulled his hand back and placed it at the 2 o'clock position on the steering wheel.
The needle doesn't seem to be moving now. Hasn't been for the last hour. Maybe I'm just imagining it, or I can't remember where it was earlier. It's weird.
Before, I think you said it was between a half of a tank and a quarter. Where is it now?
Right at a quarter of a tank.
He took another look.
Well, just below the mark, but not by much.
Maybe it's right. He didn't look convinced. His brow slanted inward and his forehead wrinkled.
In either case, we're going to need to find more fuel. We won't make it otherwise.
She slapped the map against her thigh. I hate to say this, but your truck gets crap for gas mileage. We should have gotten much on the gas we put in. Those were 15-gallon cans, weren't they?
Yeah, maybe they weren't filled all the way. It felt like they were, but maybe they were shy of the full 15 gallons. I didn't inspect the actual amount in each before emptying them.
Nothing went their way. Everything felt like an uphill battle. Like much of her life, adversity always confronted her. Well, I guess now it won't be as big of a deal to get gas, since we've got your little siphon kit thingy and those fuel cans. She waved the folded map at him. Do we need to consult the ancient text again? He sneered at her.
No, I think we're fine for now.
You sure? She waved it again at him. You don't sound too convincing.
Yeah, we're fine.
Okay. She put the map on the seat next to her. Dutch squirmed in the back. The canine was growing restless from being stuck in the truck for so long without a break. He had slept for a portion of the trip once they got out of Foxfield, but now he was more than ready to stretch his legs.
I know you're tired of being in the truck, bud, but we'll stop again soon,
Ryan said as he reached over the back of the seat and rubbed at the dog's head.
None of us are happy with the way things are right now.
If it wasn't for the craziness going on out here, this trip wouldn't be so terrible. Sienna lifted her legs and put both boots on the dash. I mean, a long trip like this wouldn't be too bad. It's just the pesky threat of doom that's dampening the mood.
It is.
Ryan pulled his arm back and took another exit. A sign indicated Baltimore was in the direction they were heading. She squinted and looked at him. We're not going through Baltimore, are we?
Not planning on it. We're a bit off course from where I wanted us to be.
But we're not going into the city, right?
Yes, we'll follow the highway along the outskirts of the city and keep heading north.
Ryan adjusted his butt on the seat and his grip on the steering wheel.
It's not ideal, but it's going to cut our travel time down, which is what we both want, right?
It is. With what we've seen so far in the small towns, I'm hesitant about going to any major cities. They could be a hotbed for terrorist activity and civil unrest. Although, I guess that could be the same everywhere.
It's likely it will be.
Ryan switched on the radio.
Maybe there's a broadcast we can pick up. Won't hurt to try again to see if we can find one.
She took over the dial from him. I'll worry about thumbing through the stations. You focus on the road. He drew his arm back and raised his hand.
Sure, have at it.
There has to be someone broadcasting out there, right? Sienna twisted the dial clockwise and went slow, going through each of the stations to make sure she didn't miss a transmission. Surely, the government is trying to tell the people what's going on.
You'd think so, but who knows?
Ryan's voice trailed off as she continued going through the stations.
What do we have here?
Sienna released the radio dial and glanced up at the road. There were 2 cars parked on the side of the highway. a red SUV, and a white Ford Bronco with blue stripes running down the middle, parked in front of the SUV. She didn't understand the significance. Yeah, so what's the big deal? There are no cars in the area, but we've got 2 vehicles on the side of the road. He glanced at her and trained his finger at the cars. We can stop to see if either of them has any fuel. She studied the 2 vehicles for any movement. I don't see anyone around. I guess it's fine to stop. As Ryan slowed down and got ready to pull over onto the shoulder in front of the red vehicle, 2 men appeared from around the back of the SUV. Both were dressed in ratty clothes that hung from their bony, narrow shoulders. Each man had a pistol in the front waistband of their jeans. Guess we won't be stopping here. Ryan darted out from the shoulder and back on the road. He hit the gas and flew by the 2 men and the vehicles. Sienna turned and watched to see if they were going to be followed, but the men stayed focused on the red SUV. Well, that could have gone bad fast. I'm glad they came out when they did, instead of after we'd stopped and gotten out of the truck. For sure. Ryan checked the mirrors several more times as they sped away. We'll have to try again the next time we come across a car. Sienna went back to scanning through the radio stations. She twisted the dial slowly, listening to any sort of lull in the static before moving on. Doesn't seem like anyone is transmitting still, Ryan said. The few times we've checked, all we've gotten is static. Super strange. Guess these terrorists have jammed the airways as well. It seems like it. I'd rather keep searching for a station, though. There must be someone out there broadcasting. By all means, have at it. He put his left elbow on the lowered window and rested the side of his head against his palm. We've got nothing else to do. As she turned the dial a hair more, a voice cracked over the white noise. It was faint and didn't sound human at first because of the distorted transmission, but it was something. Sienna froze, her eyes widened. She glanced at Ryan, who had a similar expression on his face as she did. Do you hear it? Yeah, I think I did. It sounded weird. He removed his elbow from the door and stared at the radio. See if you can clear it up some. How am I supposed to clear it up? It is what it is, right? Work the dial back and forth, but go slow. See if it helps. Ryan peered out of the truck's windows as she tried to dial in the station, which was clearing up. After a minute of messing with the dial, the static cleared long enough to hear what was coming in over the radio. Sienna slapped her hands together and released the tuning dial. Hell yeah! About time something went our way. Turn it up so we can hear. She increased the volume above the wind gusting into the cab. They sat and listened to the choppy robotic voice relay its message over the airwaves. A loud beep sounded twice before the transmission played. This is an emergency broadcast from the Office of National Security. This is not a drill. A coordinated terrorist group has infiltrated our country and has seized control of several major infrastructure departments. We are working around the clock with local, state, and federal agencies to neutralize the threat. Your safety is our utmost priority, and we need your cooperation to ensure the security of all citizens. The broadcast cut out and went to static. Sienna reached for the dial to try and get it back. Ryan held his hand up. Hold on, give it a second. You sure? It's gone. Yeah. They waited 30 seconds. The robotic voice returned. Stay indoors. Remain inside your homes unless necessary. Secure all doors and windows. Avoid public places and gatherings. We botched that one, didn't we? Sienna glanced at Ryan and smirked. Report suspicious activity. If you see anything unusual or suspicious, contact the authorities immediately. Use the national hotline at 1-800-SECURE-1 or contact local law enforcement. Be specific with your reports. Provide descriptions of individuals, vehicles, and activities. Communication.
Keep your phone charged and with you at all times. Follow official news sources and government channels for updates. Do not spread unverified information or rumors on social media.
A puzzled look came over Sienna, her brow furrowed and nose scrunched by the directions being given. Do they not know phones are down? Some of what they're saying isn't going to matter if we can't make any calls.
It could be a pre-recorded message that hasn't been completely updated to the specifics of what's happened,
Ryan replied.
I don't know. It's the government. Sometimes they're on the ball, and other times they're lagging. This could be one of those times.
I guess so.
The transmission continued. Travel restrictions. Non-essential travel is prohibited. If you must travel for emergencies, carry identification and be prepared for checkpoints. Avoid public transportation. Community vigilance. Work together with your neighbors to watch after your community. Establish a neighborhood watch if possible. Trust and support each other during this time. School closures. All schools are closed until further notice. Parents, keep your children at home and engaged in indoor activities. Official identification. All official personnel will carry government-issued identification and be in uniform. Do not trust anyone claiming to be an authority figure without proper identification. Always verify before complying with any requests or demands. We will continue to provide updates as more information becomes available. Your cooperation and vigilance are crucial. Together, we will overcome this threat and ensure the safety and security of our nation. Thank you for your attention and cooperation.
The broadcast ended and started over at the beginning. Sienna lowered the volume and sat stunned on the seat. Most of the chatter they had heard seemed to be true. Though they didn't have specifics, it was apparent things were just as grim as they thought them to be.
They must have recycled chunks of the emergency broadcast system because several of the directions it laid out contradict what we've heard from other people and the officer at the roadblock back in Woodswell. It's weird.
Do you think it's real, or are the terrorists messing with the system?
Sienna could hear the robotic voice regurgitating the same transmission again in the background. It sounds real enough. I don't think these so-called terrorists have compromised the system. If they had, the message would have sounded different. Either way, it confirmed what we've been told about what's going on.
She switched the radio off and huffed. This is not good. Not at all.
Ryan bobbed his head in agreement. It isn't, but there is nothing we can do about it. We knew something big was happening, on a much larger scale than a simple blackout and cell phone disruption. Now we've got confirmation of what the cause is of everything.
With her arms tucked against her chest, Sienna peered out of the window. She was already anxious to get to Max. Her timeline had been shredded by a full day and then some. It broke her heart in two, knowing her little brother would be wondering if she was even coming to him. He needed her, and she had let him down.
We have to go faster. I've got the engine pegged as fast as we can go, Ryan replied. We're doing our best here. This isn't something any of us could have seen coming. We'll make it to Rhode Island. Trust me.
Trust was something she had to place above the negative thoughts swirling in her head. Doom and gloom tried to hijack her thoughts and make her think something horrible had happened to her brother. Despite her resistance to the thoughts of being hurt, the seeds of sorrow were sown and sprouting.
I know we are. After hearing the broadcast and everything we've seen so far, it just made my anxiety go up. Hard not to when things look grim. I get it, but we'll make it through this, together.
Ryan patted her thigh and gave her a weak smile. She offered a forced smile in return.
How much of the country do you think has been compromised?
He pulled his hand back and shrugged.
Hard to say. Those broadcasts were generic and didn't expand on specifics much. Might just be on the East Coast and some other parts of the country. My gut is telling me, though, it's way worse than it is in our neck of the woods.
So, like the entire country?
Afraid so. I hope I'm wrong. But something tells me I'm more right than I'd like to be.
I've got a similar feeling as well, hard to shake. Part of her regretted hearing the broadcast. Ignorance was better than knowing. She knew that wasn't entirely true, but it didn't help to keep her calm and not lose her mind with worry. Even though Max lived in a smaller town and not a huge city, it didn't mean he was safe from any threats. By all accounts, the terrorist groups within the country were part of a growing issue. Everyone had to also worry about gangs and degenerates running rampant and creating havoc on top of the disaster in motion.
Hang in there and hold tight, Ryan said. We'll get some gas and be in Rhode Island before you know it.
She forced another smile. Yeah, I know we will. If you figure out some miraculous way to get us there sooner, please do it. He parroted her smile.
I'll do my best.
Chapter 32. Ryan. The gas gauge needle continued its plunge toward empty. There weren't many cars left on the roads to tap for fuel. If they didn't find gas soon, they'd be on foot. Baltimore was less than 10 miles from the city. Traffic had increased some going in both directions, but not by much. It seemed as though the broadcast didn't deter some of the locals from getting out of their homes and taking to the streets. Military choppers buzzed Baltimore's skyline. 3 aircraft flew over the city in different directions. It was strange to see warbirds in the sky. This was the first time on their trek they had seen the aircraft gathered in a single area.
What do you think it means?
Sienna asked, as she studied the chopper's flying maneuvers around the skyscrapers.
Do you think there's terrorist activity in the city?
Don't know. Maybe. It could be a precaution and they're watching from the sky for any trouble brewing, Ryan answered, as 2 cars zipped by them going a lot faster than they were.
You know, there's more people out here now than we've seen before. I wonder where the police and military are. It's obvious they're in the area.
So far, they hadn't seen any more roadblocks approaching the city. It didn't feel right. But Ryan also liked the fact the authorities were MIA. It saved them time and reduced any risk to their journey. My guess is they're inside the city. Something could be going down we can't see from here. More people equals more problems. One of the best things about small towns is the lack of population. Easier to manage. Probably why we haven't seen much military in those towns. They're being deployed to these hotbed locations. Sienna cringed at the thought.
Makes my skin crawl at the thought of what might be going on inside the city.
Maybe. Ryan studied the urban landscape of the small shopping strips and businesses lining the highway. I think our best shot here is going to be picking one of the parking lots and seeing if we can get some gas. Not sure we should even bother with gas stations since the power's down.
Agreed.
Dutch shifted his weight on the back seat. The canine was restless. He pawed at the door, signaling he wanted out. Ryan hated keeping his best pal confined to the truck for so long, but they had to push hard and reduce the number of stops to a minimum. I know you hate being so cooped up, bud. We'll be stopping soon. You can stretch your legs then.
What about there?
Sienna aimed her finger at a row of office suites.
There's a bunch of cars in the parking lot. I don't see anyone around. Can't tell from here if there's anyone inside, though.
After scanning the area from the highway, he slowed and jerked the steering wheel. The pickup cut across one of the lanes to the off-ramp. Looks fine to me. It's close to the highway, meaning once we're done, we can get on the road without much trouble.
I was thinking the same thing.
The pickup raced down the ramp until reaching the access road. Ryan pumped the brake, cut the wheel clockwise, and cut into the drive of the business complex.
Christ.
Sienna braced one hand against the dash and the other to the frame of the truck. Tires squealed. The bed swung wide. He wrangled the truck under submission and slowed down more before he lost complete control. Sorry, I misread my speed and how sharp the turn was.
No problem. I mean, it was some damn fine driving, but I'd rather not wreck if it's all the same.
She eased her tense body and sat relaxed on the seat. They cruised toward the parked cars.
So, which one do we start with first?
Sienna asked.
Or does it matter?
Well, we don't want anything running on diesel. I don't think we'll have a problem there since these are all cars and SUVs. He drove toward a small cluster of 3 cars parked in the middle of the lot. It's hard to say if we can access the fuel tanks from the outside.
What do you mean?
Ryan explained. I mean, with some cars, you have to pull a lever inside the vehicle to access the gas tank. You can't open the hinge door from the outside. The truck stopped next to a black Toyota 4Runner. It shielded them from being seen by any travelers on the highway.
Okay, but what if these cars are locked and we can't get inside to pop the hatch open? What then?
We'll think of something, I suppose. Ryan shut the engine off, removed the keys, and opened his door. If you want to check the 4Runner next to us, I'll check the other 2 vehicles.
Sure.
They got out of the cab and separated. Dutch ran around like a crazy person. He sniffed the ground, then darted at the vehicles, elated to be free of the confines of the pickup. On me, bud. He patted the side of his leg and drew the Dutch Shepherd to him. The pair made for the metallic gray luxury sedan first. A BMW with a brown leather interior. The passenger side windows had been busted out. Glass crunched under his boots. He steered the canine away with a knee to his ribs to avoid the shards on the ground. Watch out, boy. There's glass here, and we don't want any of it getting in your paws. Dutch heeded his handler's command and made a wide arc around the shattered glass. He trotted to the rear of the car and vanished while Ryan peered inside. The interior was plush and had a rich scent of leather. Busted pieces of glass lay on the front passenger seat and the floorboard. A bevy of controls covered the dash and center console. It looked more like a spaceship with all the dials and buttons and a large screen mounted in the center of the dash.
The doors to the SUV are locked,
Sienna said, while walking toward the metallic sedan.
Also, the gas tank door won't open from the outside, unless we have some kind of crowbar.
I don't think it's going to be a problem. He stood from the passenger window and faced her. Someone's already done the hard part for us. She studied the busted window.
I'd say so. Anything missing?
Doesn't matter. We're here for the fuel and nothing else.
Want me to get the siphon kit and one of the gas cans?
Yeah, I'd like to get this done fast and be back on the road.
Likewise.
Sienna hurried back to their truck, while Ryan moved to the rear of the sedan. He stopped to see if the gas tank door would open without having to pop a latch inside the vehicle. His fingers pressed the corner. The door opened with ease. Seems like we lucked out. The door opens from the outside.
Now let's hope it's got some fuel in the tank.
She handed the kit to Ryan and placed the gas can on the ground next to the rear tire.
Where's Dutch at?
On the other side of the car, doing his business, I'd imagine. He took the kit from her and removed it from the packaging. Can you make sure he isn't wandering off? He shouldn't be, but just in case.
Of course.
Sienna moved around the trunk. The end of the tube plunged into the BMW's opening. He fed it down, but it stopped suddenly before reaching what he figured would be the tank.
Damn it. Come on. What's the problem?
It's not going in for some reason. Ryan tried to force the tube in deeper, but it refused to budge. Something's blocking it. Not sure what it could be. Sienna stood next to him and bent over to examine the opening closer.
Maybe it has some sort of theft deterrent thing to keep people from being able to siphon fuel. It's a luxury car, so it makes sense.
You might be right. After another attempt, Ryan pulled the tube out of the tank and sighed. Well, this was a bust. I guess we can check the other sedan. Maybe we'll have better luck there.
I have an idea.
She hurried around the trunk to the driver's side of the car and opened the door. Ryan gathered the tubing from the kit and held it as she ducked behind the steering wheel. A second later, the trunk lid opened. She stood, closed the door, and came to the trunk. So, what are you doing here?
Looking for anything solid we can maybe use to bust out a window if we need to.
Sienna searched the space of the trunk and the sides.
You said we didn't have anything in the truck we could use to get into the vehicles, so I'm improvising.
There should be a lug wrench under the back seat somewhere we can use to break a window. I'd like to avoid that, if at all possible, since it'll generate a ton of noise. Ryan added, I've kept my tools inside my house since my truck was in the shop and I was using a loaner. Just move them back and forth each day. Didn't want them to get stolen. She located a long black sleeve on the side of the trunk with tools stowed inside.
No need. Looks like I got what we need right here. Also, there's no one around, so busting out a window isn't going to attract anyone. Besides, we might not have a choice.
Fair. Sienna removed the lug wrench from the pouch. One end had a tip similar to a crowbar, flat and pointed.
This could come in handy.
Let's check the sedan first. Ryan scooped up the gas can and they moved to the last remaining vehicle near them. The car was locked and had no windows busted out. Sienna jammed the tip into the slit surrounding the gas tank cover. Ryan placed the container on the ground and scanned the highway. Then he looked at the row of buildings. He gazed at each shop for any movement. None of the doors were open, but he couldn't see through the windows for anyone lurking inside. A crunching noise sounded as she worked the tip into the slot where the door released. She pushed forward until the door broke open. Not bad.
This thing came in handy for sure.
She removed the cap covering the tank and stepped out of the way.
You know, I don't care for what we're doing and wish we didn't have to. But I guess when you're desperate, you suck it up and do what's needed.
Neither of us enjoys doing any of this. Ryan fed the tube down into the tank without any restrictions. If things were different, we wouldn't be stealing. Just remember that.
I do, but it's hard to override the feeling of wrongdoing. I'm no saint, but I'd hate to be compared to the thugs and Terrys out here.
He kicked the empty gas can toward her. Can you remove the cap for me so I can start filling it up?
Yeah.
She kneeled and unscrewed the cap, then stood. The other end of the tube from the kit went into the opening of the container. With his fingers around the black pump, he said, Now we see what we can get. After squeezing the pump several times, fuel ran through the tubes and dumped into the tank. It was a steady flow, but what remained to be seen was how much gas was left in the sedan.
At least we're getting something. Maybe it'll be a full tank of gas.
Guess we'll find out. Ryan allowed the gas to flow and lean on the side of the sedan. It stabilized his body as he felt his balance wane and the world spin. Another dizzy spell was upon him. Not as bad as they had been, but it wasn't a cakewalk either. He held firm and didn't indicate to Sienna what was happening.
Did you want me to crack open the door on the Toyota?
Sienna asked.
Since we're here and no one else seems to be around, might be advisable to load up on all the fuel we can since we don't know what's going to be waiting for us up the road.
Smart.
I thought so. Be right back.
She walked away and made for the Forerunner. Dutch stayed with Ryan and refused to leave his side. The canine stared up at him and pawed at his boot. What is it, boy? He whined a little, then rubbed against his pant leg with his head, then his body. Ryan wondered if the dog sensed him not feeling well. Dutch was attuned to his feelings and mood. He always seemed like he could pick up on when Ryan felt like complete trash or was sad. It might have been something he conjured up. But he liked to think his four-legged best friend was concerned about him. Everything is going to be okay, bud. Thanks for always being there for me. As Ryan petted the canine, the flow of fuel from the sedan to the gas can slowed, then stopped. He examined how much gasoline had been siphoned off the car. It wasn't as much as he wanted, maybe around 2 gallons or a little more. He forced the tube in until it wouldn't go any farther and squeezed the pump. Not much more came out of the tank. Come on, there has to be more in there than this. Frustration built within him. He was quick to anger from the constant inconveniences getting in their way. His fingers clamped around the black pump. He squeezed it fast and hard as if trying to choke the inanimate object. Give me something here, damn it! A fucking break would be nice for a change. An additional dribble of gas swam through the tube into the container. The flow had ceased. No more gas would be gotten out of the car. Before he realized what was happening, Ryan had yanked out the tube and was kicking the tire of the sedan. Red flashed in his eyes, blurring his rational thoughts with a boiling pit of rage. He transitioned from kicking to punching at the back passenger window when he felt something grab at his shoulder. In a fit of fury, he spun around. His arm was raised and cocked back, ready to unleash another round of anger. Sienna jumped back. She stared at him with confused, frightened eyes. Her arm lifted and she presented him with her palm as if to calm him down. "What's wrong? Are you okay?" It took a few seconds for Ryan to calm down. His tense muscles relaxed. He stood at ease. The harsh glower he had changed to sadness as he studied her frightened face. He glanced down at the gas cans and siphon kit. His eyelids clamped shut. He squeezed them tight and exhaled a long, deep breath. "Parker, are you all right?" Her voice was soft and sweet. Not a hint of anger resided in her words. For once, it felt like someone cared about him. Yeah. I'm okay," Ryan responded, without raising his voice. "Just a bit on edge is all. I think with everything we've been through, it's catching up to me. Being frustrated. You know what I mean? Why don't you go sit in the truck and let me finish up with this?" She kept her distance from Ryan, as if afraid of what he might do next. Dutch had also retreated behind her. He poked his head out from around her legs. His ears were down, and his eyes were wide as he stared at his handler. "Maybe I should. Were you able to get into the Forerunner's fuel tank?" She nodded. "I did. The lug wrench thingy came in handy for it as well. Popped it open without much fuss." "Perfect." Ryan kicked the half-filled gas can. "This is all I was able to get out of the sedan. Let's hope the SUV's got a full tank we can drain." "Guess we'll see." He bent down and grabbed the siphon kit, then the gas can handle. "If you want, I can go ahead and get started on the SUV. It's not a problem." No, Sienna replied quickly. "I'll worry about it. You just go get in the truck and relax." That made Ryan feel worse about his blowout. He wasn't the sort of person to snap from such an inconvenience. But he wasn't well. The brain tumor wreaked havoc on his body and mood. He tried to fight it and not let it get the best of him, but it had won out this time. Instead of countering her suggestion, Ryan said, "All you do is feed one end of the tube into the gas tank and put the other end into the can. Squeeze the black pump until the gas starts flowing. Once it does, you're golden." "Seems easy enough. I think I can handle it." They walked back to the SUV. Sienna got situated next to the fuel tank, while Ryan climbed inside the passenger side of the cab. He slouched on the seat and rested the back of his head on the headrest, knowing soon he would have to come clean about his condition.
Chapter 33. Sienna. Fuel flowed out of the SUV's tank and through the tube. The smell of gasoline permeated the air. It was a scent Sienna didn't care for, but it meant they would soon be back on the road. The second of 3 gas cans had been filled. She started on the last one. They hit pay dirt with the monstrous Toyota, which seemed to have a bottomless tank. Dutch waited outside with her. The canine acted like a sentry. He sat on his haunches next to her and scanned the parking lot for any threats. Even though she was never much of a dog person, the lovable, fierce, and loyal canine made her rethink her stance on having such an animal. She peered into the cab of the truck through the lowered driver's side window. Ryan was laid back on the seat, with his head resting against the edge of the door. Something was going on with him she couldn't put her finger on. Their journey so far had been arduous and showed no signs of letting up. The two of them were mentally and physically tired. But for Sienna, the sudden shift in Ryan's mood and his up-and-down health indicated something else could be wrong. The only question was, what could it be? and if she wanted to dive into such a personal topic since they had only been around each other for a few days. 2 sharp claps of what sounded like gunfire jolted her. She flinched and blinked, then scoured the parking lot for the source. Her wide eyes skimmed the buildings and the roads for any vehicles or figures moving, but she found none.
"Did I hear gunfire?"
Ryan asked from the cab. "You did. Not sure where it came from, though." Dutch shot up from his hind legs. His tail was taut. He gruffed and listened, ears twitching while he surveyed the open area around them.
"How much fuel do you have left to get?"
Sienna dipped her chin and looked to see how close the gas can was to being full. It was just shy of being halfway filled. "I'm on the 3rd gas can. Seems like the SUV had a lot of gas in the tank."
"You're already on the 3rd can?"
"I am. It's flowing like a stream." Ryan got out of the cab and stumbled about. His legs wobbled and he swayed.
"You should have let me know you had some of the cans ready to go so I can fill the truck up."
"I wanted you to rest. There isn't anyone around, so I didn't see the need to disturb you," Sienna replied.
"How are you going to move the gas cans and fill the truck? They're heavy and hard to manage."
He used the truck as a crutch. "I would have figured it out. I might not look like much, but these bony arms have some muscle on them." Another round of gunfire popped off. It sounded closer this time. The reports were clearer.
"We might have trouble inbound."
Ryan surveyed the parking lot with his back to the bed of the truck.
"I need to get what fuel we've got in the truck so we can get on the road before whoever's shooting arrives."
She pulled the tube from the Forerunner. Gas spilled from the tip and splashed the side of the SUV and her boots with gasoline. "Can we not load them into the bed and leave? Then once we are clear of Baltimore, stop and refuel?"
"Maybe. If we run into trouble and can't stop for a while, we may run out of gas."
Ryan clumsily carried one of the gas cans to the driver's side of the truck where the fuel tank was. He shouted over the bed,
"Bring the other 2 over here. We'll put what fuel we can in the tank before we're forced to leave."
Sienna gave him a thumbs up. She bunched the siphon kit's tubing together and threw it on the floorboard behind the passenger seat. After slamming the door, she carried one of the gas cans around the bed to where Ryan was. The weight challenged her arms. The sides of the container were slick, making it hard to hold as she tightened her bear hug around it and shuffled to Ryan. Although she talked tough, she struggled to move with any sort of haste. With the one gas can muscled into position, Ryan held it up with his body. He grunted and breathed heavily while trying to keep it in place. After dropping the can next to him, Sienna hurried past Dutch around the bed of the truck and grabbed the other container. Her pulse raced at a gallop. She fought to move faster and heaved the gas can off the ground.
"Put it in the truck if you can,"
Ryan said as he tilted the red container forward.
"I'm almost done with this one, and I'll try to get the second one in if we have time."
Dutch started barking. Something had gotten the dog's attention, but she couldn't locate what. He wouldn't let up. She unlatched the tailgate and allowed it to drop. The arms attached to each side of the bed snapped as the tailgate leveled out. Sienna hugged the container with both arms and jerked up with a deep grunt from her throat. She tried to muscle the sloshing fuel up and onto the end of the tailgate, but couldn't. "I can't. I need help."
"Done."
Ryan threw the empty container to the bed, helped her place the gas can on the tailgate, then went back to the gas tank.
"Starting the second one now."
"Hurry, please." She shoved the gas can off the tailgate and onto the bed. Once cleared, she muscled the tailgate up and pushed it back into place. "Do you have the keys or are they in the ignition?"
"They're in the ignition."
He jostled the red container as if it would make the fuel go faster into the truck. Sienna sprinted by him, then Dutch. The canine faced south and continued barking at nothing she could see. Given his agitated demeanor from the weapons fire, it signaled they were in harm's way. "Get in the truck, dude." Sienna held the back driver's side door open. She snapped her fingers at the defensive dog and slapped her palm to her thigh. But the canine refused to abandon Ryan, who jostled the gas can about. He backed up and stood in front of his handler as if to protect him.
Get in the truck. I'll worry about getting him in the cab once I'm done.
How much is left in the container? She opened the driver's door and put one boot on the frame.
A little under half.
Hurry.
I am.
She scaled the truck, dropped down on the springy seat behind the steering wheel, and shut her door. Her unblinking gaze hunted for the cause of the gunfire. Even though she thought the shooters to be close, she couldn't find any movement in the parking lot. Her fingers tapped the top of the wheel. She was on a razor's thin edge of nerves, which caused her body to shift in place. The gunfire had all but ebbed. It lessened her anxiety some, but she didn't feel they were out of harm's way just yet. A car materialized at the far end of the complex. She leaned forward and squinted to try and see if it was the police or a regular car. By what she could tell, it wasn't the authorities, but a normal sedan heading their way.
We've got a car heading toward us.
She reached her arm out of the lowered window and pounded the driver's side door with her palm.
Let's wrap it up and go.
Dutch snapped at the approaching car. The dog moved from side to side, barking at the possible threat heading their way. Ryan secured the cap onto the gas can and tossed it to the bed of the truck. It clanged off the steel bed and bounced off the wall. After securing the cap on the truck's tank, he lumbered his way around the front of the pickup to the passenger side. Sienna fired up the engine. She gripped the shifter on the column and waited to put the vehicle into gear, while Dutch loaded into the cab, then Ryan.
Let's hustle here, guys.
He dripped sweat from his brow and slammed his door shut. Ryan gave a thumbs up as he slouched against the seat. The canine continued barking, which grated on her nerves. It was in her ear as Dutch paced along the back seat.
Yes, bud, we see the car. You can stop now,
Ryan said to the overzealous canine, who stood behind Sienna with his head near the lowered window. She put the truck into gear, torqued the wheel, and punched the gas pedal. The truck lurched forward and peeled away from the forerunner. It cut a sharp right turn, and they drove past the BMW and sedan.
Do you know how to get back on the highway?
Ryan asked. His hand grabbed the door handle and held tight as they sped across the parking lot toward the access road. I think so, but I'll need your help in making sure I don't screw up and take a wrong turn. She peered into the rearview mirror and found the sedan trailing them. Freaking great. Just what we didn't want. The sedan gained speed and tried to reduce the distance between them. Despite the hard turns and her keeping their speed higher, the car wasn't deterred.
I think it's safe to assume they aren't the police.
Ryan sat twisted on the seat and peered out of the back window with a slight grimace on his flushed face. I'd take the police now over whoever is following us. They exited the parking lot to the access road. She jerked the wheel and caused the back end to fishtail. The gas cans hit the walls of the bed as they straightened out their trajectory.
Why do you think they're coming after us? Is it the gas?
Ryan faced forward and hiked his shoulders.
Maybe. Or they could just be looking to cause problems. Some people don't need a reason to do bad things.
True. She blew through the intersection without braking. The speedometer topped 60 miles per hour. Their speed climbed from there as they raced along the access road. The sedan gunned it and reduced the gap between them. It was close enough now where she could see the passengers in the car. 2 men sat up front. Both wore masks, which concealed their faces. She struggled to see if more were in the back seat.
There's the on-ramp,
Ryan said as he stabbed his finger at the entrance to the highway.
Yeah, I see it.
Sienna veered onto the narrow, elevated roadway to the highway above. She didn't let up off the gas and pushed the truck's engine past 70. Still, the sedan pursued. Regardless of where they went or how fast they drove, the car mimicked their every move.
These clowns are relentless. They'd be disappointed with what little we have on us.
Well, they don't know what we've got. That's part of the problem. But I can tell you right now, they aren't going to find out either. She bobbed and weaved to keep the sedan from pulling ahead of them. Where am I going?
Keep following the highway. It should keep us out of the city. Maybe the two idiots in the sedan will lose interest and back off before they cause a major wreck.
Let's hope so. The sedan stayed on the truck's bumper, but it didn't ram them. It drifted right, then tried to speed up to pass, but Sienna was quick to pull in front of them and block their way. They shot left and tried the same maneuver, but she had anticipated their move and pulled in front of them. Her attention was split. She tried to focus on the highway and on the driver of the sedan. Her fingers clutched the steering wheel hard as they sped around the curvature of the roadway, rimming the outskirts of Baltimore's downtown. A thunderous explosion shook the ground beneath the truck. It sounded like a bomb had been set off. Both Ryan and Sienna flinched. She gasped and looked left at the high-rise buildings scattered throughout Baltimore's downtown.
What the hell was that?
He asked, wide-eyed. In the distance, a plume of thick smoke rose into the air. Tendrils of fire flashed from within the cloud, indicating some sort of explosion had occurred. They set off a damn bomb in the city. Sienna was flabbergasted by the horrific sight. She stared at the rising cloud, unable to look away.
We don't know for sure if it was a bomb. It could be something else, Ryan replied.
Like what? Look at the fireball and smoke. It must be because of the terrorists. They're bombing our cities now.
Just watch out!
Ryan's voice shot up to another octave. Sienna looked straight out of the windshield and spotted a flash of something in the road ahead of them. Her brain couldn't process what it was, but it didn't matter. She jerked the wheel counterclockwise. The truck veered to the left before hitting the scattered debris in their lane. It sent them weaving as she fought to keep the pickup from crashing. Her boot mashed the brake pedal. The tires locked and squealed as they did a 180 in the middle of the highway before coming to a stop. The sedan was unable to maneuver out of the way and ran into the debris. She caught snippets of the car swerving and darting into one of the concrete barriers of the highway. It hit the wall, going full speed. Metal crunched under the devastating impact. The sedan's back end raised off the ground and slammed down to finish off the horrific wreck. A lull of silence filled the cab. Both Ryan and Sienna stared out of the windshield at the wreckage. The car's horn wailed without stopping. Smoke rose from the crushed engine. No one stirred from inside the vehicle as all doors remained shut. After gulping and exhaling, Sienna eased her tight hold on the steering wheel. The rush of the chase and the explosion in Baltimore's downtown had her beyond frazzled, frozen even.
Christ, we dodged a big accident there.
Ryan glanced over the backrest and checked on Dutch, who was out of view of them.
You okay, boy?
Sienna licked her lips and blinked. The wrecked car filled her eyes with its contorted frame. Ryan snapped his fingers at her ear.
Hey, you okay?
Yeah, just stunned is all. She sucked in a breath and let it out, then repeated it 2 more times to try and curb the rush.
I don't think we have to worry about them anymore, but we should go. You still okay to drive?
It took her brain 5 seconds to register what he said. She was slow to respond. I'm fine, just rattled is all. The constant stress of this trip is wearing on my sanity. It's not stopping.
I think it's wearing on us both.
The smell of smoke filled the air. A black cloud rose above the buildings, blocking their view of the city. Sienna cleared her throat and regained her bearings. She stared at the cloud a second longer, then at the car wreck before removing her foot from the brake and laying on the gas. The truck made a wide arc on the highway and faced due north. They gained speed and drove away, putting the nail-biting chase and explosion behind them.
Chapter 34. Max. God, if our luck doesn't change soon, I think I might just give up on us getting out of this wretched town. Clay had a scowl on his face which wouldn't leave. It more than conveyed his feelings on being stranded. No offense, Max, but I'm hating your hometown. He said nothing in response to the comment and kept trudging along with the group. No one was pleased by their situation.
We'll figure things out as we can.
Brittany tried to rally the teens who were more frustrated than anything else.
This isn't the worst setback we've ever had. Don't lose your spines now. If we stick together and have each other's back, we'll be fine.
Fine is not the term I'd use. Clay turned and walked backward with his arms raised. All we're doing is wandering around with no specific heading. It wouldn't surprise me if the crappy dealership back there was the only damn place for us to score a ride. Oh, we might as well take our chances and start walking to Tennessee. Odds are we'll make it there before we ever find a set of wheels.
Enough with the negative talk. It isn't helping, Brittany shot back. If you must complain, do it in your head where we can't hear it.
Whatever. Clay rolled his eyes and faced forward. Tony plodded up the side of the road without offering his 2 cents on the matter. He kept his mouth shut and left the others to vent. All Max could think was that maybe it was a sign that he wasn't supposed to leave just yet. Not because of some loyalty to Ben. As far as he was concerned, the abusive pus sack of a human could go pound sand and disappear forever. He wouldn't be missed by anyone, especially him. But the slimmest of hope his sister would arrive kept him from committing to abandoning his home and leaving with the ragtag group of teens. Even though he had told Brittany and the others he would join them, he questioned if it was the right move. It kept him in a state of flux, which annoyed the crap out of him. So, where does our tour guide of the 6th dimension of hell want to take us now? Clay asked in a sardonic tone. Should we visit a mental hospital next? I don't think there's a mental hospital around here, Tony replied. It was rhetorical, or whatever the word's called. I'm being stupid here.
No big stretch there.
Brittany flashed a grin at Clay, who sneered at the comment.
I'm not sure where to go now,
Max said in a half-hearted murmur. As much as he tried to rack his brain for what to do next, he went blank.
I can't think of another car place. It's okay, we'll figure something out.
Brittany smiled at Max and touched his hand. What we need to do is figure out what we're going to do for the night. Clay moved toward the building next to them and leaned against the wall. He removed his worn-down shoe, looked inside it, flipped it upside down, and shook it as if there was something inside. By how things are going, we'll more than likely be spending another night here. It may be wise for us to know where we're going to sleep. Not sure I want to be out on the sidewalk like some homeless person.
Technically we are homeless, Tony clarified. Not sure what else you'd call it.
You know what I mean. Clay reached inside his shoe, felt around, and threw something to the ground before putting it back on. All I'm saying is it's getting late, and we need to consider our options.
You're right, Brittany replied. We should have a backup plan. None of us expected to be here this long. The storm and outage have crippled us, so we'll need to pivot.
Max knew of nowhere they could go and stay for the night if it came to it. This was all new to him, and showed how woefully unprepared he was to venture out into the real world on his own.
I wish I could offer up something more here, but I don't know where we could go. Sorry. It's okay, you've been a massive help today.
Brittany glanced at Clay and Tony.
If need be, we'll hole up in some building or whatever. I don't know. Like always, it'll work out how it needs to.
Letting it work out how it needs to isn't what I'd call a solid plan of action, but whatever. Clay crammed his foot back into the shoe and pushed off the wall. But seeing as we don't have many options, I guess we'll make the best of our situation.
That's the first time in a long time you've said something positive, Brittany said to him. I'm proud of you. Maybe there's hope for you yet.
Let's not get crazy here. He put his hands up with his palms facing her. I'm still the realist of the group. You're the optimist. Let's not change the dynamic. I can only handle so many changes at once.
Change isn't always bad.
Brittany walked forward with Max at her side.
You've shown real growth on our adventure. Who knew it was even possible? Not me,
Tony raised his hand and walked by Clay, who playfully gave each of them the middle finger.
Cute,
Brittany muttered. They walked a few more blocks while trying to decide what to do next. No one had any ideas to offer. With the day coming to an end soon, he had a decision to make. Stay with them or go home. Both had their merits and drawbacks, but home is where his sister was supposed to show up. Regardless of what he decided to do, going back would have to happen, as he didn't want to leave without checking for her first. Clay walked ahead of the group by about 10 feet. He had ceased talking. His head raised. He paused on the sidewalk and stared ahead.
"What is it?"
Brittany asked as she approached him from behind. He said nothing at first and pointed up the street. The group followed his line of sight to a car parked at the curb of a small shop along the downtown strip.
"Okay. What are we supposed to be looking at?"
Tony asked. Clay lowered his arm. 2 guys got out of that car and ran inside the shop they're parked next to. Both got out on the passenger side.
"We're still not following what you're talking about,"
Brittany said.
"So what?"
"There's someone in the car behind the wheel. The brake lights went off." He turned and stared at each of them as if waiting for the connection to make sense. "This is our chance! Right here! We have a ride within reach! All we need to do now is move and take it!" Max studied the business the sedan was parked next to. It was a gun shop, Tanner's Firearm Corp. He had never been inside but had driven by it before.
"It's a gun store. Not sure you want to mess with anyone robbing a gun shop."
"If we play it smart and work quickly, it won't be a big deal," Clay shot back.
"I don't know. It sounds too dangerous,"
Brittany said.
"Yeah, I agree,"
Tony added, sounding just as disenchanted with the notion of trying to take on some gun-wielding people.
"I say we backtrack before they spot us. There's no telling what they'll do if they catch us gawking at them."
"I'm gonna make this easy on everyone. When you see your opening, take it and come get me."
"What are you going on about?"
Brittany asked.
"Whatever stupid idea popped into your head, leave it alone. Now's not the time to be a cowboy."
Without saying another word, Clay ran across the street and jumped onto the walkway, then advanced on the parked sedan. Brittany groused.
"Idiot."
Chapter 35. Max. They moved across the street in single file and hid within an alcove of a shop 2 businesses down from where the sedan was parked. Clay stalked the vehicle. He moved fast and ducked behind the truck, then waddled around to the passenger side.
"He's going to get himself killed,"
Tony said, perturbed by their friend's brazen action.
"This isn't smart." "It isn't, but we're here and now we have to deal with it."
She poked her head out from the slanted brick wall and studied the car.
"If he's able to pull the driver away, then I can move in and take the car." "Not without me, you won't," Tony replied. "What if he takes the keys with him?"
Max hated the entire plan and wanted nothing to do with any of it, but he also didn't want to abandon Brittany.
"What then? Also, what happens if the 2 guys come out of the shop and find you messing with their car?" "I don't know, but Clay has put this in motion. If there's an opening for us to take the car, we should."
Brittany looked at Max.
"Stay here if you want, but I'm going."
Max wrestled with what he wanted to do as they watched the sedan. Clay popped up on the passenger side of the car and bent down where he assumed the window was. Seconds ticked by with no activity, but then he ran around the front of the vehicle in a dead sprint while looking over his shoulder. The driver's side door flew open. A short, stocky man got out and chased him down the sidewalk.
"Okay, let's go."
Brittany moved out first, then Tony. They moved on the sedan along the walkway. Without thinking much more on it, Max ran after them and hoped this wasn't going to end in disaster. Both Clay and the stocky man hit the intersection, then cut around the blind corner of the building. They vanished and gave the 3 teens a narrow opening to steal the men's ride. Brittany opened the driver's door and ducked inside the vehicle. She removed her pack and shoved it over the seat to the back. Tony ran around to the passenger side, removed his backpack, and jumped into the front seat while Max climbed in behind Brittany. All 3 doors slammed shut. The car smelled of weed. It was so thick it made it hard to breathe. Trash was all over the back floorboard.
Max's dress shoes stomped the waste as he stared out of the window to the gun shop, then over the back of the seat to the dash. "Keys are here." Brittany started the sedan. The engine cranked with a groan, but it didn't catch. She eased off the ignition, waited a few seconds, and tried again. Still, nothing happened.
"Okay, we need to do something," Tony said.
"I'm trying. I don't know why it's not starting. It should be." Max focused on the entrance to the gun store. At any moment, the two men could emerge with an arsenal of weapons. Then they'd be screwed.
"Maybe pump the gas pedal first, then try to start it."
Tony pointed his finger at the pedals.
"I remember my grandfather had an old truck where he had to push on the gas pedal before it would start."
"This isn't some old truck. Not sure it would help any," she replied.
"It's worth a shot, and better than sitting here not doing anything."
A flash of movement caught Max's attention through the glass door of the gun shop. One of the two men stared out of the door at the car. His face was blurred from the glass and the angle Max had of him. "Guys, I think they know something's up." The door opened. A tall, lean man dressed in blue jeans, light brown boots, and a tucked-in, short-sleeved plaid shirt emerged. He wore a black hat with a patch of an American flag and a gun underneath it. Guns were thrown over his shoulders, and he had a forest green bag in his right hand. He squinted at the vehicle, made eye contact with Max, then shifted to the driver's seat. "Get the car started, now!" Max slapped his palm to the side of his seat as he watched the gun-toting man drop the bag to the concrete and approach the car. His partner emerged a second later with a similar haul of weapons and a long bag which bulged at the sides. He was dressed much the same, but he wore a green camo hat and had a neatly trimmed brown beard. Brittany twisted the key. The engine started. Lights came to life on the dash as the engine revved. Plaid shirt man yanked on the driver's door handle, then pounded his fist against the window.
"Get the hell out of the car, now!"
Green camo hat hammered his fist against the back window. A scowl formed on his face. He hit the window again and shouted a slew of obscenities.
"Go! Get us out of here!"
Tony's voice cracked as he twirled his fingers. Both men pulled weapons from behind their backs. Brittany shifted into gear and stomped the gas pedal to the floor. The sedan took off. It threw Max back in the seat. They flew down the street and hooked a sharp left at the intersection, narrowly clipping the curb. Tires squealed along the wet road. The car swerved from side to side. It ran over part of the curb before dumping back onto the street. Max tumbled around and struggled to stay upright from the manic driving. His palms braced against the seat to try and steady himself. If she didn't get the car under control, he worried they'd crash.
"Get it under control, girl,"
Tony said, his voice cracking from the volatile driving.
"I'm working on it."
She got the car under control. They stopped swerving and drove straight. A man stood on the left side of the road, pumped his fist, and shouted at the vehicle as they flew past him. It had to be the man who chased after Clay.
"Where the hell is Clay at? I'm not seeing him anywhere."
Tony searched for him on the sidewalks and around the buildings, but couldn't locate him.
"He's got to be around here somewhere."
Brittany slowed the car down some as they approached the intersection ahead.
"Remind me to beat him up once he's safe in the car, will you?" "You can after I pound him into dust,"
Tony replied from the edge of the passenger seat. Max glanced out the side back passenger window as they drove through the powerless intersection. He caught a glimpse of someone waving their arms back and forth on the sidewalk. It was Clay. "I found him. He's on the sidewalk to your left." She stomped the brake. All four tires locked at once. They skidded across the road before coming to a stop. Brittany shifted into reverse and backed up. The car weaved from side to side and veered toward a van parked at the curb near the edge of the intersection. "Watch out for the van," Max said as the sedan got close to running into it.
"I see it, don't worry."
She corrected their trajectory and maneuvered the car away before making contact. Then she torqued the wheel hard. The sedan's front end whipped about. She hit the brake and shifted into gear, then drove down the street some until Clay ran out in front of them. He shook the backpack off his shoulders and made for the back driver's side door. The sedan came to a screeching stop. Max scooted across the seat as Clay opened the door and threw his pack into the vehicle. After he got inside and shut the door, he tapped the side of her seat. "Drive!" Brittany punched the gas. The sedan shot forward and gained speed as they left the area.
"What the hell, Clay?"
Her voice rose an octave and broke with anger.
"That was stupid and reckless. You could have gotten us all killed."
"It worked out fine, didn't it?"
He exhaled and turned on the seat to look out the back window. No one's following us. We're fine. Stop worrying.
Not the point, and you know it.
Brittany drove another 3 blocks. Her driving was erratic and uncontrolled. She weaved as much as she went straight.
Pull over here for a second.
Tony pointed at the parking lot of a small strip center. The sedan veered into the mouth of the entrance and stopped near the edge of the parking lot. She put the car into park. They sat silent for a moment as the vehicle idled. I know everyone's pissed at me for what I did back there, but it worked out in the end. Clay scratched the back of his neck as the rest of the group remained quiet. We were wasting time wandering around. I saw an opportunity and took it. I did it for you. You're welcome.
You don't get it, do you?
Brittany twisted on the driver's seat and glared at Clay.
You willingly put you and us in danger. If no one had been around the car and they surprised us, that's one thing. But we did see them, and you still went ahead and did it anyway. Totally reckless.
I know, but we have the car now and can leave. Clay stood by his decision. It's what we've been trying to do the past 2 days. Problem solved. Next time I won't be so erratic with my decision-making. You've got my word, okay? Tony and Brittany looked at each other, then back at Clay.
Yeah. Okay, Tony said. But you need to stop making snap decisions like you did. We're all in this together. I love you all and can't stand the thought of losing any of you.
Oh, God. Clay rolled his eyes. Don't get mushy on me now. While the 3 of them went back and forth, Max had made up his mind on what he wanted to do next. He made eye contact with Brittany as they conversed, and the mood lightened up from the tension.
So can we get going now? Tony asked. We've got a half tank of gas, so we should be able to make a dent in our travel before having to stop.
Yeah, I second the motion. I've had enough of this town. No offense, Max, Clay said. With his hand on the door handle, Max pulled, opened the door, and put one leg out onto the pavement. I'm going to stay here. All 3 of them stared at Max. Both Clay and Tony weren't as surprised by what he said. Their blank stares indicated they didn't seem to care either way.
It was nice hanging with you, dude. Take care.
Tony made a fist and presented it to Max. They fist bumped. Yeah, you're like a distant, annoying cousin, Clay smirked at him. But one I enjoyed having around. You've made our little layover here more adventurous than I thought it would be.
Adventurous is a huge understatement.
Max fist bumped Clay while keeping Brittany in his peripheral view. She opened the driver's door and got out. He did as well. They moved to the back of the car after shutting their doors. Out of the 3 of them, she was the one he would miss the most.
You sure you want to stay here with your adoptive father? Brittany asked. You're welcome to come with us. I know the guys don't care either way, but I do.
Max dipped his chin and nodded. He liked her and felt they had the beginnings of a connection, but it wasn't enough of a pull for him to go off with them.
No, I'm not sure of anything, to be honest. My head's in a weird state right now. Nothing makes sense, and every day feels like a bad dream. Well, except for you. Then why stay here? Come with us. Come with me. You fit right in.
She touched his hand.
I know we just met, but I like you. I'm not good at these sorts of things. Haven't had much practice at it, as you can probably tell. I like you too.
His fingers touched hers. They intertwined.
But I can't leave because of my sister. It's hard to explain, but she's my world. We're the only family we have left. I'm not sure what's happened to her, but I need to find out. If I don't, I'll never forgive myself.
Brittany tipped her head, but said nothing.
I hope you understand. It might not make sense, but it's something I have to do. I get it. I'm not happy about it, but I do understand the why. Your sister's lucky to have an amazing brother like you.
He nodded.
We're both lucky to have each other.
A knock sounded on the back window. Clay twirled his fingers for them to hurry it up, then he puckered his lips as if ready to kiss. She sighed.
Man, I so want to kill him right now. But if you did, who would take over annoying you? Those would be some massive shoes for Tony to fill. Not sure he could. You're probably right.
Brittany ignored his juvenile behavior and focused on Max.
I don't think I'll forget you anytime soon. Likewise. You for sure helped take my mind off things. Not how I expected today to go by any means, but on the upside, I met you.
In a surprise move, she leaned forward and kissed Max on the lips. It was a lingering kiss which lasted all of 10 glorious seconds before she pulled back and hugged his neck. He wrapped his arms around her waist and held her close. It made saying goodbye harder to do, as the unknown of what could have been between them lingered in his mind. "Okay, you've kissed and hugged. Can we go now, please?" Clay asked out of the back driver's side door, which was now open. "I'm not sure how much of this mushy kissing crap I can take. It's only been a day."
Then don't look, dingus,
Brittany shot back. She looked back at Max and smiled, then gave him one final hug.
Take care of yourself. I hope you find your sister and get out of the mess with your father. Thanks. Be careful.
He released her and stepped back.
No telling how bad it is out there. I know, it's on my mind. I'm more worried about what these two knuckleheads might do more than anything else.
Oh, for sure.
Brittany asked, Did you want us to give you a ride to your house so you're not stranded wherever we are? It's the least we can do for you hanging with us today and helping.
Not sure how much help I was, Max replied, but I'm fine with walking home. It'll give me time to process things. I've got a lot to hash out in my head.
Sure.
Another knock came from the back window. She frowned at the noise and backed around the corner of the trunk.
I'm coming. See you around, Max. Yeah. See you around, Brittany.
She got inside the car. The brake lights flashed red. Clay waved at him through the back seat window. The sedan made a 90-degree turn and headed for the entrance to the parking lot. It pulled out onto the deserted street and made a right, then drove away until the car vanished up the road. Max stuffed his hands into the front pocket of his slacks, turned, and started walking. He had a long walk home ahead of him. His future was uncertain. He had no clue as to what to do next to reach his sister. But with nothing left holding him in Rhode Island, Max had to find a way to make it happen. No matter the cost, he would pay it.
Chapter 36. Ryan. After getting out of Baltimore, their trip to Rhode Island seemed mostly uneventful. They'd encountered several roadblocks on major highways which had been abandoned. No police presence was seen on the roads. Fires rose from the bigger cities they passed and hinted at possible additional attacks from the terrorist cells or civil unrest. The air had a smoky twinge to it. A haze lingered in the darkening sky as the sun started to go down after a long, harrowing trek of complete chaos. Sienna messed with the radio as she piloted the truck along the mostly deserted highway. Snippets of broadcasts came through the constant static, filling the airwaves. Nothing new was gleaned by fiddling with the radio and the incoherent transmissions, but Ryan figured it gave her something to do to take her mind off things. We've got maybe less than 2 hours before we're there. Ryan folded the map and crammed it into the glove box. If we can stay on this road, it should take us right to him.
Perfect. I must say, this has been one of the longest and hardest road trips I've ever been on. Sometimes life has the worst timing.
He hiked his shoulders. Sometimes life isn't fair. We have to face whatever crap comes our way, whether we want to or not. Sucks, but it is what it is.
Who knew you were so deep and insightful?
She smirked at him and switched on the headlights. The left one came on, but the right didn't appear to be functioning.
Oh, cool. Something else that isn't working right. Guess we should be grateful we have the one working headlight, I suppose.
It could have been neither of them working, Ryan replied. Must have just gone out. I don't remember it not working. If I had, I would have gotten it fixed.
For sure.
Sienna sat silent for a moment and stared at him, then looked away when he glanced at her. She had done it a few times within the last several hours, but never said what was on her mind. Is there something you want to talk about? He locked his gaze on her and waited for a response. She adjusted the loose strands of hair from out in front of her face and tucked them behind her ear as the wind rushed inside the cab.
Just wondering how you're doing, is all.
Meaning? Ryan's brow arched.
Meaning you've been acting strange today. I know we're both tired, hungry, and even a bit banged up, but...
Sienna paused a beat, and her voice trailed off. But what? He probed deeper. If there's something on your mind, go ahead and say it.
I'm not trying to start a fight here, Ryan. I'm just concerned about how you're doing is all.
Her face softened.
You seem distracted at times, and as if you have no energy. Your temperament fluctuates. I hadn't noticed it when we first met in the mountains, but since then, you don't seem like yourself. At least not the Ryan Parker I remember from high school.
Before he had a chance to respond, she wagged her hand at him.
You know what? Forget I even said anything. It's me who's not all here. My brain is so racked with stress I'm reading you wrong. Not sure why I even brought it up. To say I'm a complete mess right now is an understatement.
Listening to Sienna and seeing the genuine care in her words and the concern on her face made him want to tell her what was happening to him. After all, they were old friends, and he did care about her years back, and even now. From her response to his not feeling well, Ryan assumed she felt the same way about him. You know, I haven't been too forthcoming with you.
You don't owe me any explanation, she replied. It's none of my business. As soon as the words left my mouth, I realized as much. I don't want you to feel obligated to say anything you don't want to. You've gone out of your way to help me out. Just know when I was asking how you were feeling was coming from a place of care, and not judgment or whatever it may have sounded like. Lord, I'm rambling now. Awesome.
He smiled at her. He found her nervousness endearing. You're fine. If I'm being honest, I like the fact you care enough to want to know how I'm feeling. It warms my heart.
I'm glad it does.
Sienna reciprocated his smile.
But if you'd rather not say, it's fine. I won't take offense. I just want to make it super clear.
It is. Ryan had no smooth way of saying it, so he blurted it out as it popped into his head. I have a brain tumor.
You have a brain tumor?
Her lips curled and brows slanted inward as if befuddled by his response.
Did I hear you right? Maybe I should roll my window up.
The window is fine where it is. And yes, you did hear me right. She took a moment to process the revelation. Her mouth slagged open. She gazed off into the fading light of day in stunned silence. Part of Ryan was relieved to get it off his chest. It felt like a huge weight shackled to his leg had been removed. Although her not responding yet made him wonder if perhaps he had overloaded her with additional stress.
Wow. Talk about a bomb being dropped on me.
She blinked away the blank stare and looked at him. I know it's a lot to process. Sienna shook her head.
It is, but I'm glad you opened up to me about it. Never in a million years did I think it was something like a brain tumor. I'm so sorry to hear it.
It's not as big of a deal as it sounds. It was a big deal, but Ryan wanted to downplay the severity to keep her calm. I mean, it obviously has to be dealt with, and I am, but you shouldn't worry about it.
Kinda hard not to worry about a brain tumor. It's not like you stubbed your toe or have the flu, she shot back. Is that why you're heading to Boston? The meeting, or however you put it before, when you first mentioned you were going in the same direction as me.
It is. Ryan heard Dutch stir on the back seat. He peered over to the slumbering canine, then set his sights back on Sienna. I hadn't been able to find a doctor in Woodswell who would work with me on getting it taken care of. Requires surgery. Having no insurance sucks. But anyway, I found a doctor in Boston who was open to helping me out, so that's why I was going this way whether we would have crossed paths or not. The news still had her in a daze. She soaked in everything he said.
Well, I'm happy to hear you're getting it taken care of. I bet it's scary to deal with, huh?
He rubbed his palms up and down his thighs. I hope to get it taken care of. The timing couldn't be more horrible, though, with the blackout and now some huge terrorists plot happening. Not sure how this will affect me getting help. Guess I'll see when I get there. Ryan paused and made sure his emotions weren't veering toward panic, even though a sliver of him did worry about what he might find in Boston. I'm not as scared as you might think, more frustrated than anything else. I work hard and do what I can. But it sucks when you work for yourself and can't afford super expensive insurance. Most doctors won't bother seeing you. It's like I've been blacklisted with no one willing to give me a hand. Being helpless is a horrible feeling, especially when you're alone. The more he spoke, sadness pressed down on him like a weighted vest. He looked away and out of the passenger side window. His chest tightened and throat closed. His vision blurred with tears. It snuck up on him before he realized it. 2 sniffles and a cough later, Ryan blinked the wetness from each eye. He ran the back of his hand under his nose. Once he regained his composure, he looked back at her. Sienna stretched her arm and touched his hand. She squeezed and continued smiling, but said nothing more on the subject except, "You're not alone. I know how it feels when you think no one cares and it's all up to you. It sucks. You'll get through this and be back on your feet in no time." He placed his other hand on top of hers and smiled wider than he had before. "Thanks. I appreciate it. For now, though, let's focus on Max. He's our main priority. I don't want to get sidetracked by anything else." She squeezed his hand one last time and pulled her arm back. "I consider both important. Your condition is of greater concern. It'd be dumb and selfish of me to think otherwise. It kinda changes things." "Both are important, and no, it does not," Ryan replied. "We'll get to your brother first. He's closest, then we go from there. I said I would, and nothing is going to make me break my promise. Not even this."
"If you say so."
"I do." He trained his finger at the windshield. "Just keep driving. We'll be at your brother's place soon."
Chapter 37. Max. Night had come and blanketed the town of Plainbrook, Rhode Island in darkness. Not a speck of light was seen from the homes Max passed. Blackness lurked behind the windows. He felt like ghoulish creatures were watching him from the homes. He knew better than to entertain such nonsense, but he also wasn't in the right frame of mind. The walk home gave him ample time to reflect on the passing of his wonderful mom and how he should tackle getting to his sister, who was several states away. Part of his thoughts were still hooked on Brittany, who left a lasting mark on his soul. So many feelings swirled in his gut and head, but he had no one around to share them with. But now wasn't the time to get lost in such feelings. With his home in view, Max had to put on a brave face and focus his mind on the task at hand. He had to deal with Ben and decide how in the world he was going to go after his sister, whom he wondered if, by chance, had arrived. Her Jeep was nowhere to be seen on the street, but he couldn't help but worry he had made a mistake in not sucking up his hatred for Ben and coming home to wait for her earlier. As Max got closer to the house, his nerves ticked up. His heart beat faster. He had no idea what state of mind Ben would be in. Their last encounter ended in a shouting match and him jumping out of the truck during the hellish storm which pounded the town. Did he even care if he was gone? Max had his doubts.
Ben made his disdain of him clear. With Amanda gone, the aggressive, grief-stricken, and unpredictable man was more dangerous now than ever before. The stairs creaked under his weight. Each subtle crack of noise made him cringe. He watched the windows for shadowy figures moving as he hit the porch and advanced on the front door. Panic of what lurked inside tried to steer him away from going in. He stopped at the door and grabbed the knob, but didn't turn it. Was it even unlocked? Would Ben be waiting for him in the living room? The latter was unlikely, but Max didn't know for sure. Come on, just do it. Turn the knob. If it opens, go in, head to your room, and stay until you figure things out. Nothing has to be said to Ben if he's awake and tries to talk to you. After the pep talk, Max summoned enough courage and twisted the knob. It turned without restriction. The door opened. It wasn't locked. Max pushed it inward and poked his head inside the warm, stagnant interior of the home. He scanned the blackness filling the living room for Ben lurking in the shadows. The tyrant was nowhere to be seen. He stepped inside, quietly shut the door behind him, then made for the stairs against the wall. Each step was taken with great care to minimize unwanted noise. Max tiptoed up the stairs to the second-floor landing, then cut down the dark hallway to his bedroom. The lack of noise in the house made it 10 times worse, since he was unable to gauge where Ben was. That the horrible man wasn't stomping around made Max believe he might be passed out drunk on his bed. He had many benders of drinking himself into a deep sleep. For now, Max prayed this was one of those times. He shut the bedroom door quietly and leaned against its surface. Since he made it without incident, Max had to work fast to change out of his smelly, stiff dress clothes and pack what he could. Once he had everything together, then he could devise a plan of what to do next. Instead of turning on a flashlight, he opted to work with some scant moonlight shining through the window. His memory of where everything was in his room was excellent. He changed out of the clothes and put fresh ones on. Next, he grabbed shirts and pants from the closet and stuffed them into the bag on his bed. He gathered some undergarments from the dresser and crammed them in. After he reached the capacity of the bag, he thought of what else he wanted to take with him. Once he stepped foot out of the home again, Max knew he wouldn't be coming back. Not ever. He grabbed some trinkets from the top of his dresser given to him by Amanda on his birthday in years past. A necklace and a watch. Both meant the world to him, and he didn't want to go without them. After he put the jewelry on, Max decided to raid his bathroom for toiletries. He advanced on the shut bedroom door, opened it, and peered into the hallway. It was clear. Max tiptoed to the bathroom and ducked inside. He fit into the small, tight space and gathered up some essentials. Aspirin, deodorant, toothbrush, and toothpaste were taken from the drawer and medicine cabinet, unsure if that was sufficient or if what he had gathered was dumb to bring.
Well, well. Look who finally decided to come home,
Ben said from the hallway.
Thought I heard someone sneaking around my house like a rat.
His cold, harsh voice froze Max in place. He stood like a statue, unable to move his feet. I'm not going to be your problem any longer. That's what you want, what you've always wanted. The bastard gone, your headache out of your life. I'm granting you your wish and leaving. Max cradled the supplies against his chest and turned to face his father. The man stood like an otherworldly creature in the darkness. His presence was unnerving. He blocked Max's only way out of the bathroom, putting him in a precarious position. Please move. I'll finish getting my things together and I'll be gone soon enough.
And where'll you go? No one wants you, boy. You're tainted goods, like garbage, meant for nothing but being discarded in a landfill.
Ben brought up what looked to be a bottle of some sort and took a drink. After swallowing, he lowered it and continued verbally beating Max down.
Amanda pitied you. She never really loved you. Her big heart wouldn't allow her to say no to some waste of space like you. Look where her generosity got her, into an early grave.
As much as Max wanted to lash out at him, he fought like hell to keep his mouth shut and not lose his cool. Ben was drinking and in one of his bad moods. It wouldn't solve anything and would escalate the tension to another level. "You're drunk, Ben. Do us both a favor and go back to bed and sleep it off. It's not worth it."
Don't tell me what to do, you little shit sane. You crater my world, then act like you've got a voice in my house? How dare you?
His temper wasn't going down, but ramping up. Regardless of how Max handled him, the bullish, drunk man wasn't open to reason. He wanted this fight, which was long past due. "Let me by now, Ben. I'm done talking about this. We've got nothing left to discuss."
He snickered. Boy, we've only just got started.
Chapter 38. Sienna. They weren't far from Max's home. Maybe another 5 minutes and they'd be there. She couldn't wait to see him. A recent storm had parts of the town blocked off. Power lines were down, and trees had fallen over onto the streets, forcing them to take detours until they managed to find the street he lived on.
"How nervous are you?"
Ryan asked. On a scale from 1 to 10, "I'm at about 1 billion," she answered. "He expected me a few days ago. I hate disappointing him. There's been enough to last us both a lifetime."
"I know, but I think he'll understand once he hears what happened. By the looks of the town here, they haven't fared any better than us."
"No, they haven't." Sienna squinted and studied the homes on the right side of the street. When she finally spotted the correct place, she squealed with excitement. "There it is!" She pulled the truck close to the curb in front of the dark home, shifted into park, and killed the engine. Butterflies swarmed in her gut. All she wanted was to hug her brother. Now she could.
"Okay, I guess let's go."
Ryan grabbed the door handle and pulled when she protested. "Wait a second."
"Why?"
"Let me think of how I can let him know I'm here without getting his adopted father involved," she answered. "He thinks I'm a horrible person. I don't want to cause Max any problems."
Ryan studied the dark house. "Not sure how we'd be able to do it with the phones being down. The only way I see it is by knocking on the door and going from there."
Sienna saw no other way around it. Damn Ben's rules. Max was her brother, and he wasn't going to keep her from seeing him. "You're right. Sitting here placating to that piece of trash isn't what I want to do."
"There you go. I say you walk up to the door and let them know you're here."
"Yeah."
"Want me to come with you?"
Ryan asked.
"I won't say anything. Just be there as moral support."
"I think I've got it."
"Okay. I'm going to get out and let Dutch stretch his legs. We'll hang back here close to the truck."
"Works for me." Sienna got out of the truck and made her way around the engine to the sidewalk. Both Ryan and Dutch got out on the passenger side. The canine sniffed the ground and advanced toward her. She petted his head and stared at the home draped in blackness.
"Just breathe, and everything will be fine. You'll be fine."
"Thanks." Sienna marched up the concrete path to the staircase, then up to the porch. As she neared the front door, she tried to find the right words to say to Ben in case he answered. Everything sounded wrong. Just do it. Knock. With her hands raised and fingers bunched into a fist, Sienna heard a commotion of sorts come from inside the house. A din of yelling and dense thuds. Not what she expected. It made her worry Ben had done something to her brother. "Max, are you okay?" Her voice raised. She hammered the door with her fist. The strife persisted with no one coming to the door. Ryan and Dutch ran up the steps while she assaulted the door once more. He asked, "What's wrong?" "I don't know. There's a bunch of commotion going on in there."
"Then let's get in there and see what it is."
Ryan grabbed the doorknob and twisted. The door opened. He went inside with Dutch and Sienna following behind him. It happened so fast, she didn't think of the consequences of entering the home without being invited in. More so, she didn't know what dangers could confront them. "Get off me!" Max shouted from across the living room. His high-pitched voice pierced Sienna's soul as he tussled with the shadowy figure. "Max!" she yelled out as Ryan and Dutch ran headlong at the fray going down before them. A blood-curdling yell broke out and mixed with Dutch's snarling. The canine attacked one of the shadowy figures, wrestling him to the floor. "Ah!" A gruff, deep voice boomed loud. It didn't sound like Max, but a grown man. She weaved past the furniture toward the fracas, where Ryan tried to grab hold of the dog biting at the man on the floor. "Max!" The silhouette of a smaller figure stood near a swinging door. In her heart, she knew it had to be her brother. "Sienna, is that you?" His voice was strained and weak, but she recognized it nonetheless. "Yeah, little brother." She wrapped her arms around his neck and hugged him. "Thank God. Are you okay?" "Get this damn mud off me!" Ben shouted. "Who the hell are you people, and why are you trespassing in my damn home?" After prying the dog off him, Ryan stomped his boot down on the man's chest, pinning him to the floor. "Not so fast, friend. Not until we figure out what's happening here. If you don't remove your damn foot, it'll be the last thing you ever do." Ben slurred his words and thrashed on the floor. She couldn't get a clear look at Max's face in the darkness. Given the man's heated temper and yelling, she made assumptions. "Did he hit you, Max? Be honest with me." "It's fine. It doesn't matter now that you're here." Max hugged her again so tight it made it hard for Sienna to breathe. "I am. And now you're coming with me. Go grab your stuff. We're leaving now." He released his hold on her and said, "I'll be right back. I've got most everything packed already. Hurry." Max ran off and went up the stairs. A scowl formed on her face as she turned her rage to Ben. She approached him and bent down, only to see the vague outline of his face. "You've touched my brother for the last time, you piece of shit. I have half a mind to stomp your head into the floor." He laughed at her threat. "Take him then, if you want the headache. The damn bastard is all yours. Have at it. You two deserve each other." Her fingers bunched into fists. Sienna wanted to hurt him, rip him apart, make him regret everything he had ever said and done. "It's not worth it, Sienna. Don't do it," Ryan cautioned. "We've got Max now. That's why you came here in the first place. Let's just take him and go." "Yeah, just go," Ben said. She backed off. "You deserve the life coming to you, Ben. I hope it eats you alive." Max came back down the stairs. Sienna walked away from Ben, along with Ryan and Dutch. She put her arm around his neck and held him close as they made for the front door. "Good riddance," Ben shouted at their backs. "Don't ever come back here again. You're no longer welcome in my home." They exited the house and went down the stairs to the walkway without responding to the unhinged man's rants. Sienna kept her arm around Max as they made for the truck. No words were spoken, but tears were shed. She had her brother, and there was no way in hell she would ever be separated from him again. The horror he faced was now over, but the start of their new life in a strange new world was just beginning. This